Greetings and salutations, everyone. It is time once again for another live stream extreme. Alright. Greetings and salutations. Joined tonight on the voice chat by one Tobrell.
Oh, hi.
And also Tobrell's boyfriend. Oh, okay.
Oh, hi.
There you go. Good job. So Tobrell's busy playing around on the Llama Land, checking out all those changes over there, saying rip to all of the ranged wizard pew-pewers, including Java. But other than
Is
that,
it wrong that I wasn't concerned about those in the slightest?
I mean, I wasn't concerned so much as, like, of course, because I was actually playing Java in post-level 20 content and felt like he was actually holding his own. Again, not like excelling or being amazing or anything, but like contributing and not being an overly large detriment to the groups. Figures. Well, that is not what we're going to do today. Today we're going to continue getting some experience points. We're level 13, which means level 11s, which means I believe Chain 2 of Ravenloft is on deck. On deck. And then the Necro 4 chain if we want it. We probably will need something. Because we did not make any experience, because why bother? Alright, how long do you have on you? 19 minutes, that's not going to be enough. Do I have 2? I do not. So let's pick up a second cleric hireling so we don't have to worry about coming back. Hopefully we won't get murdered in Mad Tea Party to death. We may just do it on Reaper 1 instead of Reaper 3. I know. All sorts of bad words for playing on Reaper 1 instead of Reaper 3. But Mad Tea Party is a beast of a quest sometimes. Just grab two Mirandas. All right. So other than screwing around in Llama Land, what are you doing, T?
I'm also looking over a barb equipment list that somebody on our server put together, and it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, equipment lists are always, I think, real tricky.
Yeah, I think he's done real good on here.
Oath of Vengeance. Take me to... I think that's how that's pronounced. I'm not up to date with the official technical pronunciation, but that seems a boot, right? This one we can do on number 3. Might be taking a day off next week, or this week, excuse me. I haven't decided yet. Plans have not completely solidified, but one Tobrell Dandelion Eater is coming to town, so we may or may not try to catch up a little bit in the event that I don't make it to the thing this weekend. I get the key, but I get to deal with the Carnage Reaper as well as the Room of Rats. Didn't have to deal with that, did you know? Oh. So I'm not... excuse me. Excuse me a lot. I don't want to, like, solidify plans because it's just... not necessarily how things go, but I'll keep you guys posted on the Discord like usual for people who are everyday viewers. See, the other thing that's going on is Tobrell and I have been pretty active on a particular forum post. I've been asking everybody if they... Alright, that was pretty sweet. If they wouldn't mind taking a second, checking out a forum post on LFMs, including Twitch URLs, or I suppose theoretically YouTube URLs, etc., etc. Just check it out on the forums if it's something that you think may or may not have an opinion one way or the other. You don't have to talk to me about it, but I'm for getting information out there for streamers. I feel like it's very few downsides to sharing information about when somebody's streaming. But I don't know. I just like to have more eyeballs if possible. The collective can solve things better than one individual. So generally, not always, but generally. So I would turn to everybody to voice their opinion. All right. Other than that, I don't know if there's much else going on. Terrell, you? Like you said, you're looking at a gear list.
Yeah, I'm replying to a guy here.
And I'm just leveling Samus as his paladin, which has been going pretty good, I think. Could really use one more second level spell slot pretty soon. But other than that, the DPS seems good. The saves, of course, are good. I don't know, I'm not sure what else to say about it, really.
The one guy had some good points, but then no one's presenting any kind of, you know, okay, well, how about, can we do anything to actually, like, grow the game?
So, I understand, and what I would probably do is I would probably, if I was going to fix the problem, right, is I would basically have the equivalent of color coding certain LFMs. So you could say includes Twitch information or streaming information or whatever. Basically by saying, okay, any of the ones that are in red, for example, may include links on them. And then you can filter out ones that have Twitch stuff on them.
Yeah, you know, I think he's right about opt-in.
I really feel like my experience is that they're advertising everywhere. And you just have to handle the fact that there's going to be some advertising. Lo Wolfie, what's up? What's going on? We're good. We're just shooting the pool, just talking. Just at night. I don't know. I have no problems with people voicing an opinion, but the fact is that several of them have basically told me the equivalent of, shut up, this has already been decided and you're wrong. I'm like, well, I'm not saying that you should continue to break the rules. I'm saying that this needs to billow into a larger discussion because this rule is stupid. And it should be talked about. I'm not saying break the rules. In fact, even in one of the posts I said, go ahead and report people. Like, that's what you've been told. Like, you got a problem, you can report it. Like, you're not going to catch me because I don't do it. Like, ha ha ha, joke's on you. But, I feel like you shouldn't be banning people for doing this. Feels dumb. Not much here. Appreciate you raiding your Twitch the other night. Hey, look. This is how I work, my guy. I feel like a rising tide lifts all ships. So if I can raid somebody else and people do a good job, and then the people that watch you might go, hey, well, that Samus guy helped you out and you helped me back out, or you help somebody else out when it's time for you to finish up, and so on and so forth. That tide will eventually come back around and help me. And I feel like if I grow, you grow, she grows, I get to grow. So I'm a person that I always look for someone to raid if I can at the end of the night. Said depending on how things go, I might add you to the auto queue list. Like, I like doing that for people. There are quite a few people on that list, I will admit. But you know, to me it's all about growing together, because this is a game that I like a lot, and I feel like the only way for it to grow is for us to work together. We're gonna have a watch party. You don't have many people follow me, but let's do this. Nice. Which what are you watching? What's your watch party choice right now? I did a watch party the other day, and I did Enterprise. I really had a good time. I think I'm gonna continue to do. Oh, me, of course. All right, sweet. I thought you were hosting another watch party in general. I know. I love the idea of DDO in a movie. I might make like Mondays in the future DDO in a movie where we watch something on the stream and we still play DDO like usual, but it'll be in the upper right hand corner of of Twitch, but we'll watch something.
Use the silver key you found on the commander. The outer gate to Ardenvost's mausoleum opens.
So I'm gonna put my hireling here and highlight that lever so I can get well out of the realm of danger. Danger miles. Sometimes I am very obtuse, but I'm always a cutie. Oh.
Just for that, my next build is going to take all the most annoying spells and cast them on you all the time. I'm going to cast Featherfall and Grease. What other spells did I pick here? And Merfolk's Blessing. I'm going to cast a Master's Touch for no good reason. I'm going to cast all these things on you. I'm going to cast Glitter Dust, Hypnotic Pattern. That is my new build. I don't even care what it does.
It doesn't do anything.
It just casts annoying ass spells on you.
I value and appreciate that about you right now.
Welcome to my new build.
I need these harpies to come down so I can ask them some questions. I got some swords for them. Oh man. So rip zombie form for those of you who missed it. Other than that, I feel like the notes were pretty much like just some fixes, some spelling mistakes. Nothing too major. Anything in particular come to mind for you, Taro?
Well, they fixed several things.
They did. I do really appreciate it when they take the time to like fix.
Where was that?
Fix stuff. You know that you,
Let's just take another look at it.
it costs money to take the time to have somebody go through and fix those kind of issues, and generally it doesn't have like a particularly high rate of returns. So I do appreciate it when they take the time to put fixes in place.
Oh, let's see. There were several things that I really liked. Isn't the miscellaneous? Oh, Gatekeeper's Grove is a teleport option now. For teleport.
Oh, I didn't see that. That sounds
And
amazing.
it has what was it? General Vendor.
Oh, nice. I just saw that they were fixing somebody when you like leave a quest, you teleport to the correct spot. I saw that, but I didn't see the other thing. That's good. We were literally complaining about that the other day. At least I was.
Some NPCs in the marketplace that would jostle players are not ethereal, so maybe that dragon thing?
Yay!
Yay! Hey, thank you for hitting that Twitch Prime subscription, my friend. May Optimus always be with you, as he is the prime
Something
one.
that bucks the trend, if you will. Ooh, hypnotic pattern. Yes, take that. Bucks the trend that we were talking about earlier. UI skinning has returned to GDO. Visit blah blah low trend blah blah for developer utilities.
Really?
Meaning
They
that
opened up a part
some
of the
thought
AI.
is being put into doing things to give us nice like options for stuff in game,
That
which
is...
I think is good.
It is good. I am impressed.
More UI customization, I think, would be great.
Some of the UI stuff is really good that they have now. I don't really think anyone maintains a lot of that stuff because they stopped like doing work with it, and they kept putting out new stuff and you couldn't do anything. But can you imagine like being able to move the rune arm, for example, instead of in the middle of the screen to someplace else? Or make it a little bit smaller?
I would like, this is something that you don't realize how good it is until you have it. There's an add-on, several add-ons for another game that rhymes with WoW, where you can do a little bit more adjusting of your bars, as in you could make a bar not 10 long
Oh,
or
yeah, I
tall
don't think
or
we're going
whatever.
to be able to get that specifically.
Stuff
you
like
might
that
get
would be cool. Because there's times where I would like a bar that's like maybe like 3 or 4 wide.
Yeah, you might be able to like split a bar in half and put like some this far and some this
That would be
far.
cool. There's a lot of things, like being able to like move some other things around a little bit would be nice, or not show them or show them. Something that I would like, this is another thing in another game, it would be nice to arrange differently or show some kind of different indicator for like maybe long and short range buffs, especially short range or short duration ones.
Oh, so like instead of when they dissipate at, you get like there's just a little minus above your head.
Yeah,
it's like
so
a different
like
color instead or something.
a little bit more, and then like it sticks around, like either different ways, like either a different area for your short-term things, so you can either see they're up, or the opposite, which is this buff's like about to expire, like it starts to flash or turn red or whatever, and then it's expired, it's still there, but it has like a I'm not on it, or different ways to go about it. Because right now, I have a challenge with all the buffs that we have, and especially the ones where like especially a lot of the auras where they like flip around and stuff, and it's hard to like, it's hard for me sometimes to keep track of it. Let alone if a bard hits you. If a bard hits you, it's done. It's over.
Yeah, I think like basically what
It'd
they're
be
doing
nice.
is they're putting the same stuff back on that you can fiddle with it, the same things that you could fiddle with before, would be my guess, and then maybe some new things. But
Maybe it's a step in a better
yeah,
direction.
it's definitely a step in the right direction. But
Because nice
some of
things are nice.
I feel like some of those things that you're talking about are probably out of the reach of the
Maybe,
near future.
maybe not.
But yeah, it's possible.
Maybe it's the next cloak.
Yeah. Well, we'll
You never
see.
know.
That's true. Somebody could be in there working on stuff locally in their spare time because they want something, which is how everything
I
goes.
think it'd be cool.
Do not want to use that as a here, please. Sweet.
Let's see, improved two-handed fighting, please.
Oh, why thank you. Appreciate that. Oh man, I need to also keep half an eye on Facebook streaming too. It's been working really well, so Lord knows if it's going to stay working really well or not. Alright, bad things are here. Yeah. if it's the end all be all, but Beef is not wrong in his evaluation that it's a 10 out of 10. I think the more I kind of like fiddle with it, that holy retribution.
Yeah.
It would be if it's not a 10 out of 10, it's a very high 9 point something, like 9.8, 9.9. It is very strong. It is almost, I don't want to say too good, but it is very high on the quality.
It's pretty good.
Line. Can you be insta-killed? Oh my gosh. Just insta-killed the magic missiler in Castle Ravenloft, the Return. I can't think of what it's called.
Oh, yeah.
Is very, very good for the paladin here, who doesn't have consistent magic missile protection.
Tremendous heat, and something begins to emerge. The cauldron's fiery heat abates. These vile crones have uttered their last.
Take vials.
It is time
Read the
to
second
settle
note.
down.
Hope these potions work. Let's get out of here.
Settle vials.
I'm probably not going to keep going. Like, I don't care about gear, so I'm just going to keep moving.
Entry into the magical tower.
There was a guy on the Sirlona Facebook group asking for help for gear. Farming gear specifically. If you are said guy, what is your name? Apparently the Sirlona Facebook group is not in my shortcuts. But if you happen to be said guy and you're watching this stream and you'd like help and you're level appropriate, you're welcome. Anyone that's on the Sirlona server, let's just change the rule. Anyone on the Sirlona server that would like to play with me, particularly when I'm alone, if you're level appropriate, send me a tell. Send me a tell. La, 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 la. Wait, no. I wanted to go to the Rooms of Weeping. Dang it. I was busy screwing around. Currently I'm level 13. So anywhere between like 11 and 13 you can get to the second part of Ravenloft is what I'm currently doing. I'm going to do Ravenloft, which there's 2 more quests in Ravenloft. And then I'm probably going to hit Necro 3. Because I think a lot of those quests are not that bad. Some of them are going to suck on a paladin. But a lot of them are not that bad. Like, we'll probably do the Ooze quest for sure. And we'll probably do the two levers thing. I don't want to be doing quests with that you need a trapper for. So probably no rat quest. Even though with a trapper, I feel like rat quest is very, very good. Tomb of the Tormented. And yeah. Other than the rat quest, I think we'll be okay. So bright. Why don't you top me off? Oh, something that happened the other day, Tobrel, and I don't know if it's a weird fluke that I just happened to catch now or something they actually fixed. But I had stat damage from like a poison or something, and I used a Panacea clicky, and you'll never guess what happened.
Did it work?
It fixed my stat damage. That is...
Yeah, they're supposed to... Oh, release notes. So that's been fixed for a while, but the heal is gone.
Well, it didn't
and the release
work.
notes say the heal is back. So supposedly, all the parts are going to work now.
It didn't work off of the panacea from the potion thing, the alchemist. After they said it
Supposed
worked.
to be good.
Yeah. Well, it didn't work on the alchemist, but they could have been the alchemist was broken and this was fine.
Hard to say, but stat damage got fixed, but when they fixed the stat damage, they broke the heal.
Yeah.
R.E. the Alchemist.
So, I don't know. All I know is I like randomly hit it because I was down like some hit points and I wanted to see what it actually healed in Reaper 3 off of the clicky, and it fixed my stat damage. So I was like, what? They said this was working, but it wasn't. And now it looks like it's fixed. Alright, let's go see somebody about some tea party.
All kinds of fixing things.
Yeah, I'm very pro them actually making things work. That's...
Things not being busted as hell? Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Well, let's turn this back down. This one...
Judges will allow your answer.
Yeah. This one's a little bit tricky in general, so I'm gonna dial it back down. Some of the Abishai get really aggravating.
Hi, LJ.
Sneak back like a ninja.
Hello.
He's been back for a while.
Like a ninja. Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. I renewed my Twitch Prime subscription that I just
Like a
remembered to
ninja.
do. Just so you know.
Stabbing for the very first time.
On my stream?
Yes, always on your stream.
Like in the since we started the stream?
Yes, as in the last.
Huh, it hasn't posted yet.
I don't know.
Hopefully it'll post pretty soon. Wolfie here, his Twitch or his Amazon Prime posted just a few minutes ago. So hopefully yours will also post.
Can you afford to side?
Currently, I'm seeing nothing in your chat though. So.
And if so, can you tell which one?
It's gonna be my milkshake.
Okay, well I saw that.
Yeah, probably. I don't know why it's not. It should post. Hopefully it'll post fairly quickly.
This secret passage
We'll just
is
have some
studded with
hopes.
manor across the way.
If it doesn't post, I will manually go over and see if I can force it.
I'm not worried about it, so long as you know that I'm continuing to support the Garobo train.
I do appreciate it. Definitely do. Because otherwise, if you have an Amazon Prime and you're not giving it to somebody, again, I always say it doesn't have to be me, but I do appreciate it if it is me. Otherwise, you're literally just leaving money on the ground for...
Well, if I wasn't giving it to you, I'd be giving it to the Critical Role channel, and they probably, like...
Yeah, they have quite a few people throwing money at them, I believe.
I mean, they make good content. I enjoy their product.
Have they done anything for a while? I thought they were canceled for a while. Or not canceled, but shut down for a while.
Because they're in California, they can't get together.
Yeah.
And so they've been on hiatus since the lockdowns started in California.
Yeah, that's rough.
They're doing some stuff, like their All Work No Play podcast is still going, and then rather than doing the at the table D&D stuff, they're doing like storytelling phone calls and stuff like that. They're still producing content, just not their regular content.
Well, also their cartoon should be getting worked on too, right?
Yes, their cartoon has always had a release date of this fall though. So, like I think it's supposed to be in post-production for the first season right now. Because it's supposed to come out in like August or September.
I'm gonna be super honest. I'm a person that doesn't watch Critical Role, but so many of the viewers do, so I actually know bits and pieces here and there. But I would actually like to watch Relic and Reliquaries, and I'm actually very annoyed that it's not someplace that I can see. They hid it behind the paywall on Nerdist, I guess.
So like, what? I didn't start watching. I didn't start watching Critical Role until I got quarantined.
Yeah, I bet. I only hear good things, and I see some of the little like short clip stuff, you know.
Yes.
And it seems very entertaining. I really like the stuff that's been reanimated, because to me that hits on multiple mediums for me, and I do like it. That's why I'm looking forward to the cartoon.
Yes, and like personally, my thing is I love watching their D&D games because it is a stark contrast to us.
To our shit show.
Well, I mean, not just our shit show, but like let's be honest. We are absolutely a hack and slash group.
What?
Not always, but like 90% of the time.
Like 80%.
Not 80%, 90%.
I think
80% from
I think-
20% complete fucking around.
I think both of you are wildly inaccurate with your numbers. It's like 95% hack and
95%
slash,
hack and slash.
like 2.5% fucking around, and 2.5% one or two of us are trying really hard to do roleplay stuff, while everyone else is bored.
So, this is how I look at it, okay? The only times that I need to move forward and either do the roleplay or move things forward is when everybody else has had a chance and has not made forward progress. Which is why half the time it seems like my character, like, bored, walks over and, like, solves the, like, come on guys, this is not that hard, you guys will get there. And then sometimes it seems like it never gets there. So I, like, that's usually when I'll say something along the lines of, this is not that hard, this is what's happening, or whatever. And then we'll go, and we'll advance the quest forward. But the rest of the time I want you guys to be able to do that stuff because you guys enjoy it. Like, specifically you and Zach, and some degree Dustin.
See, Dustin's the one I usually have a problem with, because Dustin will absolutely completely ruin the immersion of the game and just barrel forward through shit, and it's like,
What? Come on. Like, wandering through dungeons have ever happened with Dustin. Bored now. I'm gonna go wander through this room.
I'm gonna be in this room suddenly. What's in this room? It's like, can we just slowly progress through the dungeon and listen to the flavor text? I want to watch the cutscene, and I don't care about your max DPS.
Nope, DPS, bitch.
No, some of us are busy playing Factorio and don't want to be distracted from both things at the same time. Oh, man.
Looking forward to you running, and I'm gonna be playing DDOs or
Hey,
something. You're gonna be
if
like,
people-
"Why aren't you?"
If people want that to happen, I don't think you're going to have situations that you're going to be able to be as distracted with if we decide to do the Phoenix Dawn, because it is how you interact in combat is telling the story. However, I really do think that this is like the fourth one, right? Nope, that was not the fourth one. But I really do think that you're going to get a lot of people doing the same thing, like if we decide to do 5th edition. Which I honestly don't care which rule set we use. I'm obviously much more proficient in 3.5, but Dungeons & Dragons is Dungeons & Dragons. And you and I, our DM styles are much closer together than, like, say, a Dustin's, where rules matter super closely.
What are you saying about my rules?
Look, bullshit, man. I love you.
For those who don't know, we have a Sunday night D&D pen and paper D&D game, and the last major encounter we had, Tobril, who's currently DMing, literally started the encounter with, by the way, guys, there's going to be a lot of bullshit going on.
I warned you, though.
You did warn us, and I think both me and Dustin slipped just once or twice where we were like, wait, that's not how that works, or tried to explain something as bullshit. I think we only did it once or twice a piece.
And then realized,
Then we were like, oh wait, no, he specifically told us this is bullshit.
I did give that caveat. They did not feel like making 400 guys, and like, I probably could have prepared better with like spells too. I was like reading a lot of spells like that night, those nights, but I didn't.
Also, I think Zach is a little mad that the magic, because of the wording of the magic item you gave me, I'm a much more effective healer handing out healing potions than he is with all of his feats and magic and stuff.
Now we've learned a thing or two about the system.
Now well, I mean, I think he would be a better healer if the thing was balanced, right? Like,
I do think that the system has some opportunities.
Well, I mean, like, if the magic item you'd given me didn't completely skew things the way it does.
You got like lots of dice. I think is a lot of it.
Well, because I'm at a level where I'm making my healing potions with lots of dice, and the magic item you gave me allows me to add
Per
like,
dice, yeah.
+3 per die, and so the healing potions are fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're in the evening. It's not as big of a deal.
Okay, I apologize though.
It's fine. Like I said,
I really.
Like, today, actually, I'm pretty sure Rachel and the young Witties were watching the stream for a little bit, so, like, those are the people that we try to keep the language cleaned up for, but that usually only happens during the day, so.
Rachel is in the Brit?
No, Witty's wife.
Oh.
At least I
did not
assume
realize-
that's the one, because the individual who took over Witty's account was typing in chat, defined herself as the Lady Witty.
Nice.
So, I believe that only leaves 2 options, and I don't think that the other Lady Witty has
Maybe we should congratulate him on transitioning.
I mean, that's also a possibility, but I really do suspect that is unlikely. I feel like there are two ladies in the house. I suspect one of the 2 of them probably left a message.
There are 3 ladies in the house.
Is there? No, there's not a pet. Who are you talking about?
The baby. They've got Elena and they've got Everest.
Everest is a boy.
Everest is a girl.
Hang on a second.
One of you are right. One of you are not.
Oh my
It's gonna
god.
be funny.
This whole time.
Which is why I thought the name was very unique.
Hey Sam.
That Everest was a boy?
Yeah, because I swear they told me it was a boy.
No,
Wanna know a
it
fun
was
fact?
girl.
Yeah.
Boys have penises and girls have vaginas.
It's 2020, man. You
Did
can't
they
make
not-
that joke.
Did they not know that?
I didn't
They
exclude
did. I-
anyone.
They were
I
telling
just said
you
that
Everest was
those
a girl?
two.
Yeah, I just
Yes. Girls. Anyway, Mom texted me and asked me if I wanted 3 chickens. I told her not really. She didn't say anything else, but I was thinking
we don't
maybe-
have a pin, or
Well, she would have to give us their 2.
then that's just that much more crap in the
I
backyard.
know. That's why I said not really, because we just got the backyard. I really don't.
And then I gotta
But
thing proof.
I really don't want to feed
stuff.
the fox and the chickens.
That's the real thing.
Because
Ask the
really, they could
gents.
stay back there in their fucking pen. It wouldn't be that big a deal. But,
Well, they already lived their life trapped in a cage.
right. And it wouldn't be that big a deal. But the digging and the fox coming back to the yard, I'm just not really
I'm
on all
not
that.
pro. I'm not pro that right now. I miss the chickens and the ducks and having
I
eggs
know, I
and
get sad.
the work that they do cleaning up the
Right.
backyard. But I just do not.
Yeah, I don't miss like
I
all the
can't.
work and the heartache.
I can't go through
All
you
that.
being upset
It
again.
is. It's still very sad. Yeah.
You can see if the gents want them.
Ducks now. That's where I live. Everybody's gonna know. Alright. Well, I mean, certainly she can find somebody if she's just willing to give them away with their house. Somebody would take them.
Probably.
I just really don't.
I mean, if she absolutely
Want the
positively
responsibility
can't
anymore.
find any place else to put them, I guess we can.
Right, I'll tell you that later. I'm not gonna tell you that.
But I don't want to.
I just don't want to. The chickens don't live very long.
I just don't want any
They're
more
already
pets.
over a year old. They're almost 2 years old. On Memorial Day.
Yeah.
Well, after Memorial Day, because Memorial Day is.
They came when
This
the
will be 2 years.
weekend of her stroke.
The Memorial Day will be, well, actually, the weekend, because the stroke was probably a couple days before, will be 2 years. And they came, like, right after that, while she was in the hospital.
Right.
I thought chickens would have lived for a year.
No.
How long did they live?
Couple years.
Couple years. So they're fucking old, anyway.
Getting there. They're probably ready to be Coco Bond.
I know she's probably tired of having to take care of them, and it's getting hot, and she's probably worried about the heat. I'm sure she can find someone. If not, we can take them. They're not going to be around much longer.
Well, and they-
Here, they going to be around.
And it might be better off to now.
She won't.
Like we just
I
have
know.
chicken
And
one day and then tell her
I
that the
was
fox got
serious.
them.
She was serious. Yeah, I'm so tired of bloody massacres in the backyard. I just
That's like I said, I'm tired of you not being able to handle that.
obviously can handle it, but I don't want to do it again.
Right.
It's so sad. Even when they weren't very nice, it's so sad.
I know, I agree. Alright, take your dog with you, get out of here. Ugh. I miss the small animals in the backyard and stuff, but I'm not willing to take on more junk right now.
That seems fair.
Well, like when I was back there mowing the yard, for example, or whatever, I was like, man, you know how great it'd be to just put the chicken coop over this area or whatever and let them clean it all up again? Because they do such a good job of, like, the reason that there's, and I don't want to say we have a weed problem, but the reason that we have more weeds now than we should have in the backyard is because the chickens ate everything, all the weeds, for so long that when the chickens actually left, the ducks were basically taught not to do that stuff. So the ducks never ate that kind of, they always ate the bugs and stuff like that. But the ducks, or the chickens, were the ones that like ate the weeds and ate the stuff that was problematic. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, I wish we had the chickens right now. The chickens would eat all of these things. Like, you know what I mean? I just like ran through a patch of stuff with the mower, and I'm like, oh my god, the chickens would have eaten all of this, and they would have like loved it. I do miss the chickens sometimes when it comes to cleaning up the backyard, but I do not miss moving their chicken pen and re-rocking it every time and making sure that it's secure and still finding out some weird mistake happened and all of a sudden you've got, you know, a pile of dead chickens in your backyard and it's like, no thanks. No thank you. Anyway, what were we complaining about? So I'm stuck in the loading
I don't
screen.
know. You went on a domestic dispute for a second.
DMing. That's what I was talking about.
Ah, yes.
Anyway, the Phoenix Dawn Command, I feel like, is a game that, because it's so roleplay intensive to take your turn, you would not be able to get out of it as much. Where, like, in Dungeons and Dragons, and especially with turns taking a long time, which is something I didn't like about Pathfinder, is it felt like, you know, 3 actions or 4 actions or 5 actions. Like, it was great having lots of options and being able to do multiple things, but at the same time it's like, man, that took a lot of time to do things for every single person. Where
I think it's about the same.
I know, it certainly felt longer on my end. But then again, I'm also comparing it to things like how long it took for us to do the thing that's going to start airing this weekend, I guess, over on DDO stream. When we recorded it, it felt like our turns went very, very quickly because we knew what we were doing and had a plan in advance, as opposed to some of the other people's turns that felt very slow and not prepared.
Yeah, and I think that was because we were all involved, right? Like,
Yeah. You know, but also, like, situations like Haste in 5th edition takes one person out of the equation. Like, I'm just going to maintain Haste and move over here. Okay. You know, like, those are things that make a turn go by very quickly, even though one person might take a whole extra action on their turn or whatever. It still cuts down the overall time, I think, significantly.
well, that's not necessarily a fair assessment, because the problem with that is none of the other spells that the DM chose.
Right. You only all your spells on that particular build were concentration spells.
Right, and so
I understand.
So I had very few options for anything to do unless I was going to take away the haste, and that was going to stun Tobril for a round if I did.
Right. Alright, I'm going to have to restart my DDO client, folks. The game is locked up, tighter than a witch's titty in Barovia. But, I don't know. Personally, I felt a lot of that weirdness. I also feel like in Pathfinder, since nothing had a duration, it felt like a lot of times certain people, aka myself, was like doing the same thing, where it had my special item not adapted, so I had basically a free action to sing a song. I literally felt like I was just like, maintain this, this, and this, and pass my turn. So.
Right.
You get duration things. You just didn't take them. There's like a million feats and things that get duration things.
If you were the correct tree, essentially, what are they called? Muse? If you're the right muse, you could have had a duration stuff. But I did not have the right muse. I think you intended me to take some of the other stuff, but at that point we had already developed the other item to have a free action, and I felt like that would have been really abusive if I had so many actions every turn. Even when I hasted myself at the end and had 5 actions, I felt like that got really abusive. Can you imagine if I freed up one of them by also taking my song lasts longer?
Well, I also did the one thing because I didn't realize that at the time I didn't realize that there were options. Like, I actually read the class. I'm like, oh, there are options. You just didn't take them.
Right, well, not just, but again, I went down the muse I picked didn't allow me to take those options.
Understand? Just saying.
And also, I feel like that bard was very much my style of character. Like, I can do, if I do these things and chain them together, I can just like do everything. Perfect. I will fill all the leftover roles that need filled, guys. Alright, Yantard is. I don't know. I think it was a fun experiment, but I'm kind of over Pathfinder 2. I'll take a look and see what other people are doing for Ben's campaign to see if he made me a character sheet. If he did, I'll put something together, but if he didn't, I might sit out a couple of weeks, do some other things, and just like have it up and listen. spend that time working on the bus or whatever. Just listen to guys and hang out on voice chat. Wouldn't be the worst use of my time. Alright. Oh, that was a good crit. Thanks for deciding to move me out of the thing, DDO. Boom. Oh no, I was brainstorming my other idea. I'm actually kind of excited for this notion. I think I just decided how to handle what I want to do instead of giving everybody a free level, essentially. I think I'm just gonna...
Making all of us hate our characters because we didn't want to take a wizard level?
Well, I wasn't gonna make you take a wizard level. I was going to... Basically, I was gonna give everyone a free wizard level. But instead, I think I'm just gonna handle it by a different thing. That'll involve a lot of shenanigans. I also need to look through some of Keith Baker's stuff and see what he has for in his various notes about seafaring-y things. So I wouldn't want somebody to, like, culture correct me.
Well, first of all, we're gonna make up some bullshit as far as that goes anyhow. Guaranteed. 100%.
So my desire is to change up the way things have been played for us for a long time, is to take us to an environment that we don't usually play in. Which, because water has rules, we just always kind of use water as like a... or ships or whatever as a more of a story medium than an actually do things medium. I think it would be fun to be able to have it be more the other way around, where it's more than just a story medium. Or, yeah, more than just that. Just as a change of pace, kinda. Oh, I should have featherfalled up there. That was dumb of me. Oh, what am I doing? First, it's not down up there. I want to go down here first. Never mind. Magic Missile's got 1 minute left on it. For anti-magic missile. Alright, we have gained another password. I guess we'll go back this way and see if it happens to be the password we're looking for. Oh, Stone Guard, no thanks. Let's kill that. Nobody's interested in your Bull-larky magic missile spells. Stop it.
Everybody loves magic missile.
I don't like taking a bunch of magic missiles to the back of my head.
I feel like you're wrong there.
Yeah?
The decrepit lich turns
I feel like you have no idea what kind of shenanigans. Oh my gosh, so good. Nope, nope. What killed you? What's out here? Oh, some golems. These golems decided to come alive and spawn a slow reaper. Famine reaper. That's no bueno. Oh, I thought there was another reaper coming around the corner too. I'm like, no wonder this chick's struggling. 2 reapers and 2 of these golems? Like, yeah. You can see how a normal level 11 cleric would struggle against that.
Because she's weak.
Well, it's not her fault. She's underpowered for the difficulty of the quest. Honestly, I should be using level 13 hireling anyway. I don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't. That's the end. That's the truth. So yeah, I need to look at the, if we decide to do 5th edition instead of the other thing, I need to look at how the skills are handled. Because basically I think what I'll just do to make it easier for everybody is give everybody some sort of bonus to UMD. And just use that for the various magic item checks and stuff like that there'll probably be quite a bit of. And then that way, assuming 5th edition has some sort of UMD, which I honestly don't remember. And then that way people
When you say UMD, what do you mean?
use magic device. Oh, it's an old school concept, been around a long time, so I assume they have it.
I don't think they do.
Tell me my fortune. While you're telling me my fortune, where's my damn 5th edition players?
Well, there's nothing to say it can't be invented.
Yeah, I need some sort of way for people to interact with the boats and some of the various magic items besides just like, you guys can do whatever the hell you want.
LJ, you know what that sounds like? Not our problem.
Can't find skills in 5th edition at all. I'll have to look it up later, I guess.
I know it's not a skill.
Huh, that's convenient. I found the thingy of Ravenloft, like, literally right here at the front door. Or walking in the room. That sounds perfect.
This is the sarcophagus of Zuvu. The Casimir is searching for you. You call out to him and
Do I want to complete? Yeah, let's just complete now in case something goes terribly wrong.
Surely it will be useful to struggle.
I'm not gonna get that many more things to do things. Alright, while we're at it, let's bring up the Restream website here and see if they procced. Oh, not Restream. What am I looking for actually? Streamlabs, sorry. Let's bring up Streamlabs. Are we done here? Nope, not done here. Go to my dashboard. Recent events. Yeah, it is not telling me that you have done anything looking at the log. My guy.
My thing says that it's my 4-month sub anniversary.
Well, I can make a noise from somebody else doing a thing, but apparently I can't. Oh, let me see this actually.
Yay!
Oh my god, did it just go? It literally just went. I did nothing. I swear to God, I literally did nothing. Well, there you go. May the Optimus Prime be with you, my friend. Hamsters. Apparently you just needed to go in there and kick the tires by looking at it.
Well, I pushed the share thing on this little block here.
Okay, well
I guess I didn't realize I had to do that.
I didn't either. I didn't know that was a thing. That would make sense, though. I've had some people, not complain is not the right word, but say that they didn't get their animation. I couldn't figure out why. Because it never got reported, I guess. They just happened. I definitely would want you to get your animation if you want it. I feel like that is important. That is one of my ways of saying thank you. You get to see Optimus Prime fighting Megatron. Which is a better love story than all the other things. Twilight. There you go.
Was the title of your stream because of how frowned upon it is to advertise?
Yes! Yes, it is. There may have been a slight continuation of the discussion over the forums the last couple of hours.
Slight.
Let's just say, if those of you watching happen to be forumites, I would really appreciate it if you would go find the people complaining about having the Twitch URL in the LFMs and go off and leave a comment one way or the other. I feel like it would be beneficial to everybody. So I'd appreciate that greatly. And I don't care which way you lean. If you say, no, I don't want to see him, or yes, I do want to see him. I just feel like having the discussion is better than not having the discussion, which is what's pissing me off, is that one half of the people are literally just saying, this has already been decided, and the answer is no, fuck off. Let's stop talking about it. I'm just like, no, that we are not done talking about this yet. Alright. Give me my sweet cheers. Oh man, I got a Shadow Hall cloak, which is actually a tough one to come by. It's not special or anything, but I will take it. And while we leave, I guess we might as well go pick up a couple extra junk chests, right? Might as well. Also, when I had to restart, I didn't turn on power attack for this whole quest.
Seems fairly short-sighted.
It's only like 10 damage an attack, 30 damage on a crit. I crit on a 15 to 20, so like it almost never happens, right? Damage not relevant. You know, plus my melee power, how that's added because of it and stuff like that. It's hardly worth mentioning. Why do you have to turn off? Oh man. Some of the things that they've decided are default off are very aggravating to me. I feel like I'm working much harder for some of these chests than I should.
You hear a single coin fall on your feet, bounce on the floor, then roll into a crack between marble tiles.
So I think... No, probably not yet. Soon, I'll have to do some math. But I think what we'll do is I'll check some numbers and see when the second season of the Boys comes out, and we might do season 1 of the Boys as our D&D as in a movie here in the... Yeah, I think that'll be one of the things we want to do.
Oh, the Boys.
That show was great.
Oh,
Did enjoy. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Very few shows have made me think I was going to pee myself lately, but there were times in that one that's like...
Pretty good.
You responded and it shows your join date. Oh, on that thread. Ah, no, I cannot tell you how many of Carl Irving, whatever, like, so almost literally everything I've seen him in, I've thought he's done an amazing job. Almost always have a good, like, the works that he picks to do are
And who
very
is he?
well. Huh?
Carl Urban.
Yeah, Carl Urban, that's his name. Thank you.
Who is that, though? Like, in the show?
He's the real main character. He's he's Bones from Star Trek. He's
Butcher.
Huh?
Oh, okay.
The Butcher. There you go. He's yeah. He's the Law. I can't think of anything other than Law.
Dread.
Dread.
There's another movie where he plays some kind of cop and he's real good too, like some kind of like FBI guy.
Yeah, like everything I see him do, he's real good. Man, I really love how this one guy's starting to like fight the tide. Tide's turning against him. He's just like, Doesn't matter how much good it is. It matters that there's this one negative. By me, and I want it the way I want it.
Are there more results now?
Just a couple. Mary made a comment. Oh, maybe you had commented again since I looked. I don't know. And a couple more. People saying I don't really see this on Orion. But I did notice it a lot on hardcore, which is exclusively where I used it, was on the hardcore server. Because I didn't want people to feel like they were getting fed into my stream to get murdered on camera. Yeah, I think these are all good comments of late, so... Yeah, Tobral he's got an old account, 2006. My count is, I think, also 2006.
Because you're both old.
We are in fact old. But also, Dustin bought my account, and then he gave it to me. Which is why I can hold up this box. You bitches can't hold up this box. Maybe you can, but I can.
Homemade bug spray.
I couldn't see what that box was.
It was the Dungeons and Dragons online box from when you first bought it years ago.
I used to have it. I might still have it. It might be in a box in the storage unit.
I still have it.
Oh my gosh, you guys, cray.
Because
Still have what?
I specifically remember getting it because you guys were all playing it, but because I was in such a... Because I was 7 hours behind everybody.
Yeah.
When I got off work, you guys were all going to bed.
Well,
I don't remember
That's
who.
because we're old.
Somebody gave it to me for graduation.
You know, that sounds like the kind of graduation present somebody would give one of us.
Mm-hmm.
Be like, oh, hey, we want you to play this game. Now you have no excuses.
That's right. Get your act together. Well, as always, my friends, if you guys choose to come back to Dungeons & Dragons Online, I will be happy to basically have a static time to play with you guys on a special character that does nothing but hang out with you guys. That is a thing that I will do to hang out with you guys on Dungeons & Dragons.
I tried jumping back into it. I just can't do it.
It's a little different. It's a different panda. I can also look watching you play like some of the other things that you've been playing, like Final Fantasy, whatever it is. Like you were streaming that for a while. Like the way the graphics are compared to this being a much older game. I can see where for some people
it's
that
not,
would be really jarring.
It's not just graphics though. It's just the game just doesn't really capture me anymore. I mean, Final Fantasy 14 doesn't much capture me anymore either. It's just fun to go back whenever they give you a free week or whatever.
Check things out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fair. I don't know. I think there's a very strong possibility that this game could turn in such a way that I was like, I'm over it. It would have to be a pretty drastic turn, and I don't really foresee that happening, but it could. So we definitely have 2 or 3 of these that we want to do, and I don't remember which quests they are, so I'm just going to pick these all up because I'm a terrible person.
But I will tell you, I bought the, I mean, it's like 5 years old now, but the 3DS Zelda game, Link Between Worlds.
Hmm.
It is a trip down memory lane.
Do they also have a Switch version?
No, they made Link's Awakening
That's it.
for the Switch recently.
Yeah. Tanya got that for herself, like, kind of early in the lockdown, and she's been playing the hell out of that. And that, every time I, like, sit down next to her and I watch her playing it, it's definitely a Link to the Past, sort of.
But yeah, this game takes place in the same world as A Link to the Past. And, like, they've got all the same sound effects and music, and, I mean, graphics are a little fancied up, and it seems a little dumbed down, but it's still wonderful.
You know, the problem is it probably not dumbed down at all. It's just we remember playing A Link to the Past when we were all very young. And now that our brains have had time to fully develop, it's like, oh, this shit's not very hard at all.
I don't know about that. Like, a lot of the new puzzles seem very dumbed down. Now, whether they were, like you said, dumbed down before or whatever, I don't know. But I definitely see a big change in a lot of the things getting remade or whatever. Alright. I'm also going to go ahead and grab Fumblebot, my alt account. I'm going to flag him as an opener for at least some of these quests here.
Oh man, somebody's giving away a free couch.
Oh yeah?
Here, you take these lice.
Oh, you're a monster. Alright, so Fumblebot is basically just gonna pike at the door. Which I feel is probably fine. I guess I could also kill him and then do stuff, but I feel like he's so out of date, it would be quite difficult to actually do anything like that with him right now.
You know, I could fire up the old World of Warcraft. It's okay.
Yeah?
The Wowzers.
Or I could continue to mindlessly scroll through Facebook.
I mean, a little bit of A, a little bit of B, right?
Or I could do something productive, which I just really don't feel like doing.
That sounds terrible. Alright, do we have a buff besides haste? No. Alright, haste it is. Whoop. If you miss lunchtime and you want to say cool for boxes sale. Confused about that order of words. What's up, troll? Oh man, I'm on currently the newest Dresden book on my reread list.
Skin game?
Skin game, yeah. And they had.
That was.
Go ahead.
No, it's just that's a good one.
Yeah, well, they're all pretty good ones.
They're all pretty good, yeah.
But I'm actually maybe a little bit ahead of schedule. Actually, of finishing before the new book comes out. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I am super excited for the new book.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, another new book.
That's true. I'm almost afraid. Like, so he was going to make one big book, but decided it was so big that he might as well put a little bit of, not really filler, but a few other things in and make it 2 books. So I'm really hoping that it still feels like 2 books
Yeah, I mean,
and not like part 1, part 2.
right. I would hope that, like, so Jim Butcher's a good enough author. I hope that he's able to do that successfully, right? I mean,
Yeah. Well, again, my fear is I don't mind having a part 1 and part 2 to read. Like, that's fine. I just know me, and what's probably going to happen is I'm going to read the first book in, like, a day and a half. I probably just won't sleep, and I'll just read that. And then I'll be like, if it is part 2, I'll be like, damn it! For a month. You know what I mean?
right.
And I just can't. I don't want to deal with that. I'm one of those people that there'll become a point in a book where it's got to be finished. And often it is, especially in the Dresden books, you can kind of tell when the story starts to turn. And he's moving into Act 3. I cannot put down one of the Dresden books when it turns to Act 3.
Right.
So if the book turns out to be, you know, Act 1 and half of Act 2 and Act 3 is all in the next book, I'm gonna be so mad.
Right.
For a month. Gnome Alchemist Bobarder is your next vote. That would not be the worst, Thakar. I have not started taking suggestions, but we can put that definitely down as one of the suggestions. I would not be opposed to knocking out my two more Alchemist lives, but I'd also would kind of not be opposed to finishing racials. So I have human left, half elf, I think, ASMR, and something else, I think, or maybe it was just those 3 for races. So we're definitely getting close to the be done TRing. Especially if I have as much equivalent fun as I am having on the Paladin here.
I think you'd enjoy Alchemist too.
I've really enjoyed the Alchemist stuff that I have done. Like I've told people a lot, I've done 2 Alchemist builds. I did an Undead Alchemist on the hardcore server before it kind of like started taking off a little bit. I feel like I may have pioneered the concept behind that build. And then I did a melee Knife Fighter build. Man, that thing also felt really strong. Half Elf is next with extra conjuration for Spell Entangle. And I'd be fine if people wanted to do Sea Alchemist, but also put it on one of the racial lives. Because it's very likely that I think an Alchemist of any race could be entertaining. I have the feel like you could squeeze out an extra DC or something here or there, whatever, but I just think Alchemist has a lot of interesting potential. And it's got a lot of build potential. Like a lot. So, if people would rather see 2 class-based builds instead of 3 race-based builds, then like I said, we'll see what the voters say. It's very likely that we could be ready to TR again. It's hard telling, to be really honest, because if I end up going out of town on Friday, I may end up taking a partial day on Thursday. If I don't go out of town on Friday, I'll 100% taking a partial day on Thursday. So what I actually threatened to do, and I told the wife, is what I could do if she wanted, is I could leave like Thursday or something and drive the bus up there. Take a couple days to get there. Find some place to park the bus, and then like I could have the bus manageable to drive and like rough camp in. Wouldn't be the funnest. But it'd have heat and a bed and everything could be bolted in place. Yeah, it could be by Monday. I would assume early next week would probably be my target area. Because keep in mind that even though we've been moving at a pretty good pace, we do typically slow down a little bit at just a little bit higher level here. Quests get a little bit longer. I don't really love Sharn as much as some other people do. I do like it, I think it's good, but I don't know, I feel like some of the quests are more of a one-time quest. And, oh no! I was casting my Unyielding Sovereignty, but I looked up and I realized that we had the Reaper dot on us. And in that moment, we just did not get enough healing. It's okay.
Wrecked.
Yeah, sort of. But I always have a plan, right?
Plan to get wrecked. It's okay. You want to hear something bad?
What was that?
My my little test bard I'm working on.
Mm-hmm.
I carefully spent all my feats and skill points and everything, and guess what? I forgot to put points in.
Perform?
Perform.
Oh, we also had a soul cruelty dots. I don't know how many. That could be problematic as well. The other thing to keep in mind is if I can get the equipment together that I want, and I'm going to... I think I've decided I'm not going to hook up that other router upstairs to be able to get a reasonable 2.5 gigahertz router signal upstairs and use this camera. I might just find a different one.
Alright, Lentilman, I'm gonna let you guys go.
Alright, homie. Have a good night.
We will catch y'all later.
John lives that early AM life.
Tobril, if you're gonna get here tomorrow, just let me know when you leave so that I have an idea of when you're gonna get here.
Okay, I'll let you know when I leave.
Alright, appreciate it.
Or if I don't.
Yep. Bye.
I can't believe it's already Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. And by Wednesday, you mean Tuesday?
Well, it's basically Wednesday for me. Like, by the time this stream is over, it's gonna be Wednesday.
You know, by the time this week is over, it's going to be next week.
Oh my god, please don't say shit like that. Because it's true. Dogar says I got my perform to 115 so you can do the talking. Are there any places in the video where having a super high perform does anything? Like uncrowd control spell damagey?
There's a quest here or there. A ton.
Like Sage's cable or whatever? Sage in the stable? Why are you not dead?
Alright, perform!
I feel like
Let's
that
put
may
points
do
on it.
something. Whitty, would you like to hear something magical?
Sure.
In the patch for DDO that's coming up soon, you can now ranged fire to break a door. You can break a door with your bow and arrow. Which
Mhm.
is fucking magical. So, I have a couple of ranged characters, or I tend to do ranged lives, and there's very little that's more annoying than not being able to smash a door down because it won't let you interact with it because you're ranged. That is like magic, my friend. Also, they're nerfing zombie, but we're not allowed to have good things.
Are you breaking up, or am I having trouble with Discord?
You've been all on again, off again, having difficulty on Discord, but I didn't say anything because it has not been that bad. What about the poor Warlock Blast? I didn't see anything about a Warlock Blast. What's up
There's
with
new
it?
packs.
There are new packs?
Pacts, yes.
That's cool. Anything good?
Maybe.
Warlock has
Shall
needed some
we-
love for a little while.
Shall we react to them?
Yeah, sure. What? I'm down. Tell me your story of
Alright.
Warlock woe.
Do I need to stream so I can react to you reacting?
Oh my god. The guy
React-
watching the reaction
react.
video was so great yesterday. Alright, what do you have?
Alright, I'm pulling up the notes for the pack.
Oh, the Warlock I don't know if the Warlock can burst the door down or not. Again, I would assume so, but
New packs. Oh, also random loot's getting changes too. They're bringing back a bunch of the old crazy stuff.
like good crazy stuff?
And some new things. Which one do you want to do first? You want to do Warlocks or Loot?
Let's do the Warlocks.
Okay, Warlocks. New packs. Celestial, the Abyss, and Carcery. Or however you say that word.
And what?
Carcery? Otherwise known as Tartarus.
Oh, okay.
Alright, Celestial Pact. The element is electric. The save is will. And you must be good. Your bonus spells from 1st to 6th level are Bless, Soundburst, Magic Circle, Prayer, Holy Aura, Freedom.
Wow, that turned really sour really fast.
Your special abilities are level 6, 5 PRR and 1 saves. Level 15 special ability, you get a blow up an undead. I don't know what kind of timer this is on, it doesn't say. 15 plus warlock level plus charisma modifier to blow up an undead.
One single?
Looks like it's a single. From the wording.
Boo.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh, obliterate an undead or severely weaken a non-undead. Alright. Undead who fail to save. Oh. I think it's supposed to mean undead that pass the save, or enemies who are not undead. Instead are terrorized and have their MRR reduced by 10 for 6 seconds. So I'm wondering if this is on a short cooldown. So this is a very interesting buffer debuffer thing, is what this is. With like the blessed prayer, like and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it does not sound that intriguing to me.
I
I was really excited when the power was, or the damage was electricity, but
Let's see, the next one, the Abyss. Element, negative.
okay.
Save is Fortitude.
Okay.
You must not be good. Oh, the Celestial you required to be good.
Yeah,
This one you're required to not be good.
Yeah, you did hit those.
Okay. Bonus spells. Get in order. Mage Armor. Spawn Screen. Halt Undead. Death Aura. Symbol of Pain. Energy Drain.
That one seems good.
Your special things are at 6th level. 5 PRR and 5 MRR. Keeping in mind that at this level the other packs are like +2 to some save.
Right.
So it's it's a minor thing. Your 15th level ability is you become an undead.
Well, it doesn't seem that bad, really.
Doesn't give you like a fancy super type, it just gives you basic
Well, you probably just
critical hit resistance, healed by negative, 50% from positive, double damage from light. And you're considered undead. You don't get to be like special vampire, lick, whatever, just you turn undead. That's it.
yeah, you got like generic undead form, whatever.
So that's the Abyss.
That doesn't seem that bad. What was the second to last additional spell?
Symbol of Pain.
Yeah, see, that's kind of bad.
So that's the Abyss. Then Tartarus, because I can't spell the C word or say the C word. Packed dice element is cold. Save is reflex. Alignment restriction, none.
Okay, so this is either going to be amazing or shitty. Carry on.
You get your spells. Merfolk's Blessing.
Okay.
Gust of Wind.
Oh, Gust of Wind's good.
Sleet Storm.
Sleet Storm's good.
Ice Storm.
At what level is Ice Storm? 6?
4th level fancy spell for the...
Okay, it's 4th. Okay, that's still fine then.
These are the auto grants.
Yeah, the bonus spell.
Yep. Nyax Biting Cold, I think that's the dot. And
Yes,
Greater Creeping Cold.
Okay, that doesn't seem terrible. It's just cold is kind of not the best element.
Your special things. Actually, cold is one of the top elements right now.
Okay, let me rephrase. Going
For a
from
Sork,
level
anyhow.
1 to 20, cold is not the best thing.
You'd have to have some kind of... Yeah, I don't know if they have any kind of way of
Bypassing.
make people vulnerable. Yeah. For a Sork, Ice is the highest DPS right now. Your special abilities are 10% cold absorption at level 6.
That's cool.
No, it's the opposite of cool.
No, it literally is cool. You're down with the cold.
No, you don't take as much cold.
Yeah.
Level 15.
Like the Winter Night, you're down with the cool, which is very cool.
Absolute zero. Attempt to lock an enemy in ice permanently.
Okay, so that's a copy of the freezing one, or the earth grab one, kinda. Permanently, so forever. huh?
So it's a single enemy. All right.
Yeah, it's
But then
hurl
it says
through element.
enemies plural, so I don't know what's up with this. Must save. It's like a hurl,
Yeah, it's a
and
hurl.
then they're an ice block. Enemies made of fire will instead be destroyed if no save.
Oh, that could be really good.
Does not affect bosses,
No.
in theory.
Yeah, that could be okay. Again,
So it's almost the same as Hurl, but not quite.
yeah, the big disadvantages is not like warlocks don't have the ability to make people susceptible to their element willingly, like for free. And there's not like a racial way to do it that I know of. Like you can with fire.
Key flame, but that's fire.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you can do it with fire, but you can't do it with anything else. So. Now, if you're a person that plays at just a certain spot in the game, and once you get to that spot, cold could be really strong. But
Yeah, you still don't have a way to unvulnerable.
yeah, but
Make
like
vulnerable.
so, Ravenloft, almost all of those monsters have cold reduction. Like
And they wear skirts.
they do wear skirts, which is great because I love it when they put a breeze right on my balls.
And the men wear the kilts. There you go.
Anyway, morning love,
What's going on, guys?
just rocking some Dungeons and Dragons.
Did your package come yet?
No,
Yeah, it's crazy. It's
did
just
you get a
not
tracking number?
No, I just mailed it like normal mail. Dropped it off at the post office. It was just in a white envelope and then a plastic tube inside. That's pretty much all it is.
Nope, nothing.
Hey, I had a letter I got. It was mailed like 11 days ago from Las Vegas, and it's like nothing. It's like really close to me. You know what I'm saying? It's like not very far. It
Wow.
took that long. Took that long to get. Yeah. Mail system's super slow because all the stimulus checks going out and other things.
Crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah, I know. I won some. Had my boss buy or bid on an auction on eBay for me that he ended up winning, and the stove got shipped from up north somewhere, northeast somewhere. I'd have to double check where. Not New York, but someplace by New York. Got it in 2 days after the auction was over. And it just came regular mail. Cause he like came to the house and I'm like, oh, do you need paid so you can buy that? He's like, no, it's here. It's on your front porch. I'm like, what?
My sister got a new bank account, and so it usually takes like 3 or 4 days for your ATM card to come. It took her like 16 days.
Wow. It must just be California that's all jacked up.
It could be. It could be.
Got a new keyboard from Amazon. They say 2 days. Yeah, keep me informed. That's...
Yeah, I got a mouse showing up tomorrow by 9 p.m. I ordered it on Sunday.
Yeah,
The mouse I use just sucks. Every time I click on my toolbar, I gotta like either hold the button down really hard, or like when I try to like move stuff from a toolbar to a toolbar, it'll like go off the screen. I gotta try to drag it out of my backpack. It doesn't drag all the way. It like disappears. And I'm like, oh, I get so frustrated. That's why sometimes I'm slow. I'm trying to follow you or do stuff, and like it's everything on my screen gets screwed up. It just sucks. So I gotta get a new mouse.
Yeah. I know. I'm really hoping that the post office will kind of get their shit back together soon. And then the people will stop taking money from their pension fund that they are legally required to have full. That's where they keep getting in trouble, is that people are like, oh, you gotta bail out the post office because their pension fund's empty. And it's like, well, Congress just keeps stealing it, so... And they have to have it full, like, it's the law. But Congress can just reach in there anytime they need a paycheck. It's not a very cool way to have a business. Yeah, I keep waiting. My concern is that somebody pocketed it.
What I sent you? You mean?
Yeah, what you sent me.
I don't know how they would do that. They have to open it up and take it out.
Well, the letter would just never arrive. No, I talked to, my mailman showed up today and we talked for a little bit because he brought me a package. And
Gotcha.
a couple of days ago, I ordered some boron supplements. Boron is supposed to, like, your testosterone will get bond with the fat in your body, so
Yeah.
you'll make less testosterone. Well, you don't make less, but you have less in your system because your body's busy storing it as fat. And what boron does is it breaks that molecule out from your, frees it from the fat molecule, and raises your testosterone, which of course boosts all the big
Testiculars?
perks. Probably those too, but I was actually thinking like all the other big perks of having testosterone. You know, like gains. Motivation, stuff like that. Have I been talking to Ben? We talked. Ben was on yesterday? He graduates Friday, and a lot of the guys, and hopefully myself, will be going to his, not graduation, but celebration after the fact, because we're not allowed, because it's all online.
Well, I'm going for surgery next Thursday.
Yeah, you finally getting the bottom done?
Yeah, I'm getting a acid plant.
Oh, I thought you were getting the lop it off of me finished.
Yeah.
You sexy beast.
That'll be funny. I'm getting my pain pump put in, so I can end all this misery I always have constantly.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, actually your package is one of the things that could potentially determine whether I make this drive or not. It's like 5.5 hours or 6 hours one way. It's a lot of time for me to be in a vehicle.
Yeah, I remember doing cross country when we were younger. Going places like, man, there's just cool places to see on the way, man. I couldn't like just straight. I have a friend who drove all the way to Boston to pick up his wife, who like had like some anxiety attack from flying, and she flies all the time. So he hit her up all the way to Boston to pick her up and come all the way back. He did like a round trip. Like he went to literally picked her up and then they turned back around. I'm like, dude, just yeah, no way.
Well, I remember Remington had like he was staying at my mom's. It was the last time he ever got to stay at my mom's. And she was supposed to have him for 1 week, and she was gonna bring him back home, right?
Was he younger or?
Yeah, he was, I don't know, like
Excuse me.
8 or 10 maybe, somewhere in that ballpark.
Oh,
Like he was not real
yeah.
old. And we talked to him every night, and then my mother was like, "Hey, why doesn't he stay another week?" And I'm like, "How do you feel about that, buddy?" And he's like, "Yeah, I don't know if I really want to stay another." Oh, dang it, Fumblebot missed the thing. I don't know if I really want to stay another week. I'm like, okay, well, you decide and let us know. So then the next day, apparently he had a really bad day. He's like, "No, I definitely want to come home on time. Like I'm not having a good time here. I haven't really had a good time here. I want to go home." I'm like, okay. Well, we'll just let your grandma know. So I go, yeah, he would really like to go ahead and come home on, tomorrow like he's supposed to. She's like, "Oh, no, I'm not gonna drive him back. He just had a bad day. Otherwise, everything's been fine, and he'll be fine if he stays." I'm like, that was not the deal. That was not the deal. And she's like, "Well, I don't feel like driving all the way back to drop him off tomorrow." Like, that was plan A. Like, you do... No, I think he'll be fine if he stays. I'm like, if I have to drive down there and get him, I'm gonna be pissed. She's like, "Well, you don't have to. He'll be fine. I'll bring him home next week." So I was like, "Fine. I'll see you tomorrow." I drove 5 hours down there to get him and drive from 5 hours back. I was pissed. That was
Where does she live at?
a terrible, terrible head day. What was that?
Where does she live at?
She lives in Watonga, Oklahoma.
Oh wow, yeah, I love that.
And also, you are like 1,000 years away from your microphone. You are just getting quieter and quieter.
How's that? Is that better?
Thakar says, I had a great nurse one day that showed me this insulin pump. I was like, wow, I never even noticed. You can hit St. Louis in 5 hours from Milwaukee. That sounds like a lot of driving. I said, I can let anger fuel things. I can run a long time off of anger, but man, it makes a real painful experience. Now, you put me in an airplane, I'll fly forever. You put gas in it, I don't care. I'll fly as long as you want me to fly. Put me in a car, I just want to be out of that vehicle as quickly as possible. I do not know the difference, or do not understand what the major difference is. But I hate being in a car. But I love being in a plane.
I like trains. Trains are cool. What are you guys playing?
So I may have outpaced you a little bit, V-Love.
Yeah, I figured that.
Although you probably had to assume that.
Yeah, I said my mouse is really.
Yeah, I can physically not turn you up anymore.
It's weird. Just enough. Is that better? Let's try my side. How's that?
I see you lighting up every once in a while, but I'm not hearing anything.
How's that? Is that better?
Very slightly. I heard, how's that?
How's that? Better?
Again, very slightly.
Turn it all the way up to max. How's that?
Oh, much better. What did you do?
I put my volume was like 40%. I put it at 99%.
Yeah. That's infinitely better.
That's the thing I don't like about these Discords and Twitches and everything has their own volumes and levels. That's why I like. I was playing the other day and some people were like, "Hey, do you have one of those old sites people use for just like Discord, one of the other ones?" I was like, "No, I don't have that." Oh, okay. So I was like, "We'll just type in chat. I'm not trying to download a bunch of stuff because people could talk to you." Like, no, thanks.
Come here. All right, perfect.
People even use the D&D DDO game chat, or is everybody like on Discord and those things?
No, there's still a lot of people that use the in-game chat. I just have a really hard time hearing it. To the point, like, if I want to use the in-game chat, I literally have to mute all other game sounds. I just can't have anything else and be able to hear them in the game. And even sometimes, some people I can't hear at all, and some people I can hear just fine. It was something that I really struggled with when we were doing the hardcore server. And people would literally ask me all the time, like, no game sounds tonight? I'd have to explain, yeah, well, I'm pugging, so I need to be able to hear people if they join the LFM, because we're on the hardcore server. I don't know why DDO can't normalize the damn audio.
So if you put an LFM up when you're playing, and people join your group, do they hop in your Discord group, or is there some other way you guys add each other in?
I mean, I offer people my Discord if they want it. But most of the people who join me on live, they they know that I use Discord.
Yeah, so you're not getting usually like just random
Yeah.
guys
so-
who've been playing for 20 minutes. You know, really, okay.
Yeah, so like for example, you know, if I'm gonna be playing with people, you know, like Beef, Tobrell, those guys, Shu, the people who like, hey man, can I join you? And they usually come in from
Discord, right?
yeah. Then they can either have like. Typically, they'll continue to leave the stream up, which I think is very nice. And I can, depending on how bad the lag is in that particular moment, we can get away with using that. Or I have no problem giving out a Discord link and manually dragging them down to the online section.
I always wonder that. Like, you put LFM up, and if I'm not on your Discord, I don't know who you are, and I just join your group. I was joining this guy's group, and they're like, hey, download this. I'm like, what? I don't even know what that is. Oh, it's the site we use to all talk on. I can't remember what it's called. Ventrilo, I think is what it is.
Yeah, Ventrilo, I think, doesn't require any downloading, I don't think.
Was it Ventrilo or Amizzi? I can't
Could be
remember.
Ventrilo. I don't know, like I said, there's so many different ones. But like, the other weekend, I went and I did some raids with some people, and I moved to their Discord.
Gotcha.
And in that group, there was about, I say, half of the people were in that Discord and half of the people were not. So I was like struggling to trying to understand what was going on from like the raid leader was using party chat.
Gotcha.
And I was like I could sometimes hear him okay, but often I could not, and then I would like hear a voice like, oh, I know that person. And then Beef, who was like my translator, was like, yeah, it's so and so. I'm like, oh, sweet, okay. You know.
How hard would it be for DDO to allow someone like you to say, like, you put an LFM up where it shows like your level, what you're running, and like what area, and then the next segment could be like you can have your link for your Discord, so they can actually click right on your Discord automatically on that LFM screen. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh. People
So
always bitch
I
about
love
it.
that you have brought this up for a magnitude of reasons.
That would fucking kill people. Literally,
But I'm saying, but you could still like, say it's someone that you know in the game like a jerk, like, oh, that's that guy, you recognize him, like he can automatically just like, he can't join. He clicks the link and you have to okay it or deny it or whatever.
So the reason that we're kind of like I got a big smile on my face right now that you brought it up is because there's a bunch of drama on the forums about having your Twitch information on the forums. Alright, also I'm going to relay this message to you, and you can take it or leave it or whatever. It's your call, obviously. But Thakar is in the general chat, and he would like an opportunity to apologize for the last time you guys spoke. That is up to you if you'd like to go down there. But I know that it would give him an opportunity to like apologize. It would make things better for him. Again, it's your call, but I'm relaying the message. Yeah.
What did you do to me?
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna get into it on the stream. You guys are welcome to have a conversation about it if you would like.
Problem with him, I don't even know like what. That's odd. Okay.
Okay. You want me to move you up there then?
Sure.
All right, I'll pop you up there then. Here you go, buddy. All right. We'll see how this goes. So I unfortunately have the feeling that this is going to go very poorly. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, really? I was like half a second too late stepping into it because it decided to put it against that wall instead of where I clicked. Alright. What do we have left? Should have one more, right? Yeah, Nope, not that button. Use button, please. Oh, so much trash. Oh, strength damage again. Right on time. Ooh, lots of badness. Including Greater Commanded, why I had protection from evil on? That's not right, is it, Tilbro?
Did you get dispelled or something?
Nope, I can, looking right at the bar, I just land, oh no, it's an aura of glue, it uses the same icon, never mind.
I know.
Hey.
Yo.
Alright,
That was
so
kind of
hopefully,
that was kind of awkward. It was kind of weird, but hey, it's all good.
alright, good. Hopefully that is all resolved.
Yeah, like I said, yeah.
Good. That's
You know
all.
what I mean? You know what I mean, right? Like,
It's fine. You guys got it
Okay, good.
resolved, then that's all
Oh,
I
yeah.
needed to hear.
1000%, my friend.
Said I was not getting in the middle of things. We can have a conversation about it sometime not on air, and I can find out how things went.
You're like Switzerland, I get it.
I'm trying very much to be so in general, yes. When it comes to stuff like that.
What do you think about Gavin Newsom, our governor here, who just got $75 million to test undocumented immigrants in California? 150,000 of them
For the
to
corona?
test them for corona. Yeah,
Well, I feel like if there's people that are living in that state, they need to be tested because they...
I feel like I should be tested before anybody that shouldn't be here be tested. And if there other countries aren't going to provide, like for example, if I'm in England, there's 1,000 of us in England that were there illegally. We snuck in the country. My government should be paying their government to test me. You know what I'm saying? Mexico should be sending over that money to test. It's their national people, their people.
Yeah, but...
Because if I was in Mexico without paperwork, if I snuck into Mexico without my passport and something, I get caught, I'm not getting deported. I'm going to jail for probably a while.
5 years.
That's what I'm saying.
No questions asked. If you're caught,
Dude, I got there with drunk in public in Cancun when I was 19. I was there for 6 days,
Yeah.
just for drunk in public. Like something, I fell on the ground, passed out.
Now, Mexico
in
has
front of
one of the toughest anti-immigration things around, actually. But no, here's my thing, right? Like, I'm not gonna wait around for people that may be not high at risk, but high of transmitting to get tested. You know, if there's a lot of stuff that happens and there's a lot of moving around, they're harvesting food, they're doing work, whether they're here legally or not, I feel like there should be a simplified, better process for it. But there's a medical risk, and that medical risk could easily be transferred to other people. I feel like if it's a danger and it feels like it's... The transmission rate on this thing is a factor of like 3.8, which means every time you get sick, you're going to infect between 3 and 4 people. 3 or 4 people in a community like that is a wildfire. And every time that they move out of their community and into the general population, it can be very dangerous.
Here's the worst part. Not only are they going to get testing for it, they're going to give them $500 card, like debit cards, Visa debit cards with $500 on it a month to survive on, even though they're not supposed to be here. They're not like with green cards or they came over through the border system with passports and visas. You know what I'm saying? And we're still going to give them $500 each every month.
I don't...
I
really
wouldn't get
love
$500 a
that
month. I'm an
idea.
American citizen.
I don't love that idea in general, but again, it's rough in the idea that there are people here and people need help. You have to put aside various things and help the people the best you can.
I understand, but I know people back home where I lived in Northern California that are struggling, and they're not going to get $500 a month. And they're American citizens, and they have jobs, but they're not working because their jobs are shut down.
Correct.
So That's what I mean.
I don't disagree with that sentiment either.
Like I said, if me and you move to England, are they gonna do the same thing for me? If we move to Russia, that's what I look at. It's like if we're gonna help them, they gotta help us
Well,
or whoever it is.
Well, so most illegal people that come to the United States, from my limited firsthand experience of my my sister's father, you know, I mentioned this before, that my sister's, their father was, because he passed away recently, came to this country illegally, had a lot of kids.
My grandfather did. He came from Italy. He came to Ellis Island. He came through as a refugee. You know what I'm saying? I get it.
And so, like, my limited experience with him, you know, and watching the stuff that he went through, I would like, and my sisters are very much the same way, they would like to see a more secure southern border. But once people are here and their lives become difficult or challenging, we're Americans, we step up and help people. Now, I would very much appreciate it if the government would get the hell out of it and let, you know, private businesses or charities or whatever take over for some of this stuff. But right now, those things are shut down because of the government. So you can't really expect those places to be able to help. Again, this was so slow. Why is this so slow?
Here's the gripe I have: is this? I don't care if you come from another country. Come all you want. I don't care where you're from. Come, but don't come sneakily.
Yeah.
And then, you know, that's what I'm saying. I know a family back home that they were my parents' neighbor for like 30 years, right? So they're from Mexico. The mother didn't learn English. How are you in the United States for 30 fucking years and you can't learn English? If I'm in Mexico for 30 years, I'm speaking Spanish. If I go to France for 30 years, I'm speaking French. I saw in the doctor's office today, this lady in my doctor's office had her little daughter like translating from Spanish to English to the girl at the desk. So I speak a little Spanish to the mom. She starts speaking perfectly good English to me. Not like broken or bad, like perfectly good English. I'm thinking to myself, you had to have your little kid go up there to translate because you're speaking Spanish? In my head, I'm thinking, when you speak English.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Again,
It's just stupid.
some of those things are aggravating, but, you know, it's tough. It is very tough.
I understand if it's like your really second language, you barely learn it, you have really bad, can't really get it. Like me in Mexico, I don't speak the greatest Spanish. I'm kind of like back and forth. I know a lot, know a little. I would I wouldn't like tell the kid to translate for me when they speak English at the taco truck. I don't need a translator. I can speak English. He speaks English. See what I'm saying?
Right.
It just seems odd to me. And I've had family friends too. Like I went to high school with a bunch of people, and their parents came over, passport, green card, they waited in line. And it took the mom like 7 years to get here because immigration was so bad. So many illegal immigrants were coming in that they couldn't get the ones that were doing it the correctly way get into the country. So they kept getting pushed on the back burner, pushed on the back burner. My buddy works for ICE down there in Arizona. He says he sees it all the time. He says he sees people come over, just continually come over, and he goes, we can't even go to our office to process paperwork for like actual people coming over correctly. We just can't do it because we're too much in the field chasing down these people, dropping dope off or bringing children across and leaving them and going back. He said it's insane. It is just insane.
Yeah, there's a lot of craziness with the border, and it's tough.
How many illegal immigrants cross over America per year from Texas all the way to California?
Well, it varies, but they're estimating somewhere between 1 and 5 million, depending on the year.
My buddy said one year was 7 million. About 7 million came through.
Yeah, that's definitely towards the high side. It's somewhere around like 3.5 or 4 is like the average.
Yeah, I think it was
It's
2005
way down right now.
or 95 or 2005. I can't remember what he said, but yeah, I was like, wow.
Yeah, it's
like,
way
yep.
down right now, but it's still a pretty big number.
My nephew's one of his good friends, Alex. His family's from El Salvador. His parents fled in 1980 with him when he was like 3 because they had civil war, and they're like, if you weren't picking a side, you were getting killed. His dad didn't want to pick a side. He was just a construction worker. So they fled all the way through Honduras, Mexico, El Salvador. They got to here, but they applied. His dad said we applied for our visa and our passport, and then they actually fled to Brazil with family members. And then when all their paperwork went through, they drove all the way through to Mexico, across the country with all their paperwork, and they became citizens within 5 years. And his mom worked for a boot doctor, Dr. Silverton, for years, retired as his head secretary. He sent her on a trip to Spain. I mean, so like, they did it the right way.
Yeah, my thing is that I think the order that you clean stuff up is very important. You know, like you have to you have to stem you have to stem the bleeding, and then you can start fixing the problem, right? Like if you're in a car accident or something, you know, and I feel like the problem is the immigration system is very complex and beyond the reach of some people in Mexico in particular. I feel like the process needs to be streamlined and simplified. And
Let's take it this way, Sam, real quick. Take it this way. Let's say you're the president of Mexico. I'm the president of the United States. I call you and say, hey, this immigration is getting out of hand. You have too many people of your people that are crossing over all the time, constantly. We keep sending them back. They keep coming over. Dude, you need to do something about your border system. You need to do something. This is, you know what I mean?
And Mexico has recently started patrolling their borders for people trying to cross in illegally. Like, they are trying to do stuff. It's just, again, you're talking about a massive, massive area.
Then I'd ask you, Sam, why do you people want to come here so much? What is wrong with you? What can't you do that we can do? What can't you do?
Well, it's the only place in the world with real freedom.
As you're the president, you can change it. You can have that. That's what I'm saying.
Freedom,
Why is it every politician in Mexico, they never get that,
freedom
the cojones to do that?
Oh, man, that's... So, again, actual freedom and control of your destiny, like you have in the United States, it's the exception to the rule. It's never existed anywhere in the world before. And we continuously try sacrificing little bits of that freedom and trading that in for things that we think are positives. I'm not saying that there aren't other places that are also have degrees of freedom, Rag. Right? Like you can pick the job that you want in Canada, and you can go to wherever you want on the internet. Like, there's things that you can do. But here in the United States, we still have a freedom of speech. So if I get up on a stage if I get up on stage and I start to tell a bunch of jokes that people feel are inappropriate, I'm not going to get arrested. We've literally had in Canada, multiple comedians up on stage performing arrested for their speech.
Isn't that crazy?
That's not freedom like we have here in the United States.
My Canadian friends that like Canada. I like other Canadian friends that are living here now. They haven't been back to Canada in 20 years. Like, yeah.
It is good, but it's not the same as we have here. You know, and I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying here is the great experiment. Can people in this, and I'm a firm believer in this, that people should be allowed as much opportunity to make their own decisions, speak their mind, do what they want, with a very crude system of rules to help minimize the amount of harm they can do to others. Right? And that's where I get worried as I see more and more of these things happening, and with the coronavirus and stuff, lockdowns and governors. Like, I like the idea that the federal government didn't slap down an overall mandate and say, all right, states, these are your rules. Like, I like that. I thought that was really good. Federalism is a good thing in my book. And
let the states govern themselves.
And having each state be able to divide things up better. I personally dislike some of the stuff that my governor is doing. I feel like my governor is setting the rules based off of entirely the big cities, and not giving the smaller cities an opportunity to loosen up a little bit and be a little bit more relaxed. But I'm glad that my rules are different than, say, California. My rules are different because we're not the same. My rules are different from New York. My rules are different from Texas. Like, I like that.
That's more about Texas because their deaths are going up massive every day, and they still want to reopen all these places. I'm like, dude, what is?
Texas?
Yeah,
Texas's deaths are down compared to lots of places.
but they've had higher deaths than when they started. They've been really climbing on death rate.
Sure. Well, everyone's
So it's
going to
like-
climb. As you unleash, the virus is going to spread. More people will get sick. More people will test positive. And there will be
Will
deaths
die.
as a consequence of that. Those are things that are facts. But
Exactly, I
the idea
agree.
originally, when we were asked to set aside our rights and stay in the house, right, which is what we were asked to do, we were told 15 days to stop or halt the curve, slow the curve, right? Get the curve underneath the hospital's abilities to handle things. We did that. We slowed the curve down. Our projection is now in a situation. The number of deaths under the curve will never change, right? In none of the math, right? We're still, the coronavirus is going to kill the same number of people. It's just a matter of spreading out the number of people so the hospitals never became overwhelmed. So of course, people are unfortunately going to die all the time. That is a side effect of having a free country, right? And living with various decisions. But at the same time, like, it's a weird balance.
So I asked somebody the other day who kind of was like, he's like really itching to want to go out and do stuff. He's like cabin feverish, and I said, hey, let me ask you a question. If the government called and said, oh, it's not a coronavirus, it's actually AIDS, not HIV, it's AIDS that's airborne. Because AIDS doesn't have a cure. You get AIDS, you're gonna die. HIV, you can be like Matt Johnson, you can get it under control and live a normal life. He's like, oh, I ain't fucking going nowhere, dude. I wouldn't even go to the nothing. I'm staying inside. I'll barricade myself. I said, but this has no cure either. So why is this not important to you either? He acts like he's like the Brazilian president. Like it's like, oh,
The difference is, V-Love, here's the difference.
They both kill you and they're both bad for you. So why the fuck would you even want to take that risk?
If you're a person that is at risk, you have it can kill you. It can kill people that are outside of the risk factors. But it is much more rare. So you're talking 2 people out of 10,000 if people are outside of the risk factors. Right? Which means 1 in 5,000 people.
My question is, if this was AIDS instead and it's the same exact numbers.
No, well, if it is the exact same numbers, it would be the same.
But if the government
difference
came
is
around tomorrow and
AIDS.
said, this is not really corona, this is actually AIDS, everybody I think would like lose their shit. And be
The
like, what
difference
fuck?
is that AIDS has a extremely high death rate and has for a long time. It doesn't target a particular age group or community or external factors like this does. Like, it's different.
What I'm saying is there's no cure for either. So you can die from either.
There's no cure for the cold, V-Love.
I mean,
And the
like if
almost the
polio
same
broke
number
out,
of
we all had
people.
polio vaccines. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, oh, okay.
And
I
that was a
can-
big deal. You know what we did? We found a treatment. But people didn't stop their lives because polio was running rampant. Think of this as a mega flu. If it was a super bad flu season, right? Are you going to lock yourself in your house because there's a bad flu season?
No, because I have the flu shot. I have things like that I've taken that I haven't got sick in 10 years with. I just don't get the flu anymore. Before I had the flu shot, I was always getting sick in the winter.
There's no
Constantly.
cure or vaccine for scarlet fever. Okay, let's see. Scarlet fever is a thing that's floating around. Malaria is a thing that floats around. Like, these are all
Scarlet
things.
fever when he
that-
was a kid.
all these things are things that are terrible and tough, which is why so many people were willing to set aside their freedom for 2 weeks to a month. They said, hey, give us 2 weeks of your life to help slow things down. And they came back 2 weeks later and say, hey, it's not enough. Can you give us another 2 weeks so we can get shit under control? And people went, sure, here's 2 more weeks. Okay, now it's not that. It's stay inside till we have a cure. Well, there's no guarantee you're getting a cure. How many things do you have that don't have cures? AIDS, scarlet fever, etc., mumps, etc. But you're you live your life because it's a risk that you have to take. You're asking to give up everybody's freedom. Now, if you have external factors, my guy. You also have the funds and the ability to work from home and have a living at home. There are so many people who can't do that.
I wish I can. I just gave my brother $10,000 just because he's been out of work for almost 2 years and now he really can't go to
And
work.
I'm so happy that you have the ability to do that, and that your brother has the ability to ask you for help if you
I
needed
told
it.
him, don't even pay me back ever. I don't want to see any money ever from you. I told him, you're my brother. You know what I'm saying?
My brother moved to Washington the very end of last year, right?
Yeah, that's great.
He got a job, right? He got a job making $50-some an hour, installing glass windows in skyscrapers, right? Like $50-some an hour, 60-some hours a week, making fat bank. Was able to take care of his family, and now all that stuff's gone, right? All that shit's gone. So he ends up taking another construction job that doesn't pay anywhere near as good, doesn't have anywhere near as much hours, and things are barely scraping by. And he couldn't leave the house for 6 weeks or whatever. Like, he was doing everything he could to keep food on this table. And and he couldn't, like, he was really struggling. If they didn't finally let him out of his house, I don't know what they would have done. My point
I think it's weird
is
if
that
we all live to be 90 or 100 years old that we have to stay inside for 4 months is going to kill us.
but that's just it, V-Love. It's not 4 months. It could be 2 years.
Okay, but if we live to be 90 or 75, that's just 2 years. It's not like it's 50 years you got to be in a bunker.
Yeah, but some people's...
And all these people complain like, oh, I don't see my kids enough, I don't see my wife enough, I work too much. Well, here you go, and now they're all saying, I don't want to be around them. And one commercial just came out with those people on TV saying, teaching their kid how to teach their kids at home because there's no teaching at school. And all these people are like, now the commercial's going like, oh, we have so much respect for you now. Now we know what you deal with. We're so sorry. I'm like, really? Pieces of shit. When I was a teacher for all those years, all you parents fuck with me all the time. Eat shit. Be a parent. Be a grown up and teach your fucking kids.
I mean...
I'm sorry. It just doesn't make
I get that. I can appreciate your passion.
You know,
But
I was
at
always
the
there for the kid's future, not the parents' future. But they always had to gripe in. I'm like, dude, you don't even know your kid. How do I know your kid better than you? But you're telling me you know him. You don't even know the kid's favorite color. You know what college he wants to go to. You don't know his favorite sports team. But you say I don't know your child. Fuck you.
Oh man.
Sorry, it's just, sorry, man.
Sometimes your greatest weakness is that passion. But
Sorry,
I forgot
man.
to click this button.
I mean, I would
But, like-
hope that if I was like Remy's teacher, and you know what I mean, like I want to push him in a direction. You want to go into nursing homes? We're going to get you into the best school, the scholarship. We're going to fight, and we're going to fight for it. I don't want Samus Kunmi to go, no, because my dad was a cop and his dad was a cop. He's got to be a cop. I'm like, well, your son doesn't want to be a cop, Sam. Doesn't matter. I'm like, well, this is his life or your life. I had parents that were like that.
Well, and there are people that
They're
are
literally
like that
like that.
regardless. But it's... And you can be an advocate for those children, but at the end of the day, as long as they're minors, they're the parents. That's theirs. Like,
I told parents,
I'm
I said,
glad
"You're
that
not
you
gonna
were an
pay for your-"
advocate for them, but the parents are the ones who make the ultimate decision for their children because they're minors.
I had some kids that were like trying to get scholarships. The parents were like, I don't want them going to school out of state. I'm like, well, he's getting offered scholarships out of state. No one else is offering him scholarships. This is free school, free board. You know, and they just don't want them to go because like they had family issues, so they had to be able to help take care of everybody. It's like, don't put that burden on your kid. You're supposed to make your kids' lives better than your lives were.
Well, that is a new experiment in the United States, my friend. That is not the case for a lot of human history. Again,
Everybody always tells me I was born in the wrong era.
it's probably part of it there. All right, let me catch up here real quick. Ragru, economy and commerce is different. Economy is part of the commerce. When the probate opening economy, they are referring to commerce. Economy is moving resources, food resources. Okay, so let me just stick this in here, this interjection. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is how my economics professor summed up the economy to me. When people reference the economy, what they're actually talking about are the decisions that people make to have a life. That is economics. That is the concept behind it. And he used to use this example. He said, we have this road that goes east and west in Salina called Crawford Street. Okay? It's a 4-lane road, and it has a turn lane. The traffic on it is terrible. I swear people get on this road and they forget how to drive. Okay? And he goes, all right, if you are driving, it doesn't matter which direction. Let's say west, going to the school, right? Going west, going to the school. What lane are you in? Right lane or the left lane? Half the people said right lane, half the people said left lane. Okay, the school's on the right, you need to make a right turn to get to the school. And he goes, that's an economic decision. He goes, what do you mean? He explains that if you're in the right-hand lane, right, you're going to move right past most of the traffic. The traffic is going to keep going because people turn off the right-hand side. They don't have to go across the other 2 lanes of traffic to go across. There's not a turn lane. Excuse me, not a turn lane. 4-lane road, no turn lane. Which means the people on the left-hand side have to sit there and wait to be able to make their turns across the street. Which means you're spending your time and your gas sitting in that left-hand lane waiting to be able to go left across the street. Right? I'm sorry, the school's was on the left side. Left-hand side. So you had to make a left-hand turn to cross the street. So half the people, he said, why would you be in that lane? He's like, well, you get in that lane that you're going to turn off as soon as possible. And then he starts pointing out these like the decision of like, no, because you'll be using your time and your gas sitting in that lane where you could have been in the other lane and you could have traveled along and switched over at the light and made your decision quicker. The economy is how people live. It is the measurement of which people make decisions. It's everything. The economy is every single thing. That is what people mean by the economy. How people live from day to day. So when people say we need to get the economy open, it's because people are dying and starving because they can't work. I have friends who right now they had a nice nest egg and they're unemployed and they're not working and they're living off their reserves. And I worry every single day how long they're going to be able to hold out.
That's what I've been doing the last 3 months. Me and Cammy, we stocked up on tons of food, and we've barely spent anything this month. Nothing. It's insane. I never thought I spent what I usually spend a month doing stuff when everything was open.
But you're a person that stuff's still coming in. Maybe not even to the same degree, but you still have influx. Imagine you had nothing coming in.
But I'm using way less. I thought I was gonna have to really start. I was gonna get kind of
Sure.
I'm okay either way. But it's man, some people like these people on news the other day were like, oh, we're gonna name our baby Corona. And I'm like, man, I wouldn't even be thinking about trying to have another kid during this thing or a kid. There's no way. That's another mouth to feed. It's more economic. It's just the same thing. It's hold off till this is over. Then you can go back to that stuff. That's just me.
Well, and I'm not saying that everyone's going to have the same decisions or the same priorities as you, but I know lots of people who tried to have babies for years, and now they're pregnant. It all came together. It all kind of worked out, and now they're like, you know what? I sacrificed 2 years of my life to try to have this kid, and now it's here, and now this is not the best time in the world to be able to have a kid, but you know what? I sacrificed 2 years to try to get this kid to come along, and sometimes thousands of dollars. These are economic decisions.
Let's say everything goes, all the states in July or August say, okay, everybody go back. It seems to be dying down. Everybody go back to work. Everything reopen. And then it gets really bad again, worse than it has been, because it's just more people out, more cases can show up, right? And the government asks, okay, guys, we have to go back into quarantine for 4 months. We have to clear this up.
People are probably not going back.
You think there'd be rioting and mass shit? People just wouldn't give a shit.
I don't think people will go back to once the government control has been released. They're not going to go back. But I do think there has been a bunch of shift, and things like social distancing are going to be become a lot more acceptable. Tobrell actually mentioned that recently there's been quite a bit of a shift at like his grocery store, for example. He went to do his shopping, and before there was a stigma against wearing a mask, and now he sees a shift the other way. Like, there's a stigma now if you're not wearing a mask. Like, people are taking this stuff into consideration, and people have short-term adaptability. Like, people are going to adjust, and whether they go back to their old habits in a year or 6 months or whatever, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. But I think a lot of people have a lot of fear, and if you have the fear and the means to be able to stay protected, God bless. Please do so. But don't be mad at the people who don't have that ability and they need to get back out there.
I'm mad at the ones in Florida, those kids that had that big block party, 3,000 kids for their high school graduation. That's just, it doesn't help people like you or me.
Almost none of those kids are sick, and none of them had died, and also they're at extremely low risk of having a problem.
But they still can catch it and pass on to someone like their family, their grandmother, and stuff like that.
Maybe. And hopefully they are educated to the point where they knew that was going to happen. They were planning on going back to their college, but their college kicked them all out. Where were they going to affect at their college?
I'm going back to school. I'm going back to school in the fall. I'll do everything online. I've never had to take an online class in college. I graduated in '98 from college.
I would.
You know what I mean?
I think a lot of that stuff's going to shift. I was again talking to Dobrell about it. I think a lot of this stuff is going to shift really hard. I think there's going to be a whole lot more online schooling, and I think that's a good thing. I feel like
that way we're not social distancing, sitting in a big Forum North building with 300 students in it, all crammed next to each other.
But this is the other thing that we've learned, B-Love, is that vitamin D really kicks this thing's ass, which means sunlight, which means being out. Also, they know that it's airborne, so the more concentrated, the more likely it is that you're going to have a problem inside your house than outside in the open. So the best place for people seems to be outside in the open, social distancing.
Today, I left my house. I had to go down to a buddy's office to pick up some paperwork. So I had to drive through Wilshire Boulevard, through just outside of Watts, right? It's about a 4 mile stretch you have to go. All in the hood, dude. Everybody was outside drinking like it was like 1996. Like there was nothing going on. I'm like, I mean, Kemi was like, why aren't they social distancing? I go, this is your generation. I don't know. You're 25. I'm 44. She's like, I don't know. She's like, I don't get it either. Don't they go all directions? No, they don't. And there were older people, younger people drinking 40s. I'm like, what are they shooting dice? I'm like, what are they doing?
They have no.
And then they want to blame it on black genocide. This lady at the store today, another one was bantering at when I'm at the store waiting to buy some cigarettes and a freaking energy drink. She outside print, it's black. They're black. They want to just kill black people. I'm like, why? What is wrong with you? My best friend's a Jew, and he was even upset. He's like, I don't get it, man. I talked about that the other day, how like one progress and one stays down. He said the same thing. He's like, I don't get it, man. We were almost exterminated, and like we put our head down and we flourished. They just don't. Well, you know, I even explained about what you said about like, because he had Hebrew school, he had this school, all this different things. He said that was a crock. So he said people have to have self-awareness for themselves. Like you watch your dad shoot drugs and steal and shoot people. You probably shouldn't do that.
Again,
pretty simple.
People follow the example of their parents. Everybody leaves wounds on their children in different ways.
Dude, my parents were never fucking there, and I way surpassed them. Like nothing like what they did. So I knew I wasn't going to work in a warehouse all my life. And I was going to be cheated on like my dad. Mom cheated on my dad. It was not going to happen in my world.
And that is...
It's common sense.
Well, again, man, like, people repeat the sins of the past way more often than people break free of them. You know?
I know, man. It's just sometimes just sad.
Hard.
You know, you walk.
It is. But you can't force people to live the path that you want them to do. You just can't. Or they'll resent it and they'll do the opposite just to spite you. It's a bloody fact, my man.
Like as a kid, remember being a kid sitting in an assembly and they have a guest speaker today. It's a fireman or a police officer. Don't do these bad things. So like I knew it was like a fourth grade. I'm like, okay, don't shoot people, don't do bad stuff. You go to jail, and they show what jails look like. I'm like, I don't want anything to do with that ever. And I've never even gotten a ticket and then nothing. You know what I mean? Because I didn't want to do that.
But again, that's not everything's culture, guy.
But what would possess somebody to go, I want to go kill a bunch of people. I just want to do stupid shit. I just want to go break and rob people.
Oftentimes it's not
My
about
neighbor
that.
works his ass off. I'm going to go rob his house when he's not home. Like, what? Why? Earn your shit, dude.
That's, again, poor decisions often made by young people. They just don't have those things developed yet, and they don't have the foundations of parents or whatever to push those things out, or other formative locations like teachers or whatever. A lot is genetics and a lot's environment, and you can't control all those things.
It's just like these older dudes that are like my age in their 40s. I see them when I grew up, and I'm like, I see them once in a while because we all went to school together, and they still like they're gangbangers. They're still like wearing red and they get their norteños. I'm like, dude, you're fucking 45 years old, man.
And for
You're
some
not
of
16
those,
anymore, and you have children. They see this shit.
and for some people, that is their family, man. And I don't think that's a good call either. But at the same time, like, again, you can't wave a magic wand and fix it. It's a lot of culture stuff, and it's really difficult to put. And I hate to use this terminology, and Tobrell is probably smiling and laughing his ass off if he's still listening. But we have a lot of privilege. And I'm not saying we necessarily as white men or whatever, however people want to divide people.
I've never seen white fucking privilege. My
we
family was
all have a
on
lot
low
of
income housing
privilege.
and bullshit forever.
We all have a lot of privilege, whether it's based off of, like, if people want to group it by race or whatever, I don't think that's the best way to do it, but there's a lot of privilege based off of cultural privileges, and it's real. Is there another guy here? No.
Sorry if it's loud. I'm outside. Cammy's riding her dirt bike out here, so if it's loud. I'm out
No,
front
it's
smoking
okay.
a cigarette.
But it's a thing, man. Like, it's really hard, and a lot of times all you can do is be there for somebody and hope that they get it right. And
I
it's
want
one
everybody
of
to
the
be
toughest-
successful. That's my downfall. I want everybody successful. I'll drive by a
Yes.
park and see kids shooting basketballs, and I see they're shooting them wrong. So I coached and played for so many years. I'll pull over and Cammy will be like, she'll just look at me and go ahead, go teach. I'll do a crossword puzzle on my phone or something.
And that's
I'll go,
one of
hey
the
guys, let me help you out with something.
tough thing. That's a tough thing to try to do.
You know, because I see them not doing something wrong. I know how to correct you, do it right. I'll help you. And like this white privilege shit, I don't know where that comes from.
A lot
Because my
of
whole family, when I was younger, were all dirt poor and low-income housing. They got no fucking privilege.
well, and
I
again,
went to apply for RCA Records for a writing job. It was me and a black guy. He outbeat me. I didn't go like, oh fuck, it just gives him affirmative action. He was better qualified than me.
a lot
So there you go.
a lot
Black
of
privilege.
people-
You got it.
If you see things through a certain lens, you're going to see things through that lens. That's why I do not put labels on where these things are coming from. I don't feel like it's quote-unquote white privilege or whatever. But everybody has some sort of privilege. Every single person does. Whether it's family privilege or something else. Like, it's something that gives them some sort of leg up. And some people just, they see these opportunities and they take them. Some people are going to not even see the opportunities. Some people are going to see them and say, I can't do that. It's impossible. You are a person that saw an opportunity, worked hard, and got it.
I remember when I was younger, I worked at CVS
Cannot
right before my
make
last
this
year of
up.
college, right? And so this guy came in and wanted to put an application in for a job. And I told him, I said, hey, look, dude, I'm going to help you out here. Our manager's here, but go home and change. Because you can't wear a white t-shirt, gym shorts, and sandals to try to get a job. He got all attitude with me like I was punking on, like I was being a dick. I was like, I'm trying to help you here, man. They're not going to, she's not going to, I'm telling you. She's this churchy lady. She's really this. She's super conservative. It's not going to work, man. I was trying to help him. I could have not said shit. Just gave it to him and said, all right, here you go. But I was like, man, this guy probably, he's a young kid. He doesn't understand it. No one's taught him. I was trying to help him. And I got shit for it. Like I was like being some racist dick. And I just being polite as shit. I was like, what the hell? I don't get it.
Again, people are going to look through their lens and they're going to apply whatever inversion they want. Just to bring it back to DDO, you know, there's some people out there who are really upset that people are putting their Twitch handle.
Holy shit.
I'm trying
the other
really
thing?
hard to shift this conversation back. There are people
of
out
all
there
our conversations. What do you
who
think?
are unhappy that there are people out there who put their Twitch information in the LFM panel and leave it
Yeah.
up there so people can see it. And the ironic part, in my opinion, is people can't realize that they're literally bickering at people who are trying. Most people who do stuff like that, most of us who stream, most of us who are trying to put our stuff out there, it's not because we want to be rich streamers. Like, we realize that if we're playing Dungeons and Dragons online, we're not going to be rich streamers. It's
Strippers in the back naked to be that. You know what you got to do.
Yeah. It's not a thing that's going to happen. You know what I mean? You know,
Oh, I see some of the
although
Switch
I'll make a
girls,
new
man.
tier of my Patreon for $50. I'll send you a picture of my feet every week. How's that sound? You want that one?
Great
Like,
for this.
I'll make a new Patreon.
Okay, Cammie's friend who just graduated college, right? And she's going for a master's next year. She's quitting because she's super good looking, beautiful, big boobs. She's yummy, right? And she's like doing like all of her Instagram and like her Twitch channel. She like plays video games, but she's like got her boobies hanging out and all sexy. And she's got like she's getting crazy money out of this. She's like, why even go to school? She's done this at 19. I'm like, well, that's lucky for you because I don't think I can sit there with my shirt off
I
playing
hope it,
DDM to
I
make
hope it
anything.
lasts.
But I'm just saying, it's just funny how like, I'm like, I could imagine going, oh yeah, I'm gonna put money in her Patreon account. Why? I can just look up porn on Pornhub or go to my girlfriend or something. Why do I need to pay you $20 to show your cans?
I will
But people do it. I don't
I
get
will
it.
tell you right now, my friend, if you take a pretty girl and you give her video games, she's like becomes a beautiful girl.
It's
And
insane.
men will
I'm
betray
not-
their country for a beautiful woman, let alone their
Dude.
pocketbook. All right,
Yeah.
Prime says current academic is less bad than expected, and a good look at what will happen in the next bad one happens. I mean, only 80K have drowned in their own fluids. So here's the big thing. I agree with you. It is much less bad than projected. Remember, in the United States, with social distancing, with the lockdown, with the measures that we were putting in place, they were estimating 2 million Americans dead.
Yeah, by
and-
August 1st, something like that, right?
And well, yeah. And more than 1 million Brits. Because remember, the British government followed the Swedish model until this model came out, and this was the model that everyone said is the most accurate, the way to go. And the British government got that model and went, oh my god, we're going to have more than 1 million people dead, and they switched. They said if we switch right now to this stuff, we're gonna have 1 million people dead. If we don't switch, we're gonna have like 5 million people. I don't know exactly that number if they didn't switch. So they stopped. And they did the lockdown.
Yeah, like South Korea did tracing, but then they opened up their nightclubs and all those people got ill.
So
They
here's
opened the nightclubs,
here's
people started
the
going partying
difference.
at the bars. Hell, people got infected. Now they
Here's-
shut them back down again.
Here's the difference between some of those places, especially small Asian countries. They have been through these illnesses before. SARS hit really hard over there. The N1H1 hit really hard over there. They've been working on this stuff for more than 10 years. And the populations are very much smaller compared to areas of the United States. Okay? So, like, implementing their strategies are probably not going to work. Just looking, like, comparing them from the idea that they're a much smaller country and we're a much larger country. Oh, somebody jumped in. Who was this? Nobody. Okay. So, like, again, the steps that we've taken, putting things on hold, it turns out a lot of the estimates were incorrect, which is good because that means that a lot of the stuff we did either had a bigger effect than we thought, or we put stuff in place that worked, or both, and that's
This is
good.
where I get
That
confused,
saved
because-
lives.
I'll go online, look at different news agencies, different papers, and I get so many different numbers and things and said about this shit that I don't think anybody knows what the fuck's going on.
There's a lot of different numbers that a lot of people use different.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like, what do
Terminology.
you know is true?
So,
I
like-
don't want to be the one going, yeah.
So, like, for example, again, I mentioned that the infection rate and the death rate will never go down, right? Because those are cumulative numbers. Those are cumulative stats. The number of people sick will never go down people don't become unsick, but as testing increases, right, we start seeing a more accurate representation of what the population is. In New York City, it was around 25 to 30%, right?
Man, I
You
know,
look
it's
at that
crazy.
number and compare 25 or 30% of the population, that means like 3 million people die in New York City. Well, that's not been the case, right? So, like, some of those numbers are in flux in the sense of what information is important. And we're used to being able to get the answer. We live in the technology age. All the answers are ours. I can't remember something, bam, I Google it. I have my cell phone on me. I'm having a conversation out at dinner with some friends, and I can't think of the right, like, oh man, you know that guy who did the thing at that place. And people are like, no, we have no idea what you're talking about. You're a moron. I pull out my phone and I start Googling. And I hold it like, this guy. Here he is. This mother trucker. You know, we live in that instantaneous age. This is, for a lot of us, we have not gone through this in a long time. And for so many kids, this never has happened. You know what I mean? Like, we haven't had something like this. We just haven't. The last thing that was even close to this extreme was 9/11. Where information wasn't coming out and we didn't know what was going on. And how long did that, like, lock us down? 2 days?
Mm-hmm.
We had 2 days of lockdown after 9/11. They closed the skies within 25 minutes, or I think 30 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
25 or 30 minutes of the Pentagon getting hit. Right? Like, bam. And we weren't told nothing. We were told, get down or you're going to get shot down. Because I was flying at the time.
I was in the air too. We were coming from London. We had to turn back, go to Barcelona.
Yeah.
We were like
They
over
said
Spain. We
land or
had
get
to
shot down.
turn around.
Land or get shot down. We had no information. I literally walked into the terminal and I saw Tower 2 fall down. And I went, I'm going home today. And I went home.
I remember 9/11 hit. Me and my best friend
But-
were on the plane, and then we got back, and then he was just like, "Man, we dealt with this in Israel all the time."
But we had...
And everybody was all patriotic now. I'm like, why? Yeah, now why are you patriotic?
Because
I
they
see you
bloodied,
have an Ameri-
people bloodied our nose, man.
What I'm
And
saying is
we
that
weren't
the thing.
used
Like,
to
I
it.
have an American flag on my house. I've always had it. It will never come down. But I saw some people like waving flag on their trucks. I'm like, now you want to be patriotic? But
Yeah.
why weren't you patriotic before?
Because the shock wasn't in their system. And
That's what my
it's-
best friend said. He said, "Man, you don't know how this is like nothing, because in Israel, we had to carry gas masks to school during the Gulf War. We
and
didn't.
they-
Sometimes
they-
you get to
they
go to
have
school. You had to like,
They have rocket
go into bunkers.
practice. People have
Yeah.
bunkers in their houses. Like,
yeah.
it's different. It's a different world. We are blessed living here in the United States. We have won the geographical and time frame in history lottery. That's our privilege for those of us in the United States. That is the privilege that what I talk about, and that's what I generally mean. But this is a shock. This is an invisible enemy that we can't see. We can't stop. There's nothing we can do about it. And we were asked to stay quarantined so we could get our medical facilities in order, and we did. Now they need to let people go back to work and do things. What's up, babe? Going to bed? Is it that time? It's close, huh? Give me a kiss. Sorry, I don't know.
It's like whenever I talk to my sister, she's always just like anti everything the government does. She's always like so insane. It's like, oh my god. I told her today. I said, oh, go ahead. I hear you. Go ahead.
I know. I was talking to my wife saying that good night. She was going to bed. I mean, I'm pretty against everything the government does.
Like I said, I've been in a lot of places in the world, and I'm glad where I live and I'm from. I wish every American was able to go over one time to some other country, see how shitty places are, and then come back and see how you feel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why when I see people that are doing stupid shit in my country, I'm like, dude, you can go to school, all these things you have outlets to do, and you just don't give a shit. I was in a store a few months ago, and these dumbass kids in front were running their mouth talking shit, right? And the guy behind me, I go to the register, and he tested me. So I was loud, snickering under my, just snickering behind him. And he tapped me. He's a black guy. He tapped me. He goes, in my country, Senegal, they would be beheaded. We don't deal with that kind of shit. Talk about these gangbanger kids acting shitty to the guy running the store. He's like, they would be beheaded in my country. I'm like, hey man, take him with you. Send him over there. Let him behead him. I don't give a fuck.
See, and this is
Not-
where
those
my
guys
opinion
aren't
is
helping
different.
society.
I'm very
Those
glad that
kids weren't
those
helping-
people, I'm very glad that these people can, again, it is bad that they are being shitty to people, but you shouldn't be murdered for being shitty to someone.
I'm saying this guy came from Senegal and he has respect for, like, we have the freedom, he wants to be here full time, and these pieces of shit don't give a fuck. But they always complain they want to go back where their ancestors came from. I'm like, you really want to go back over there? Because they don't have Instagram, internet everywhere. You're going to be living in huts, dude. You don't understand. Just not... And you're not even, like, in that zone. You're from Chicago. Your parents are from fucking this, that. And they're not even from slavery. So what the fuck are you talking about, you know? It's just aggravating sometimes.
I can appreciate you being upset, but again, I'm happy to have this kind of discussion as long as everyone keeps it very civil and proper, and nobody is pointing fingers at anybody. But at the same time, man, like, you just got to keep in mind that things are different for different people, and you can have a lot of passion for it. And I ask a lot of the same questions. Again, I have been on your side of the conversation a lot, right? I have been there. And sometimes you just have to, like, and I'm terrible at it, but you have to empathize. You have to look at both sides of the argument. You got to think about things. And the only answers I can come up with has been, there's a lot of cultural things that are different between the sub-communities in the United States. We don't melt as well as we used to be able to melt. What are we using Ghost Touch in low levels with Pally? You get it for free if you're using a holy weapon with one of these tiers.
That's the Chalice, isn't it?
Yeah, Knight of the Chalice, Slayer of Evil 2, which is the level 6. Did I use the Catacombs Greatsword? I used a random gen Greatsword at level 6. And before level 6, I didn't use a Greatsword because I did not realize that Holy Combatant gave Greatsword as a favored weapon. I used just whatever kind of felt like was doing the most damage. But no, I did not have the Catacombs Greatsword. But I did craft this. So if you go to the store and you look for Blessed Silver, you can get a Blessed Silver weapon for around 200 DDO points. And you can craft on it. You can disjunct it and craft it. That gives you Ghost Touch. And I like Everbright. This way it's like a universal weapon for me during low levels. It's not going to do like the most damage, but it'll... So you can use it on ghosts, you can use it on skeletons, you can use it on things that need good alignment, and you can use it on oozes because they won't take ooze damage. But I have a Blessed Silver Ghost Touch Greatsword that I have, that the same thing basically. And I actually have bought... I was in a raid and I didn't have a weapon to bypass the damage reduction, and I bought like a rapier and a short sword. So, yeah.
I don't know, man. I've helped so many people, and I don't want nothing back from it. Just I'm glad that I help people. That's
Sure you
the
do.
thing.
You want something back.
No, like remember I told you
But
when I first went to LA.
what you want back may not be that for you. It may be for the culture at large, or you might want the satisfaction of having helped somebody, or you might want the satisfaction, or not even the satisfaction might not be the right word, but you want them to have the help that they need. Like, you have things that you want out of the deal. Don't
No,
I mean, it's
there's
not
some stuff I don't.
Yes, but
I'll tell you
the
the reason why. Because like when I first went to LA, and like when after our rent money ran out, we had to live in our car. I lived in my Blazer, but I lived in his car. So we were, where do you shower at? We don't know how to do this. We're gonna make it in LA. We're gonna make it. We're close. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We're close. So I found a guy. He said, "Hey man, talk to this guy down the street. He's like this homeless dude who knows everybody. He knows how to get this, that, and knows where to do all this." So he taught me like this is where you shower. This is where you go after hours, and the people will feed you. I had some money still, but I was like really at the bottom. Like I couldn't afford a hotel. I had to live in my car. Go try to send out music every day to different labels and things and stuff and such and such. So as I started getting my feet in my ground, I got him his own green dot card, and every month I put $500 on it. I've been doing it for 7 years. I haven't seen him in 4 years, but the money keeps going off of there, so I know he's using it. So I'm not looking for anything from him. I don't care if I ever see him again in my life. I'm going to keep putting it on there until I notice that it's not being spent. That something must have happened to him, obviously. But I don't seek him out. I don't look for him. I just know that he helped me tremendously. I'm going to help him best
Right.
you know what I'm
And
saying?
my point is, for that guy, right? One, you are repaying a debt, whether you feel like it's a debt or not, because you feel grateful to him. So you're
Yes,
getting something
1
out
million
of the
percent.
deal. You're getting something out of the deal, and that is good. That
Not
is
like monetary, like I want
yeah,
something
I'm
back.
not saying that.
Not
I'm
like-
not
I mean-
saying monetary. I'm not saying things.
Okay.
What I'm saying is you're getting something out of helping him, which is great. That's a good feeling. A lot of people do good deeds because they get pleasure out of it. So there's no shame in that. More people, I think, if they tried it, they would get more pleasure from helping people, and they would get places. And I feel like that is awesome.
Well, it's
That
kind of
is
true, I
not a
guess.
bad
Every month
thing.
when I see that he spent most of the money or most of the money's gone, I'm like, good, he used it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm happy. I'm like, good. Okay, it's not just, he's...
Yes,
So, I'm like,
exactly.
hey, it's
That's
great.
100% what I mean. You 100% are getting something out of it. It's not a thing, but it's knowing that you help somebody.
And it's just the way I'll
I do
always
not know how
help
to
him.
be
I don't
poor,
care.
no respect. Those are skills I do not have. I don't think a lot of people do. I think a lot of people develop those skills because they have to, or it depends on what level of poor also you're talking about. I know lots of people who literally live on below the poverty line, and they choose to. Like they literally, I knew a guy who literally refused to work for more than a year because he didn't want to, and he knew how to live on $5,000 every 6 months. And I'm like, man, I'd help you. Like, I'd help you get back on your feet, help you get stuff going. No, I'm good. I don't want to do that stuff.
They had an interview. They had a thing about one of the WalMarts in LA, around Burbank, I think it was, or Studio City. That a lot of people got their stimulus checks, and the Walmart, like everybody was buying their TVs out. All the stimulus checks came through. I'm like, if I got a stimulus check, I'm not buying a TV. I'm buying food.
Well, some people.
But that's what I'm just saying.
I
It's
bought
like,
ammo.
You bought ammo?
I didn't buy anything. I
I'm
did get
saying-
a check.
what I'm saying is, though, like, if I am in need of food and like I'm in low income, low poverty, I'm not going to Walmart buy a 60-inch TV for $400.
So here's the thing, though, V-Love, right?
Sorry, man.
Hey Google, set a 4-minute timer.
Here's one of the things you can do. Okay, put this in your imagination. You go and you buy something, because this is a trick that a lot of poor people, and I don't mean like, again, below the poverty line. I mean people who are in that low income bracket. They'll buy things because they know that stuff can go right back to Walmart in 4 months, 5 months, whatever, with that receipt, and they'll return it. Or if they can't return it, they know that they can turn around and sell it for very nearly what they have in it.
Yeah, but a lot of people are going to buy it because everybody's hurting for money because of this
Oh
quarantine.
no, that is incorrect. There are always people who
Logical,
buy something.
smart people. If I'm one of those people, and someone goes, "Hey man, why buy this TV for $400?" I'm like, no. I need $400 to feed my girlfriend or myself or somebody. I'm okay. I'm
But
good.
see, they're not the people that are going to buy that stuff. What's going to happen is they're going to take it to people like my boss, who's going to go, "Oh yeah, you got a brand new TV you need to sell? Well, I'm only going to try to make $20 off of it. So I'll give it to you for, basically what you pay." Because that's the kind of guy he is. That's the kind of businessman he is. And they know that. They know these kind of places. Or again, like I said, they can take that stuff back. I did that when I was a kid. I bought, we had some trips coming up for school. And I was working and I saved up a little bit of money. And I wanted a Sega Game Boy, whatever it was called, for this trip. And I bought it. And I kept the box and the receipt and everything. And then my receipt disappeared. And I was like freaking out. I'm like, oh man, what's going to happen in, XYZ? I got this bill to pay, and I'm going to need to return this thing. And my friend goes, I can return that thing. You tell me, does it have to be in cash? Can it be in store credit? Like, what's the deal? And I'm like, yeah, it's got to be in cash. He's like, no problem. I'll get it done. And it wasn't a problem, but again, I guarantee you that money gets tied up that way based off of your income. So having a thing sometimes it's very good. Again, a physical item It's often worth a whole lot more than cash.
Just saying, like, if it was me in LA when I was living in my car for 6 months and I got a $1,200 check, Jason's not buying a fucking TV.
Yeah, well, that's not the people who are out there buying TVs.
And those people still already have homes. They live there, so that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not buying a TV. Sorry.
Like those people like that. Those are people who are. They're probably not turning in taxes anyway. But oh man, you watch Suits? Oh man, how great is it? I love Suits.
I've never seen Suits.
You never seen it?
No.
Oh man, so good. It's on Amazon now.
Is it?
Oh, so good. I love it. It's one of my favorite TV shows of all time. Your wife gave your check away. That's very generous of you, my friend. Hopefully that went out there and did some good work for people. I spent the check that we got. I bought a battery for the bus, and I bought a table saw that I've been using to great effect for the working on the bus. Like, those were the two things that we bought with the stimulus, if you can call it that. I constantly bicker and say that no, it's an age check because the government shut down everyone's life for going on 2 months now.
Can I go eat real quick? I'll be back in a little bit.
It's fine.
All right.
So, again, in my mind, trying to help people get back going is good. Router? No, my router's fine. I just need to... What I need to do is buy battery backups for everything. Lost power yesterday for about 30 minutes and pissed me off real bad. But if I had a battery backup, we probably could have kept the stream running for that half an hour or so. Alright. I'm going to go up and use the restroom. I'm going to run a commercial break. And when I come back, hopefully everyone will leave all this unpleasantness behind them. And we can talk about other unpleasantness, like people being dicks on the forum and the negative changes happening to the next update. Okay? I'll be right back. 30 seconds ad break. I'll be right back, everybody. Have a good night, Prime. Thanks again for all the support. I really do appreciate it. And we'll see you hopefully tomorrow. Get out of the way. I gotta pee. Damn it. Who put this chair here? I know the answer. It was me. All right. Whew. Feels much better. Terrell's logged off. You got raids on the agenda, big boy?
No, I've actually been on Lamania. I'm doing a little frisky dingo to get some things moved over to Llama that are hard to work with. Can't just like pull out the dojo.
I got
Oh,
you.
it's Lamania. All I'm doing is copying
No,
stuff to a character so I can then copy
understand.
it over.
I was amused that you called it a frisky dingo to move things over. I get it. Okay. That was funny. Oh, we missed Witty. Good night, Witty. Love you. All right. I just thought it was funny. And then when you started explaining what a frisky dingo was, it was very funny. You can have 1 point. I don't think that was intentional. Oh, LJ's doing Facebook things. Why is... Oh. Okay, that's fine, but this doesn't need to be running. Alright. What do we want to do?
You want to keep reacting to stuff on the
please
update?
do that. Please do that. And I'm going to start trying to pick one of these level 11 quests. So we're very close to we need like 2 more level 11 quests and we'll be ready to take level 14. I'm not doing Desert Caravan. It can eat my ass. We can do Enemy Within. That one, it's a little longer, but it's not that bad. I guess the next best one is like Made to Order, although that's not.
Oh,
That's not very
alright.
easy to do.
So, let's see. Changes.
You want to kill Noob? Why? What'd he do? Remember to keep it positive? Shenanigans ensured. Can we just call it that? Alright, I think... Oh, we want this healing amp for sure. And then I think we can put a pin in this for a while. In this tree. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking out loud here really fast before you start on with your next thing, Terrell. At this level, level 13. Alright, we got I think all the big tier 4 things that I really care about. Although passive 10 melee and range power. Shit, that seems real good for 2 points.
Pretty good. Less good when you're little, more good when you're big, but still good when you're little.
Yeah. See, what's my melee power right now? It's calling it 13. But that's not counting like the Reaper stuff. Or I could take a couple more healing amp. Portor, thank you very much. Welcome to the USS Fat Halfling. I can take my sprint boost for running around. Where are they calculating my healing amp at really fast?
You're not my supervisor!
Oh, and also thank you for the host, my friend. Appreciate that. You are not my supervisor. We're at 120, so I can get that to 130 pretty easily, probably. How many more points do I need? 1 more point? Actually, I'd probably just go up 1. Or I could grab Sprint Boost. Alright, I think we're going to try this. I think it's probably good. I'm not sure. This could be incorrect. This might need to be the Sprint Boost instead. I am very much on the line. Alright. I'm going to blow my nose while Brell starts reading these things. Go ahead, buddy.
I was going to ask which one you're debating.
Sprint Boost and the 10 melee power. From the sensor... What is it called?
I'm
Sensor
presuming you
Outsiders.
have not made it to the speed boost and defender because that's later.
I have not, no.
Okay.
We're at 36 points, including my 10 racial points and my 1 universal point.
Is that melee power also part of the one of the like stun some of the outsiders?
Yeah.
Are any
on
of
the-
those
on
going
a
to be
20,
quests you
things
do?
get stunned. Some, not a
So
ton.
if there's the correct alignment, because it's like what chaotic outsiders first, then evil outsiders, or something like that.
Yeah, it's like stun evil, chaotic evil outsiders, and then eventually just evil outsiders or chaotic outsiders.
Okay. So that goes off all the time, and it's the balls. It's amazing.
I mean, it's only on a Vorpal though, so it means you have to roll exactly 20. So it only can go off 5%
does.
of the time.
Well, also, it stuns. I don't remember if the Reapers are chaotic evil or like lawful evil or something. But it stuns Reapers.
Yeah, if it's evil outsiders, which it is. it
Yeah,
should
I
be
don't
fine.
remember what the front part of the alignment is on those guys though.
Yeah, I think you have to have the second tier for it to hit out Reapers. 'Cause I'm
Okay.
pretty sure
Yeah,
they're
I think they're
lawful
lawful.
outsiders.
Yeah, I think. Quote me on that.
I'm like reasonably
Feel like
sure
that's
that's
what they
correct.
are.
Like reasonably sure. Oh, this is not the person. Although this is a quick quest, we probably should have done that at some point. What level is this? Haunted Library. I think it's a. Oh, it's even lower than that. It must be an 8. That's probably why we didn't do it, because there's so much XP in that window. Alright, yeah, this was not the right spot. Alright, you were reading the next thing.
Alright. Currently, I'm mixing my special blend of herbs and spices into my spaghetti mix. Now I'm walking back over to the computer. I thought it's important for your stream to know this.
I mean, sure.
Okie dokie. So something else that is happening is random loot.
That's right. You were going to talk about that.
They are bringing back in 90 new and returning special enchantments have returned to random loot. The special enchantments contain the third or fourth if the item is above level 10, bringing the maximum number of enchantments of a random loot to 4. For example, here is a possible random rare loot drop. The example is Champion's Boots of Parrying. And it has... Oh, my screen just went funny. Combat Mastery, Speed, Parrying, Insightful Fortification.
Alright.
So if you remember all those kind of... This is one of like 90 examples. So if you remember all those old, like, of the Rebel, of this, that, and other thing, there's like... It sounds like those and more. So there could be some good random loot if you had like a... Which I think is kind of cool. The thought that like a very well-rolled piece of random loot could all of a sudden be real good and like compete with like named items and stuff. Feels good.
Yeah, the problem is what you're going to end up with 80% of the time is everybody's just drunk again.
You're gonna get that, and you're still gaining because all we do with random loot now is just sell it, or Canis crunch it.
Right.
So
I mean,
you're not
again,
really
I'm
losing
not
anything?
complaining. I'm not complaining. I think it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that
That's
the
okay.
odds of getting something good is going to be astronomical, and everything else is going to be, oh my god, would they please invent a way to like drunken wizard test this?
Well, maybe a little bit better than it has. We'll see. Whoops, that's not right.
Here's another great sword with Vorpal and Undead Bane on it. Yeah. Oh, it's made of cold iron. Someone was really thinking this time.
Okay,
Or
well,
Bishik, or whatever.
the point is they're doing something that's better than what it was
Again,
before.
I'm fine with it. I'm merely,
Okay.
again, saying that the drunken wizard test is real.
Speaking of wizards,
They got fucked. We know.
for low level, for under 26, this could be good. Caster quarterstaves that have their own set of random loot adjustments and special enhancements. I'll come back here. I opened up DDO, and of course it makes a whole bunch of other things take focus.
Yeah, I don't understand why it does that.
Basically, you can get 6 things on a quarterstaff.
I always thought the quarterstaffs were like they had a quarterstaff in a reasonable position for a while, and then they decided they didn't care anymore. I always kind of like didn't understand why.
Yeah, so pre-26, you could get something really, really good. So an example, potency, combustion, radiance, fire lore, transportation focus, spell pin. That's the example they give. That's not necessarily a great item. That's the example they give.
Sure.
So like, you could have 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes.
I mean, it seems good.
Let's see. Items found in random loot now have a small chance to drop of a second augment slot, kind of like they did before. Armors and shields can once again drop of alternate material types. They will retain these types when used for Caneth crafting. Certain weapons in random loot can now drop of non-standard material types, such as adamantine and silver. Let's see. Minimum level, when you open chests and content, blah blah blah. The level of random loot you roll will now exactly match the instance level of the content you're completing. For example, if you're a 3 dungeon or elite, you get 5 level loot, and no higher.
Well, that's gotta be in less, right?
If you are in a level 3 dungeon or elite, you will get level 5 loot and no higher. Items and effects that previously increased the minimum level of random loot, such as the Dragmark Finding, now increase the quality of that loot instead.
Huh.
Jewels of Fortune are no longer available in the DDO store.
So what did the...
And in their place, you will get Treasure Hunter elixirs of the same magnitude. Unused Jewels of Fortunes can be traded 2 for 1 of the same magnitude of Treasure Hunter's elixir in the Caneth crafting hall.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
I have 1,000,000 gems from boxes. This is good news.
Yeah, I hate to think about how many of those I have laying around in places. But at the same time, like I literally have 2 on my bar right now that I have not clicked because I didn't, like whatever. I used them when I was...
Save them because they're gonna be much better.
Yeah, I used all that stuff when I was last weekend when I was little hat farming. Cloud Guy says you once farted in school. Ah, why do I suspect that Peter has returned? Probably because somebody made a fart comment. Alright, keep going. Seems good. I mean, again...
That's the random loot changes.
As people fiddle around with stuff like random loot, we'll see if it ends up mattering in any way, shape, or form. I feel like if you're going to tie up both of your hands, especially for a spellcaster, then it better do double duty.
Yeah, I think it may or may not increase cool factor on hardcore. You know, on regular servers, it'll give the holy grail items that could theoretically fill out gear sets in new and interesting ways if you get absurdly lucky.
Sure. Well, and that's the thing that they want to encourage. That feeling of like the payoff, which I can respect. Like right now, I basically look at gear and go whatever. I still look and go.
There ought to be a reason to at least look at the random loot. Like maybe,
right.
Like otherwise, just drop more golden chests and call it a day and quit messing with us. And just if you have more haggle, you get more gold out of the chest. Like don't waste your time. Like here, you delete and sell these and get inventory issues.
I mean
that's really where it's at right now.
That's fair.
For random loot.
For the most part, that is fair.
So you got that, then you got. I like it overall. It'll make hardcore, possibly some better things for hardcore if you get lucky, and that could be even more exciting if you pull something like real crazy.
Well, that's just it. The highs will be getting an increase, which is good. People want the highs. It's fine. Take it. Whether or not they actually have useful and good powers on the thing or whatever, we'll see. But I like that they're trying. Give them plus 2 points for trying. That was not a thing that I had seen them talk about. Oh, really? You gotta be shitting me. Stupid Fear Reaper. I think it'll be all right. It'll be a matter of seeing how things come together. If the tables are actually set up in such a way that things can be good, or the likelihood things can be good. Like, I really do feel like certain things are not put in the same. Like, I'd love to see how their loot tables work. You know what I mean? Like, it just clearly does not make sense to me how they combine their loot generation together. You did a weird freak out thing.
You might want to stock up on things that you really like, because they may go away also.
Wow, like what now?
Like, maybe, I don't know. If there's nice low-level things, like, maybe they're not going to have low-level Vorpals anymore. So I would try to have some of that stockpiled.
Yeah.
As an example, if there's things like that that matter to you, I don't know if there are, but if there is, might not be the worst idea.
Yeah, I feel like far too many melee insight ranged weapons. Yeah. Again, the Drunken Wizard test. No, I don't know if, like,
Hey there.
hey, what's up? Like, I literally have a character on the hardcore server that's, like, filled with low-level Vorpals and stuff. Like, Vorpal on the hardcore server is just something I don't get rid of very easily. And then I didn't even transfer them over to the live server, like the character holding all the Vorpals this go around. I could have deconstructed them or any number of things and got value out of them, but I just didn't move the character over. So I don't know how much the stuff like that is a factor, but I did want to spend some time looking for like some interesting interesting like keen weapons at low level. That might be something to go ahead and take advantage of looking for. Alright, I need you to cast the heal spell, you son of a... Thank you.
Do a barrel roll!
Yeah. So what are you doing up so late, Ben? You should be in bed. Don't you have important class things to do tomorrow? Should have waited to let me move it. I'm still doing daily, weekly rolls on mine, so I can still do quests. Lord. Oh, if I'd known that, I would have been happy to do that, but I, everything I thought that I had that was, like, real value, I left in the Death Smiles guild, and then I left the guild. So they would have room to invite others to the guild. Like, I literally put everything I had, and I told everybody on the server, like, if they needed something, they could send me a Discord message, and I would do my best to see if I could provide it. You know, because I had like 1,000,000 plat or something over there saved up on my plat storage person. So, like, I feel like I did everything I could get away with, and no one ever messaged me about it. The only person who ever, like, started on the hardcore server and like, hey man, I really needed some help was V-Love. I went over there and helped him the best I could. So...
I assume you didn't want me to answer your question with a vibrating toothbrush in my mouth.
I mean, you're welcome to do whatever you want, but we all know that wasn't a toothbrush.
Oh, I have my teeth clean.
Lots of spit.
Oh yeah, today was interesting. Krispy Kreme had a deal where if you show up with your graduation outfit or something saying you're graduating, to just kind of show up and you get a free dozen donuts. I guess they fail to realize that they not only have high school students but also college. And,
They also didn't realize that there were fat doctors that would drive to multiple locations to get their stuff.
So many donut lives were lost this day.
Ben's like, there were 4 Krispy Kremes. I had all of them twice. AM shift, PM shift. That's what we're eating. Everyone's got nothing but donuts this weekend.
Actually, most of the donuts are gone.
Congrats to what? Yeah, Ben graduates Friday.
Friday.
And starts his Hell on Earth a few weeks after that.
Nah, I actually start getting paid.
I'm not saying there's not upside to Hell on Earth. I'm saying every story I've heard about doctors going on their thingamabobber, it's bullshit land.
Well, were you talking to internal medicine or surgery doctors?
I mean, I've talked to people at hospitals, and I've talked to people at
We're talking to surgeons and hospitalists.
I mean, all doctors, not specific things. Most people refer to it as tough.
Oh yeah, of course it's tough. It's where you get challenged and you go to your basic proving ground.
That's the idea. The idea is to forge with fire, my guy.
And
So-
it only gets tougher. I think with residency, as you learn how to actually apply all the stuff you've learned, and then it's like, oh, that's why I do that.
No. Well, I strongly suspect that after a certain point, it becomes easier. Once you get your 4,000 hours of whatever.
The first 6 months in are the hardest, but Family Med is really nice because they kind of like ease you in. And by the end of the first year, you should be competent enough to act on your own. But the attending's still there to help out.
Good. Well, I said, I want to make sure that you have a resource, like this stream, that you can count on for shenanigans. But we all know where you're actually going to go. You're going to go watch scantily clad women paint themselves. Which is fine. That is
Oh man, are those
life
trains
choice.
up? I gotta get.
Yeah, Fork Girl's actually on right now, I believe.
Yeah, see, it's a life choice. You're welcome to make it.
Yep. A few days ago.
I'm out of here, peace, bitches.
A few days ago, Interventus did a thing about painting Trevor Belmont. It was a pretty fun episode. And it's really neat because, like, most of the time you're on there and you actually like talk to them like real people. They talk to you back like a real person. That's nice.
That's nonsense. You talk about how sweet their tits are and how you want to lick them, and that's how you.
That's
treat
how you
them.
get banned.
That's well.
That's
Then you
why
just-
I banned you from my booty Twitch.
Then you just make another one, and you.
Yeah, they don't like those people.
Yeah, I wouldn't like those people either, but
Speaking of those people, I know there's one person around here somewhere that's having a special kind of day that I forgot what day it was until I was on the walk and looked at the day hand on my watch.
Suck my dick.
Happy birthday.
Old Man Day. I knew it was soon. I never remember exactly when it is, though.
Ah!
I've never known anyone who's more ashamed of their birthday than you. But that's okay. For your birthday gift, I will forget your birthday like I do every year. You're welcome.
I just assumed that you would ever try to remember to begin with.
You know what? Just to fuck with you, I will make sure I get a copy of John's calendar, you son of a bitch. How's that? You know what? Here, better yet. We'll have the one thing. I'll fucking tell you happy birthday next year.
Mm-hmm. Sure you will.
I just remembered because I know what day it is. I just
Set a reminder for 1 year from now.
5/19/21.
watch on the 18th in 2021. Ryan gets into an accident, goes into a coma, and wakes up on the 20th. Just watch.
Tobrell's birthday. There, bam, done. Reminder saved. And it's on the Google box, so everything is gonna beep at me. Everything. My computer, my phone, my tablet.
I'm telling you, he's gonna get in a car wreck on the 18th, go into a coma, and wake up on the 20th.
So be it. And then my phone will have a little reminder, and it'll say, event ignored. And I'll be like, what? What's this bullshit? Who's Tobrell?
Isn't yours is July, right, Sam?
Say what?
Yours
Yeah.
is July,
Yeah.
right? In July?
Yeah, it's the 3rd of July.
July, that's right. I thought it was 5th or something, 3rd, okay.
And watch. Not only will that have happened, but it will also be in Sioux City, and I'll be your physician.
Well, it's going to be an awful lot of irony, because I don't know where we're going to be in a year. Hopefully, we'll be in the bus.
That's right, you're a doctor. I forgot. Mr. Doctor in the house.
Well, not until Friday. Fuck him. So Friday, he's just Mister like the rest of us, son of a bitch.
So I got a question for you, Mr. Doctor. So on next Thursday, I'm getting my morphine pump put in.
Uh-huh.
And what's the difference? What's the difference? Because I was on like 30 milligram morphines for like a long time, and then they switched me to different ones that kind of didn't work. What's the difference between like the milligram, like liquid 1 milligram, compared to like a pill form? What's the kind of ratio?
Okay,
Because every 6 months I get it refilled. I get it refilled every 6 months. And you get a little thing on your app on your phone where you can like, if you need extra, you can hit it and it'll like, because it's in your spine. You go through, you know how it works, obviously.
yeah, you're probably getting it because you have back pain.
I was in a bad accident and yeah, stuff like that. That's why I have it. Yeah. There was some stuff that worked for me great, and I wish they wouldn't take me off of it. I told them, I said, "Why are you taking me off?" They go, "Well, the CDFTC, see where the hell they're called, says only we can do now give people all they want is morphine, fentanyl, and like Dilaudid." I'm like, but I was on methadone and it worked great. I was never high. I always felt like I functioned like a normal human. When I'm on the other stuff, I'm just like, sometimes I'm sleepy and groggy and it kind of doesn't really work that well.
Doesn't methadone
I'm
have
like-
a chance to just like kill you in your sleep?
Any narcotic can, because it causes like you're sleepy,
But isn't
whatever
it,
it
like-
does.
Quite a lot.
I was on it for 7 years, and it was just my accident. I was on it first, and it was fantastic. It worked great. And I keep on switching with all the other things. I go, but they're not working. You're making me take more of this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just not working as well as that. I would just take 2 of those a day. I was good. Now I got to take like 4 of these, 3 of those. Da, da, da. I'm like, it doesn't make logical sense. Like medically, like, why? You know what I mean? Like if you're the doctor and your patient comes in and everything you're giving him works great, why would you also want to be like, let's put you on all this other shit? I'm like, well, it's not working, doc. It's like, it doesn't work.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
So I've got a couple of answers for you. There's something called
Okay.
milliequivalence. So like codeine has a conversion factor of 0.15, which means technically for every 0.15 milligrams of codeine, it equals 1 milligram of morphine. Methadone has a pretty moderate conversion factor. Things like hydromorphone, that's Dilaudid.
Yep.
It has, for every milligram of Dilaudid is worth 4 milligrams of morphine. So that's the first thing you need to take into account. Your second question was what's the difference between oral and injection?
Yes.
Well, oral, it has to go through your body, and there are certain things that they have to make it pass through the liver, and then they have to make it pass through the kidneys and then be excreted, or wherever they can happen to get excreted at. The IV formulation can sometimes, depending on what it is, not have to worry about the first conversion for it to take effect. So it's effective more quickly, and it's effective longer. Okay, the pill form is usually given so that way people can take it home and dose. The dosing typically has to be a little bit higher, but it has an abuse. I'm not going to say how it's abused, but it has an abuse potential. There's a way to abuse it, but I'm not going to say what that is because I don't want to encourage that. In your case, you have an injector. I'm going to assume they're putting it somewhere in your lower flank.
Yeah, my my lower right belly side, and then the cord, I guess, goes in your spine somewhere. It's only like a 40-minute surgery. It's not very long, but.
Yeah, I actually sat in on those. They do what's called a laminectomy, so they take out the sticky backy part of the spine, and they open it up so they can access your spinal cord. Well, they can do it in different ways. If they do it high, they can access your spinal cord. If they do it lower, they access what's called the cauda equina, which is basically just a bunch of roots. So it's a lot safer, and they don't have to have as big a risk as paralysis. With the surgery, the people that do it, in order to get even certified, they have to do it with somebody who's already been doing it for 10, 20 years. So your risk of paralysis is very low.
Yeah, my doctor's been doing this for 11 years. And he already put I have a back stimulator, like the electric stimulator.
Oh, well, in that case, what they're going to do is they're probably going to pull that out and then put the morphine pump in.
Really?
In the same place. I don't know.
Well, my back stimulator is on my lower left side of my back. The pump's going to go on the front right of my stomach.
Oh, so you're going to have both the stimulator and...
I will have both. Yeah.
Ah, that's unusual. Okay.
As far as I'm concerned, because he's never said, by the way, we're taking your everything out, and we're putting it, it's never been a conversation, never even came up in our conversation. I've seen him 7 times.
Huh. All right. Well, that's different. Usually it's either one or the other, but I'm not a spine surgeon, so that's okay.
That's what it just gets frustrating, because like I was on doing so well, and all I tried to switch all these other meds. I'm like, dude, they're not working. And then one doctor's like, well, we can't write too much because the FDA or whatever will flag us. I'm like, flag you for what? I'm your patient. You're not giving me the meds so I can go sell them on the street and give you half the profit. I had one doctor for 7 years, no problem writing it every month. It was not a problem. And the new doctor's like, freaks out. And I told him, I said, why are you a doctor if you don't help people? I don't get it. I was a doctor, I want to help my patients. Like, I was a teacher, I want to help my students. I mean, if I'm a doctor and I got to worry about the FDA, then I shouldn't be writing prescriptions if I'm that scared of these people. When one doctor wrote for 7 years, he never said he had a problem.
It's hard to help people, though, D-Love, if the FDA comes and shuts it down.
Okay, I'm going to send you a direct message. I'm not going to say this word. What I want you to do... this is V-Love, right?
Yeah, V-Love, yeah.
Okay. I sent you one word, okay? It starts with an S.
I asked him about that.
And would he prescribe it?
He said you have to do some certain thing, all this blah, blah, and then FDA, this, that, and the other. So they gave me buprenorphine. They gave me buprenorphine, right? Which actually seemed to work, because I don't like the high effect. I don't like that euphoric. And after so many years of being on it, I was never euphoric. So I was like, it doesn't bother me not being euphoric. It just kills my pain. So I went to see him today.
Buprenorphine is a nice drug. It's a partial agonist, so it touches the receptors. but it doesn't activate it, so that means it doesn't give you the high response. So it's actually a really good drug. If that doesn't work, this drug that I typed in, you do have to be something called X certified in order to prescribe it. And friendly speaking, that's something that I plan to become certified to give. So me, a family doctor, will be able to prescribe this, and a lot of pain doctors probably don't have the access to it, because I'm going to see a lot of people like you.
That doesn't sound right though. A pain doctor can't do that. It's like maybe the music writer going, I can't write music for country. I can only write music for rock. Bullshit. I can write for anything. I can do a rap if I want to do.
It's what people want to do, and if people don't want to get X certified because they have to do a few extra steps and attend the class, it's actually like a week-long class you have to attend, and that takes away from the practice. I plan to get this during my residency, so that way, time really doesn't matter. I just work.
So here's a question I have for you. So 2 months ago, when they were taking me off me and my main doctor were working on a treatment to go wean me down to from 30 milligrams to 10 to 5, and then to nothing. We're going to try the morphine route, right? That's not a problem. So this coronavirus hits. I see my doctor on a Monday. Tuesday, his office calls and goes, he's 60 years old. He doesn't want this coronavirus. He's older man. He just retired. So you got to get you a new doctor. I'm like, okay, but in 3 days, my narcotic meds are ready, and I need them. I only have 3 days left. I've been on for 7 years. And the doctor lady, she's a doctor, been there for 10 years. She goes, oh, I don't write that medicine. I'm like, but you do know what it does if you don't take this. I've been on for that long. You know what's going to happen, right? It's like full withdrawal and nastiness for it's 20, 30 days off of methadone. It's insane. I went online, I read it, watched videos of people that were trying to kick it. I'm like, this is not normal. So I went to 6 doctors at this place, and none would write it. I said, do you understand the doctor retired? Here's all my medical, my accident, being in a coma, all my broken bones. I couldn't believe it. And finally, I went to 7 days of the nastiness. I don't wish that on Hitler. I don't wish that on Bin Laden, that withdrawal. It is shit. It is the most horrible, horrible, horrible thing. And I didn't deserve it because I did nothing wrong. You know what I mean? And these doctors tell me and these doctors looking at my charts couldn't be like, oh shit, you've been on for 7 years? Your doctor retired? Yeah, I'll write it for you until we can find you a new doctor. How hard is that? How hard is that? So as those doctors, how can they go home knowing that they're being an asshole and there's someone that's going to be going through death and shit who has to work and help take care of people, and it's just misery. It was misery.
Well, I've got an answer for you, but you're not going to like it.
So if I probably wouldn't like it, then I wouldn't want to be a doctor because I wouldn't want to help everybody.
So, friendly speaking, if you had come into my office and you told me the story, yeah, what I could do is I could go onto a database that I'm about to get certified to be able to go on to, look to see that you're on there, see that you've been on this, see that you're tapering down. I have eyes, I can read the other doctor's note and go, oh, we're planning on doing a step down, so a weaning trial, morphine, so that way we can get you completely off of it. Maybe I can switch you to Suboxone, so that way I can get you off of this and get you something to control your pain, and something that doesn't make you high, and something that's safe, and something that's all this other stuff. I would do that. I would, there are things called situational things that you just do.
And I would ask questions like about the Suboxone I heard about. This orange tablet you put in your tongue and dissolves, supposed to block the things and blah blah. Cause I knew of someone back in years ago when I lived up north that was on it, and he said, "Dude, it's great. It blocks your total withdrawal. Your body's going through withdrawal, but you don't feel the withdrawal."
Yeah.
But all these doctors wouldn't do it. I'm like, and then they give you the buprenorphine. And then my doctor today, he's like, oh, we only use that for tapering off withdrawal. I said, but my original surgery was June 10th. So for 7 years I've been on medication. My neck is stiff, my back is stiff. My girlfriend had to drive today. I mean, my body was just crippled up. My legs were going bad. I have restless leg syndrome. It's just, and these people just it seems like they just say fuck off. They don't care. And I'm thinking to myself, what if this is your daughter or your son? Would you tell them to fuck off? So when I asked questions about these medications, what I read is this, what I read is, and it was almost like they were getting upset, like I was thinking I knew more than them. And I was just asking, will this work? How about this? Can we do this? Can we try that? It just seems weird. It's we're not supposed to educate. I read about the morphine pump. I've been doing research on it. Am I not supposed to ask questions about it to my doctor? just say, go ahead, do what you want to do? It's going in my body forever.
Yeah, now I'm about to get to the part you're not going to like. So back in
Uh.
the 90s, there was a big push to have pain as a 5th vital sign. So you do your normal vital signs, and you have to have a pain score. And if a pain score is a certain number out of 10, it means a certain thing, and you can prescribe certain drugs willy-nilly. The trouble with that is because of that legislation that caused that, the legislation and then the documentation. So we have from the government, we have from the insurance companies, basically forcing physicians to do a thing and making them act on a certain thing in a certain way. That caused what we're going through today is the opium crisis. And now that we're attacking the opioid crisis, we have these people who are overdosing, these people who are abusing the system, these people who are prescribing opioids too often, these people who are prescribing opioids inappropriately. You're a victim of this system that's been in place since the 90s, and I wish I could do something for you.
I'll tell you what's funny is, like, when I was going about my 6th day through withdrawal before this new doctor finally like gave me something, I was like, I understand why these people that have bad problems go rob stores to get money, rob pharmacies. I get it. I understood it. I actually, for some of my life, I said, fuck, dude. If I didn't have like a good income and like and a fortitude and will, I understand now. Because I couldn't figure it out. I'm like, what's wrong with them? I just fucking hang out and kick it, you know, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, nope, I understand now, 1,000,000%.
Yeah.
I understand it, dude. And that's a horrible thing to think about. I would never do that personally, but I could see some people that didn't have that inhibition where they just said, I mean, like, what was I? I was like to myself, what am I supposed to do? 7 years of mine is done. My first doctor even said, you'll be on pain medicine for your regular life. You have exposed nerves, you have bad neuropathy, you have chronic pain, it's it. And that's why I was like, okay, what do we do to control it? So we tried different things. Norcos, I started taking too many, it wasn't enough. Then we went to a Percocet, that was not as good. Then we tried, shit, I can't remember what it was called, something else. And then we finally tried the methadone. I said, can I take something that I don't have to take so much and it lasts a long time? He goes, we try methadone. Bam, works great. Come to the office like a few days later, he's like, man, you're all energetic. I go, I feel great. I'm not high, and my body doesn't hurt as bad. I don't think I have a pain.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like, and my doctor, we had our schedule. By February of next year, I would have been down to just half a tablet a month. So the one doctor I got to see, like a doctor actually said they'll see me, they gave me a prescription for 10 milligram, Norco. And I was just taking 3 a day. He's like, just take 1 a day and then to go down to halves. I'm like, wait, hold on. If the main chart my first doctor said to wean me off was 5 milligrams every 3 months, that's like way short. Aren't I gonna go into withdrawal? No, you should be fine. I'm like, are you sure? The math doesn't sound right. Because we were doing a half a milligram less every 3 months. And this doctor's going like, we're going to go down to 1.5, and then the next week 1 and then a half. Oh, dude, it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. I didn't see my girlfriend for like 7 days. That's why I said, you can't come in like upstairs. You can't because you don't want to see me. When I didn't shower for 6 days. Showering hurt. Does that sound crazy? Showering the warm water hurt.
Nope, doesn't sound crazy. Pain's a damn.
But I tell people this and they're like, what do you make it? I said, dude, don't trust me. You don't understand. It's not like having a migraine or a headache. This is like, I'm sorry, Shams. I know you have them. I know it's bad. But to me, it's just so bad sometimes. It's like, dude, it just sucks.
What state do you live in?
California.
I appreciate it. I really do. And, I was sitting here smiling like, I relate. I understand all of those things. But the advantage of knowing where your pain comes from and the disadvantage of not knowing is, for me anyway, like a massive thing.
That website that I
Oh, cool. Yeah, I see
DM'd you should do what I think it should do. It should give you locations of prescribers of Suboxone. And you talk to whoever that is and say, this is what's going on. I want to get on Suboxone. I don't want to get high. I just want my pain controlled. And I understand how Suboxone works. I don't do marijuana. I don't do cocaine. I don't do heroin. I don't do any drugs. I just want my pain to go away. Please give me Suboxone so I can get off all the stupid opioid shit, so that way I can just live.
Every Sunday, I have a cigar and I smoke a small joint. And that's it. And that's what my pain meds I get. Well, now I'm getting the morphine pump.
Okay,
So it's
so
like-
depending
so-
on the federal program, they might not be able to prescribe Suboxone if you're on smoking a joint every weekend. That might be enough to disqualify you. So
It
you're
doesn't do
going to
anything. It just relaxes me so I can get some sleep. That's all it does. I don't get high, like, ooh, I'm all goofy and euphoric. It just,
You're
I
either
just
going to have
calmed
to quit, or you're going to have to forget that you do that when you talk to the doctor.
See, me being honest, I'm just like, you're supposed to tell your doctor everything. I mean, I always tell my doctors everything. I mean, just, my brother, who has, my brother has stiff, so my brother has
Friendly
stiff man
speaking,
syndrome. Okay.
with the legal system and with how things are done, you're going to want to conveniently forget some information until certain things become more widely accepted.
Gotcha.
Welcome, Porter. Again, thanks for the host and whatnot, my friend. I appreciate it earlier.
Like, sometimes I'm playing D&D, like we're playing D&DO here, and I really don't want to play because I hurt so bad sometimes. I'm like, but I'm just playing, I'm trying to just take my mind off it. It's just, sometimes it just sucks. And that's why I was like, I'm sick and tired of every month having to go, okay, it's 3 days till my prescription's ready. Because my one doctor, he would go on vacation. I call and I go, why is it my meds here? They should be here by now. It's like a day late. I'm starting to like get all hot and sweaty and achy, not feeling good, you know? And then my pain sucks, and then I'm like, dude, this is not good. And I go, oh, he went on vacation. He has other doctors filling him in for him. I call, get a whole doctor, like, oh, we don't refill those. I go, but you're covering for my doctor. So I had to wait like 4 days, and finally they got hold of my doctor, and shit like that, dude. They happen all the time.
That runs into an ethical issue. Doctor like me, if I'm in a hospital or in a practice, I'm covering down for somebody who's prescribed something that I don't typically do. What I would do in that situation, I would say, okay, so I'm prescribing this in your doctor's name because he already has that. You just need my DEA license number so that way you can get this. I don't do it, but I'm acting in his name, and I'm acting as if I'm him.
Exactly,
So,
right?
though I don't do that, that's where you run into an ethical issue. And for something like pain is, I'm sorry, pain is the devil's cock.
It sucks, dude.
You don't fuck with it. And my last actual physical rotation I did was with a pain doctor in the VA. And I worked with both inpatient and outpatient, and I got to see, firsthand people that are genuinely in pain. And you don't fuck with pain; it's a real thing, and you take care of it.
It's worse. Like once I got some medicine from that doctor after that withdrawal, like the first 2 days ever taking the medicine, it didn't get better. It was like my body was like readjusting to like not having medicine again. So you're kind of stiff and achy. You know what I mean? So it's not like you just take. Oh, it took one, like it's all gone. It's like, oh, it's just like it slowly starts to build back in your system. I'm like, dude, I don't want to live like this anymore. Where I have to like hope and pray my doctor's gonna be there, and then he freaking retires, and I'm like scrambling. My mom talking to my mom about that, and she's like, "Why don't you just go to the ER?" I'm like, they're gonna think I'm a drug addict. They're gonna treat me like I'm a heroin addict, even though I'm nothing like that. They're not
The ER
gonna
is the
help me.
last place you want to go. You want to go to a pain clinic or a pain specialist. With spine surgery, with orthopedics, they typically have pain specialists on board in their practice because they deal with a lot of pain.
That's why I called my insurance, and they said, okay, there's one pain specialist near you. And I already seen him because he put my stimulator in. But my primary doctor was one that was prescribing my methadone, so my pain doctor was like, I don't have to do it, let him do it, fine. But then when he retired, I saw him, he was like, after he was gone, so that's why I was going to that withdrawal for 6.5 days. I finally got a hold of him, he said, come in, and he gave me buprenorphine, which was fine, it was working. But then I went and saw him today because my surgery was supposed to be 22 days from today, and I'm out of it. He's like, well, how about this? So he calls on the phone right in front of him. He calls the nurse at the hospital and goes, can I open a day for Thursday? Can I fill up a day? Because he has all kinds of surgeries. She goes, yeah, we can squeeze you an extra day. So I moved up. So he gave me a prescription for 6 30-milligram morphines to last me from today until next Thursday.
Yeah, just
That's
use
what I
that
don't
link. Use that link. Oh man, you're in a bad spot. You're in a spot where people are in moral and ethical quandaries, and there are legal quandaries that are smashing on people who have prescribed opioids. And even as Suboxone providers, I think there might be actually a cap of how many patients you can have and prescribe to, depending on your state. And you're in California, so you've got You basically live in another country. I'm sorry.
No, and it's true because like the next morning I said if my doctor, if the pain doctor doesn't call me back, 'cause I didn't know what was going on, why he doesn't call me back. And I found out he was on vacation, and he just told his nurses and everybody to go on vacation for the week. So there was no one there. I kept leaving a message like, what is going on? And then, I was like, dude, I might have to go to the methadone clinic. I might have to go to the clinic and sit there with heroin addicts and crack addicts just to get fucking treatment. Because I can't survive. I can't do this. I'm in no sleep, dude, none. I was on, I'll tell you what they gave me for trying to say, take this. One doctor was like, oh, take this, it'll help you sleep. I'm like, will it help me with my narcotic? Oh, I don't know, not really, but try it. I'm like, okay. It does not, it makes me so groggy, but I can't sleep because I'm like tossing and turning, right? So they gave me tizanidine and what's this shit called? Venlafaxine, generic for some shit.
Oh.
I can't read.
They gave you the first one's a muscle relaxer. The second one is a brain medication. It's primarily
For
used
anxiety?
for. Actually, it's primarily used for depression, but anxiety is used to augment. Okay, yeah, to treat anxiety, you don't give medication, you give counseling, and then you can augment the counseling with medication. So that particular class of medication is what's called an SNRI, and it's great for depression, but it's also good for pain. It's on the World Health Organization ladder for pain control.
And then I take
solo
Boost,
pain control is meant to augment.
and I'm bipolar. I'm like this lowest level bipolar. And I found out at 40 years old I've been bipolar my whole life. That's good parenting, huh? Parents should take their kids in to get checked. Yeah, parents didn't give a shit when I was a kid.
If you are bipolar type 2, you can actually be functioning without even knowing it. Especially if you have if you're on like a lower threshold, then you could just be like another dude who has inspirations, and then you just have like a day where you're bad.
See, I'm always up or down, but my downs are never, like my sister has severe depression, so she's like super high or like wants to kill herself, right? She's tried like 4 times to kill herself. I'm like, I've never thought that. My low would be like, man, fuck, man, I didn't get to eat today, or like, man, I called in sick to work 3 days because I feel like poop. That's like my low, you know what I mean? Like, that's low.
Yeah, you either have bipolar type 2 or cyclothymia.
So this is what they gave me. They gave me for that. They gave me, and my shrink guy's cool as shit. He's funny. They gave me Boost Perone, 2 milligram, and then Toppermate, and then olanzapine.
Olanzapine.
There you go.
Okay.
It's generic for Zyprexa. It says.
Yeah, the Buspirone, the Buspar, is a brand name probably.
Okay.
That is another augment. So you, and then this Pyramate, that I want to say is like a great opioid, like codeine.
There goes the window.
No, it's not. It's an anticonvulsant, and then that last one is actually an antipsychotic, and all those medications are used to augment something else. They can augment pain control, or they can augment certain psychiatric illnesses. So,
Yeah, I have none of that.
friendly speaking, what you really need, you need to come off of a lot of medications. You need to get on Suboxone. That will get you off all the opioids. And then we need to do trial de-escalation medications to get you off the meds that you're on now. The trouble is you live in California and you're going to run into a lot of legal quandaries, because I swear they're like another country, and you're going to have a really hard time. Me, like future me, would prescribe you Suboxone, and then I would slowly start getting you off all that crap until you're at a happy place, and then we have you just on Suboxone for as long as you need it, and we slowly wean you off of that, unless we need to have you on it for life, in which case, whatever.
So like, you're gonna be on the pain meds of your life, dude, because you go off of them. And like when I was going through that withdrawal 6 days, I understood what he meant. Like, there's no way. Like if someone broke into my house, I couldn't get to my gun, they wanted to fist fight me, I'm dying. There's no way. Not even nothing, dude. That is the most horrible feel. I'm telling you. I think those are the worst pains in the world, and how that wasn't in the top 10 is insane. Because I've been shot. I got shot when I was 17 protecting a friend at a party, and they tried to kill him, and they shot me. I would take that every day. I would get shot like that every day. They go through 1 day withdrawal. Because it's putrid. Anybody listening out there in this world on the stream, it's putrid.
Yeah, don't do drugs. And unfortunately, in Vila's case, he has a doctor-induced addiction, which
And it's full. And I knew that going into it. When I started med, I said, my aunt was on meds for years, and I told her, so you know you're addicted, right? You can't go off them. I'm not addicted. I said, you've been on Norco for 12 years. You stopped taking them. She's like, well, look at you. I said, I'm okay with that, you know? Because I understand the rest of my life I'm going to be in chronic pain, so I'm not going to live like a 68-year-old man and dying in my bed when I'm 40 years old. It wasn't my fault people crashed in behind my car and robbed me, left me for dead. You know what I mean? Why is that my fault?
and it's not your fault. None of it's your fault. Your pain is not your fault. The situation you put in is not your fault. Trying to get out of it's not your fault. None of it's your fault.
Yes, I agree, and I've never called in my prescription like, hey, can I get it 2 weeks early because I took too many? Not one fucking time. If anything, it's always I've had to like ration them because my doctor's not there or something's wrong. So I'm like, great, I got to ration down until 4 days. And my brother has stiff man syndrome, right? You know what that is?
That's one that I'm not familiar with.
So now cerebral palsy, your muscles kind of ache, but they'll kind of stop.
Ah.
So that means his will never. He will die. He doesn't die from like a heart attack or natural causes. It will basically like slowly like break his. The doctor told him it'll break his neck. His muscles will spasm so bad. So check this out. I take baclofen, 30 milligrams. I'm supposed to take 30 milligrams a day. I can't take that much because like I'll wake up in the middle of the night cooking like sausage with like a piece of pizza and like eggs. I'm like, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? So I don't take it at night anymore. My brother takes 1,200 milligrams of that. I take one and I fall asleep for like 10 hours. I'm like, his muscles, because he has that disease where his muscles, I've seen him spasm before. It's like a seizure. It's a seizure basically, and the muscles are just cramping up. You can see his muscles cramping and flexing, like he's flexing like a bodybuilder. And his doctor is, he called his morphine prescription in. I talked to him today. I said, how you doing? What's going on? I'm going to come up for Memorial Day and see you guys. He's like, I was having a bad day, and my doctor's like 8 days behind on my morphine. And he's got a clinical disease. He's been on stuff for like 20 years. So stuff like that, it's like I just don't get it. So he just filed a suit with the AMA or whatever against his doctor. But he's a smart person, so he doesn't take all his pain meds like he's supposed to. He'll like only take 1 or 2 instead of 3 or 4 a day. He just sometimes he feels bad, so he has like 2 weeks of reserve just in case.
Yeah.
I'm like, what doctors do that? You know, your patient has a horrible disease and it's kill because he's on like 24 different medications to control this. That's why I don't get it, man. I couldn't be a doctor. I couldn't do it. I couldn't turn my patients away that have. Now some dude walks in the street going, "Hey dog, yeah, my back kind of hurts. Can I get like 50 Norco a day?" Get out of the He'd be like, "Get out of the office, dude. You get out of here." You know, I was like, "Come on, man." But
Here's your prescription for 800 milligrams of ibuprofen. Take it 3 times a day with food.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And like my gabapentin, I think it works fine, but like like I have like circulation issues.
Yeah,
I have to. Is that a good thing? Because it works for me. When I don't have it, my feet feel like they're on fire. Like there's flames, literally, like you're standing on coals. Because the neuropathy hurts so bad.
You're on a lot of stuff.
See, then when my accident, it caused me to have bad circulation. So when I lay in bed at night, like once I start laying in bed right away, my feet will go numb up to about my shins. So I have to get up, walk around, try to tire myself out as much as I can. So I'll pass out at like 2 in the morning. I'll wake up at like 5 or 6 in the morning. I gotta get up because my legs are cramping because there's no circulation, so I gotta go do walks or get in my golf cart, go down the hill, go try to fish in the creek just to see what I'm saying. So it's an everyday cycle. Then I gotta work on the computer all day and write music and sell stuff, and I gotta take my girlfriend here. Then I got family begging for money, and I gotta it's just nonstop. It's like, can I have some for me?
And that is what this stream is for. Here.
And that's why, like Sam, when he's saying he was having hard times with his, headaches, I go, I know some stuff like it'll help you. It's helped me. Try it. If it's gonna work, it's gonna work. If the package ever arrives, but hey.
You're a naturopathic pharmaceuticals there.
I just know how pain is, and like when like my mom's 82 and like she cramps all the time and hurts all the time, and her sorry ass doctor, I said, Mom, she's Kaiser, right? She's with Kaiser, so I had to get on the phone with her doctor with FaceTime with her doctor. I said, Doc, let me ask you a question. My mom's 82. She paints the house, does the fences up there. She does it all. She has a gardener. She like does all the work before the gardener gets there. I said, you understand? She's on constant pain all the time. She has osteoporosis. She has a torn rotator cuff in her right shoulder. Hasn't got a surgery done yet. I said she's in chronic pain. He gives her baclofen. I give her my 30 milligram morphines to help her once in a while. I'll give one to her. It's my mom. Once in a while, I'm in tears crying because she can't fall asleep. Right? It helps her. I'm like, man, I can't believe that. A 30 milligram morphine made it, man. And they wouldn't give her nothing. They give her baclofen, dude. So I yelled at her doctor. I said, "You're a fucking piece of shit. Hope you go back to where the fuck you're from." I told him. He said, "Huh?" I said, "What are you worried about?" "Well, it's addictive." I said, "She's 82 years old. We mean addiction. What are you talking about?
Oh,
She's
jeez.
82 years old. She's
One
not like she's
baclofen.
22. She gets one baclofen a day. That's what she gets. She gets 30 a month, 10 milligram.
No,
That's her
no,
pain.
that's
And she has osteoporosis. She has all that stuff. Her hands all cramped. Yep, that's what she gets. Kaiser, and she loves them. She thinks they're great.
Muscle relaxers are for short term, they're not for long term. And as far as pain control goes, they don't really do very well. Some people they do, and great, but for the majority of people, no. There's actually a general prescription for most pain that makes things go away, but when you get to the point of
Codeine! Give her some codeine! Liquid codeine! How hard is that? You give it to people when you have your toothache. When you have a oral surgery that gives you some codeine. You can't give her that once a month? Come on, man.
once you get to the point where like you're at, or like where she's, and like for her, giving her morphine, it really isn't going to matter. Like the most dangerous thing that's going to happen is the grandkids steal it and they sell it. But for her, she can
She's
take
by herself.
morphine all day long, and you can keep upping the dose. It'll decrease her respiratory drive, but you're looking at the difference between quality of life versus quantity of life. And when you start getting too many opioids, the quantity goes down. The quality, so long as she can stay awake, stay alert, do stuff, that's what really matters is the quality. Kaiser Permanente is, I've got words to describe the organization, but I'm not going to share those words.
It's just frustrating because when I gave her that, I was with her all day long, and she was like upbeat, happy, and she was actually doing better work. And she calmed down. She wasn't working as hard that day. She was, I just hurt so bad, so I just wanted to keep working through it. I'm like, well, you're a better soldier than me because I started feeling bad. I don't want to do dick. And she was working. I was like, man, you got to call your doctor. No. I said, well, I'll call your doctor. I called and got an appointment on the FaceTime because you can't see each other because quarantine. And I finally grabbed my phone out of her hand. I said, Mom, you choose to walk out of the room. She's like, why? I said, because it's not going to be a pleasant conversation. I want you to hear it. I told them all my story. I said, this is all I've been in. It's what I've been going through. And you're telling me an old 8-year-old lady who works her ass off. And one day I went to she's like, oh, I went to tell my doctor. This is months ago. And he was showing me how he does these one-handed push-ups. Like, would you tell him about how your back hurts when you drive? You know, your back hurts bad when you drive, your posture? No. You tell him about how you just work all day long? No. But you and him were talking about one-handed push-ups. I said, what the fuck is going on, man? This guy's getting paid to do this? I said, send it back to where he's from, Dr. Bay. You know, we were talking about soccer. I said, oh, where are you from? He's like, we're from Nigeria. I'm like, oh, that's great. I almost want to tell him, go back, dude, because you're not helping anybody here, obviously. He told her, oh, I have so many patients, it's hard. Bullshit. My primary doctor had 110 patients, and I had 7 years, I didn't have any issue. Not about what can you write for me, not what he can't do for me. That's my psychiatrist. I used to take Ativan, like the very, very small dosage. He's like, well, since you're on a narcotic, we're not supposed to like do it together. I was like, oh my god. I'm not asking for 10. I'm not asking for 20 Xanny-bars a day here. I'm gonna ask for a 0.5 Ativan. If I have anxiety, I can take it.
Okay,
but
guys.
they gave me those tight.
I'm gonna shift you guys down to a different channel for a little bit, so you guys can keep talking. When you guys have wrapped this up, feel free to come back. But I'm gonna talk a whole bunch about DDO, and I want you guys to be able to continue talking. So I'll move you down. You guys just come back in a second when you guys are done. All right. So we
well, that happened.
So we leveled up real quick here. We leveled up, and I think the only real piece of gear that we're gonna have to deal with is the compliance for charisma, which will actually do a lot for us because this is our first potency type item or spellcasting type item. So that should help us out with our healing magic in the event that we actually cast some healing stuff, but it's so-so. Otherwise, though, really, there's not a whole lot going on. We could switch into the Black Dragon plate, which could actually be very close. The armor piercing 10% would be really good if we had if instead of power attack we took precision, because that would be 35% damage or fortification bypass, which I think around this point is where it starts to make a little bit more sense. Terrell, do you have a number where you think that fort bypass kind of like quote unquote kicks in?
I mean, it kicks in right away, right?
You some, but
A lot
1
of
in
undead has
4
100.
Huh?
So if you have 100, you automatically crit any undead.
Well, 1 out of 4,
As well
right?
as,
Because it's only 25% bypass. Right. So when you roll your when you roll your attack, if it's a critical, then it checks to see what percentage it is, and then 1
Yeah.
in 4 at 25%. So 1 in 4 you start critting more undead. So you do get a benefit from it, but like I personally feel like at 35 and 45% is when you start seeing it pretty realistically. Like when those numbers shift from 1 in 4 to 1 in 3, 1 in 2, to me, you start seeing it. It starts really to like kick in, and then a lot of the monsters, the newer monsters anyway, they do start getting extra fortification. I don't know how much or where at, but I know that there's been time where it seems like I've never gotten a crit on certain monsters, like especially in the newer stuff like Sharn and whatnot.
I strap a little fort on them. I don't know exact numbers either, to be honest. I sure don't. I probably should, but I don't.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know when it starts like mattering a ton. Obviously, it's kind of like how I still feel about armor class. Whatever you can sprinkle in is good, because you're gonna see some amount of gains, and you should be on the lookout for any gains. But I don't know. I feel like this is close to the point where I'm gonna go ahead and put the Black Dragon armor in my bank, so I can find it a little more easily as I scroll up through here. I'm not sure if breaking the set is worth yet. We're definitely close. 5% to melee and range power. Or sorry, 5%. 5 to melee and range power and plus 2 to hit and damage versus evil. It's close, in my opinion. I don't know exactly, because what that would do is it'd free up our trinket slot and it would free up our necklace slot. But it doesn't, like, freeing up our necklace doesn't really do anything for us right now. And freeing up our trinket slot would let us switch back to one of our level 4 trinkets. But neither one of them really, I mean, they're both good, obviously. But they're not, like, ta-da! Change things. We're still moving through the level 3 Reaper stuff, I feel, pretty easily. So yeah, I don't know. Just kind of glancing around for gear here. Because the 14 is Giant Hold stuff. Giant Hold raid weapons. Obviously 13 is any other Giant Hold gear. So like, there's a possibility that Madness boots might be something to consider. Although I don't think you can have Madness with the Sacred Defense on, so probably not.
Which madness?
The Madstone stuff, like you won't be able to click that rage clicky.
I want to say that stopped.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
I thought maybe madness like the madness crafting.
No, that stuff still works. The other thing we can consider, again, the same thing we kind of talked about at level 12, is the Indomitable Wrappings at level 12 is so good. But we are still getting a lot of value. We're still getting 19 Vitality, Trip 6 out of this belt. I really feel like the Trip is still really making a big difference, especially as we're starting to move into places where we're tripping giants. Things that have like the big triple attacks. Even if we only trip 1 out of 10 monsters, you could, because the trip still does damage now, it still counts as an attack. Like, you're not losing anything by hitting the trip button. And I'd like that DC to be up there, I think, just because, if you hit a guy, they're on their butt for that 5 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever it is. And then you can either wail on him if you get like the champ that's a problem, or focus on the champ without getting chip-in damage from other trash. So I kind of inclined to keep the trip up high as I can. I would even be incentivized to like look for a bigger trip belt, because I could slot in the vitality augment into like a compliance without a lot of extra effort and be fine with it. So it's something to think about. I don't know how much it will actually go into effect right now, but it is something to consider. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else at this level range that really makes that big of a difference. If we could use falchions for our weapon, obviously the giant splatter, the tail of scorpion would be good. But obviously it's not a great sword, it's a falchion, so you can't, unless you're probably an elf of some sort, a wood elf specifically.
Wood elf pretty high in the tree, yeah.
Yeah, so it's pretty hard to make a falchion a doodad for everybody. A favored weapon. The other thing
it's good.
Yeah, I said it. I imagine it is quite strong. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and switch out our kind of crummy shield stuff. We haven't actually used our shield setup really at all, but I would still like to have the option. So I'm not sure what one-handed weapon I want to put on, or even the scenario where I would use it, but I do want to prepare something. Oh, I guess we can grab an Enduring Conviction, just because that's like classic paladin nonsense, I think. Yeah, I saw that. I assumed that was you anyway. Alright, so let's just stick that here. Other than that, I really can't think of anything else that... I said the main thing is switching the hat, in my opinion. So for those of you who didn't tell, I was basically wearing the +3 charisma hat from Memoirs, out of the 12 quest. And to me, those hats are really strong. But because there's not a hat out of Ravenloft, and I no longer have like the +6 hat at level 9 from Demon Queen. I think it's Demon Queen. Or maybe it's the Titan Raid. I had it for a long time, but I got rid of it recently. But that hat was quite strong for what we're doing. But the compliance is basically the first time we have an upgrade to that hat for this build, in my opinion. And the nice perk about it is, in addition to the charisma increase, you also are picking up the extra 7 to your intimidate score and stuff like that. So you, I think this is a good hat to think about and grab at level 14. I suppose the cages or the Drows cow could also be really good. The healing amp, the will saves, and wisdom. But really, it's the true scene and the healing amp together that would be really strong. One of the things that I know plagues Tobril sometimes, and I am starting to notice it a little bit now, is the lack of permanent true scene. I don't see it a ton, like it's not the end of the world for me, but it is something that I've noticed more in the last couple of levels, and I'm really curious how things will motivate in the future. And like Giant Hold, things are going to start casting blurs, self blurs, or self displacements. So it might be something that I have to consider finding out a place to put true scene, or just carry around the scrolls. Like I have one now. There should be a stack in the guild bank. Like maybe it's fine. Maybe I should take a minute and grab them, because I'm the one that puts them there. Oh, we should probably also consider grabbing these heal scrolls too. We haven't needed to cast a heal scroll yet, but we could be on the cusp anytime. The other thing we can do, because reasons, is we can actually transition from GH potions, which you can get from collectibles, by the way. So take a look at your collectible stuff. One of them does have GH potions in it. In transition to scrolls of GH, that are that's just plat or opening chest, gold, whatever. Did I not hit? Seriously, don't have true scene in that chest. So I think a couple of things there to consider and think about, but obviously it's ultimately up to you guys. The other thing I need to do while I'm here, thinking about gear stuff, is throw it in, put those potions in there. And also, should I grab a... Sorry, I lost track of what I was thinking. Should I grab, some pointers? Probably. I like having pointers. We're not really playing with people right now, but that could change. Alright, I think this is okay. Again, I feel like we can do some fiddling here and there, possibly. This one's a spare one. It can go in the... oh, not... No, that's something I'm giving to V-Love. This is the other thing I'm giving to V-Love. Some of those low-level Vorpals. That can go in the grinder.
I wonder what you'll pick. So many choices.
This Brogan short sword can go in the grinder. This Kindred Spirit can go in the grinder. Yeah, I think everything else is fine still. That's alright. Like, you apologized. Hopefully, like I said, I'll talk to him about it. I'll talk to you about it. And we'll see about occasionally doing some trial on getting you back in the voice chat occasionally. We'll just kind of see how it goes. Alright, so I hate to do it to you guys again, but I'm gonna hit the commercial button as I take a quick restroom break. Back in 30 seconds. Alright, hopefully everyone's back. Welcome back, T. Let's see if Ben needs a rescue. If that's...
Good lord, he went on and on. Like, didn't he come up for fucking breath?
Yeah, I love V-Love,
fuck.
but sometimes he can get pretty on point, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Alright, so let's reach out to Ben. Alright. Everybody else, I think, otherwise we're just going to roll right into 12s here pretty bloody quickly. And we'll just kind of see how it goes, really. WoW is cartoons. I don't disagree. But some people are into that art style. It is a different world with a different feel, and that's okay. Not everything is for everybody all the time. Besides, who hasn't looked at, is it Tronda? Who hasn't looked at Tronda's bum and be like, that girl be thick? So I think we have, I'm not going to do Chains of Pain, but I do have all the stuff for Wizard King, so I think we're going to do Wizard King for sure. Why is my buff bar so short? For the first time in ages, I've actually tried really, really hard to collapse my, no, not key buffing. UI settings, guild buffs. So for me anyway, I usually have my guild buffs shown, which is like that. And the reason why is because the shortest buffs go first, or go on the list first. When you add them. So I like having my guild resistances on timer so I can see them up there. But I'm trying to get used to the idea that while I still have them, I may not always have them, because we'll eventually run out of stock of the guild buffs, resistances, so I'm trying to get used to it. So by doing that, you collapse all your guild buffs into one, in one tab. So then I just have the two-handed fighting thing, my two different sets that I'm wearing, the city regeneration, which will go when we step in a zone, my dragon thing, my enhancement, and my paladin buffs. So, again, it's something that I'm still trying to get used to, but I don't know, man. It is different, and every time you TR, it gives you an opportunity to change your thought process, in my opinion. So by not taking the opportunity to at least try it and see if it's something that I could get used to or even find a like, I felt like I was missing some opportunities. So I tried it last life. I didn't think it was too bad. I'm trying it again this life, and I'm actually really unhappy with it this life because I have not yet gotten an opportunity to put a spare second level spell slot so I can put resistance in there. So if I die, losing my resistance is problematic. That being said, I'm pretty sure the next level I get a spell slot, I will get a spare second level spell slot. And then at that point, I think we'll be golden again. Also, my head is starting to really bother me, like stepping up a couple notches, so I'm going to switch to my glasses, my ugly yellow blue blockers. I think I need to just go ahead and invest in the prescription blue blockers pretty soon. But I want to get an updated prescription, and I have not been to the
Well, let me
Doc
tell you
for that.
all about the shit I'm on for 10 minutes.
What's that, bud?
So let me tell you about all the stuff I'm on for 10 minutes.
Okay, go. Let's hear it. What are you
I'm
on?
not actually gonna do that.
You're on your ass. You're on push-ups. You're on sit-ups.
Mhm.
Not
Mhm.
jump rope, though. We can't talk about jump ropes.
No. I'm not gonna push rope.
Oh. You're on some blood pressure medication.
I'm about to be.
Oh. And you're old now. Shit. That makes you as old as me, right?
Yeah, somehow.
What are you gonna do with your fucking life, my guy?
I guess I'll just die.
Oh. Have I told you today that I love you?
Hush.
Just making sure. Just making sure. Oh, man. Where's this dog person? Ugh. This, lead the charge should 100% have a longer range on it as you put more points in it. I would 1,000% more points in it. If I
And the
could get
horse
it to
of
be
your
like,
ass across the screen.
if I could get it to be like longer, 100%, I would put all 3 points in it. If it would like double or triple its range. Hell, even if it would double it over the course of all 3 points, I would do it. Like, I could hit this button right here and it'd be like, here you are! I'm like, yes, this is the charge that I'm looking for in my life. There's that trip that we talked about, doing work. Yeah, it's a mixed blessing having been in the chat sometimes. People are like, let me get some free doctoral advice.
Jesus.
And Ben doesn't help himself, I think, in those situations, and I just want to be like, yo, Ben. You earned the right to be like, hey man, make an appointment, I'll be happy to help you in normal business hours. No, Ben's got a good heart. I think he'll be a truly excellent doctor if it doesn't kill him first. Alright, how long does Holy Sword last?
Long duration.
14 minutes. That's pretty good.
Everything is long duration, except for prayer.
Yeah, prayer's not long. Shorter than my
Prayer's
dick.
not something you should probably be fiddling around with immediately. Like, there's better things sooner. It's better when you're bigger.
Oh, prayer?
Yeah, I mean, it's okay when you get it. I feel like there's other stuff that's more important first, but I don't remember offhand.
Prayer is level 3? Yeah, prayer is level 3. So, I think you said one of the level 3 things that you cast was remove curse. But, like, the other one is magic circle, and I'm just casting the
Magic circle, you could do the single one.
Right, which is what I'm doing. So
And then that
3
frees up a 3 for a while. I take Magic Circle later just because it hits a group, and later on there's not as much contention.
Yeah, I'm just not worried about it right now. I said I have.
But
the
when you're
third level
little, you can
healings.
definitely get away with just the Pro Evil, and it's fine.
Yeah, I have the first level Pro Evil, and I have the third level and just prayer, and the second level or the third level cure. And I don't know. Seems fine. Stupid spell magics. There's that first heal that we talked about earlier today. I'm a guy who I try not to fight, and if I have to fight, I'll fight dirty, because losing a fight is way worse than winning a fight dirty. Whatever it takes, short of cheating. Marcus the Queensberry rules, bitches. Yeah, I know that V-Love and I he's got the car.
You guys
accidents.
go fucking off. Like, wow.
Well, man, it's hard to explain to some people about pain when it's there, and when you do get somebody there that
I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the other stuff.
the other stuff. My brain apparently is melty. But when you
Okay.
Hey, welcome back.
Well, how about that?
We've got a medication plan, we've got a doctor plan, we've given him resources, and he's going to take that medical advice up with his doctors and hopefully go on and about and make a decision. And I kind of want to hear what happens in the future.
Well, you'll know where he'll be. Do we need to move him back manually?
Oh, do you? I don't know.
I don't know. Was he going to move himself back? Do you know?
I thought he was.
Alright, well, I'll just move him now and then we'll see. Alright, feel
There he
better?
is.
Everything done? I just moved him.
Okay. Yeah, so hopefully he feels much happier. He hopefully feels listened to, and we've got a good plan set up for him.
I think
Anyhow.
that's often a big part of the problem, is not feeling listened to, for sure.
Pain syndrome, most patients do not feel listened to. That is correct.
All I know is that was one of the reasons I left my neurologist, is I would just tell him what was going on, and he'd just like, no, that's not me, that's not my problem, or not my thing. I'm just like, I'm here because I hurt, and you're not doing anything about it. Till finally I just reached the point, like, I can find ways to mitigate this pain better on my own.
Well, all I can say is, you know, after I graduate here, once I get my DEA license, once I can actually do stuff, if you happen to be my patient, I will do things for you.
Yeah. Well,
hopefully those things work.
I feel like things are surprisingly in a good spot. My personal daily pain is probably just like a 4, which compared to what it was a year ago is like, I'll take it. And from 2 years ago, it feels like a miracle. Like, it hurts, but I can deal with it, and it's a place that it's in the forefront of my mind, and it's always a distraction, but I can still focus through it, and I still get some work done, and I feel like every day I make progress towards getting it better and better under control. So, again, for me personally, the way that I think that I will improve in the future is a very special medication, and we'll see if I can get an opportunity to give some of those things a try.
Yeah, there's more than one modality. And the modality that I think you're pursuing, I'm not 100% certain. I think should be an offline conversation. It sounds like it's worth pursuing, and if it works, great. And if not, then keep trying.
Exactly.
I certainly hope it works. Anyway, I want to say good game, and happy birthday, and wish you a good night.
Oh, no!
He really does melt when you wish him happy birthday. You know that, right? Like,
I'm melting!
He,
Oh, by the way, Tara's getting you a birthday cake.
Aw.
I'm fat, Ben. How does that help me?
Now you're gonna be even fatter because you have to eat a whole fucking birthday cake before you leave.
Is it a birthday cake made of donuts?
So
Probably
I'm
birthday
getting
cake.
an ice cream cake for graduation because I like ice cream cake, and apparently she's wanting to get you a certain kind of cake that would pair with it. So I'll
Is
let
there
that
such
be a
thing as
surprise.
frozen yogurt cake?
Probably.
Yeah, it's called
Okay.
ice cream cake.
I get.
He's lactose intolerant, mother trucker.
I need to eat like the lactose pill if that's the case, I guess.
Oh darn! It's like $5 at Walmart, and you take it up, like 2 hours.
$5 a pill? Fuck.
For a bottle.
How big a pill is this?
It's a big pill.
He
And you
keeps
have to
trying
put
to
it
get me
way
to
up
take
there.
more and more pills. Like the
Way
last pill
up
he tried to
there.
get me to take is the size of a fucking Coke can. So here I am, trying to learn how to go on YouTube, looking at videos of sword swallowers, trying to figure out how to take this damn pill he's trying to get me to
Tobrel,
eat.
Tobrel,
What?
you don't swallow
Yeah?
that pill.
Did you take the pill out of the bottle? Or were you
Way
trying to
up
swallow the
there.
bottle?
Look, don't tell me how to do my job.
Way up your bum, buddy. Way up there.
You know what? You just take that
All the
bottle.
way up.
You take that bucket-sized bottle and you shove it up your fourth point of contact. Your pain or your whatever will probably go away one way or another.
There you go.
Whatever.
You get it all the way up your bum.
You get it all the way up there, then you'll be the good story in the ER.
That's right.
Oh my
You'll be the
goodness.
one that they're like making fun of. Oh my god! He thought he could take his pills anal.
But it wasn't one pill, it was this whole
He
pill
put the
bottle.
whole bottle up there. He thought if he put them like that, he would only have to take the pills once a year.
He even put the
Oh
pill
my God.
counter up too.
Lord.
Oh.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
my, everybody on stream, please forgive me. Hopefully, you
You
go back to
two are
DDO.
terrible.
Go back to DDO, talk about the game, enjoy the game. Hopefully this was a fun distraction.
No.
Oh my
it's
gosh.
good. It's good. Otherwise, we're literally just bitching at people being assholes. And then doing my personal best at being an asshole, but also civil, and able to like easily defend everything I say.
Yeah. I don't have to defend anything I have to say because I'm gonna go to bed.
Oh yeah, it's nice.
That's the spirit.
Alright. GG's.
Alright. Well, night night. See you in a few days.
Yep. Later, buddy. Hopefully, I'll make it. Oh, I got the healing curse there, buddy. Try again. Thank you. Oh yeah.
What's up, Mr. Sam?
Nothing, man. Hope you feel much better. Getting
You have no idea.
getting a good range out.
If I was a chick and I was there, I would hump to bro. I would just give it up. I'd be like, take it. You can have it. You're the greatness.
Well, I hate to tell you this, but
It's
any
been a
port of
while.
storm till Brell's on his way.
This quarantine thing, man, it's been a while. Like, you don't want to.
Vila, his
you
girlfriend's
don't wanna
got
make
a
promises your
semi-hot
ass
sister
can't
that
catch.
lives in his guest
All I'm
house.
saying.
I think you could go spend some time in her guest house.
Now I give Sam, I give you permission, and even to bro if you want, it's fine. If I'm in the chat talking and I ramble about stuff, just say Vilo, shut up.
No.
I won't get mad. I won't get upset at all because Cammy in the car if I'm rambling, she'll just put her hand over my mouth slowly, or she'll just say Vilo, be quiet. And I'll go
So-
okay. I figure out. So
Again,
it's just
if-
where I am. I'm a
if
talker. I
things-
like to socialize. So
If things are handled with respect and you have a complaint, I literally was saying that with Ben being a doctor, or almost a doctor, like
close
Friday,
enough to me.
for Doctor
That's
on
great.
Friday, like things are gonna get a little weird sometimes. People are gonna want to get a little bit of tips and trips, and he's got a big heart and wants to help everybody.
Yeah,
But
same way,
there's
brother.
gonna be a point where he's gonna have to learn to like hold back a little bit. But now is not that time. While he's excited and it's all fresh, and he just wants to get out there and bust his ass for people. But there'll be a time in the future where I'll be like, all right, the kibosh on pestering Ben about doctor shit is over.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Just tell me I'm fine. I won't be
And
upset,
we're
fine.
we're not there yet as far as I know.
No, that's cool. You're being a doctor, dude. I know that's hard work, man. I know how hard I worked, and I was so gratified once I did and finished my goal. And I was like, I'm here now. I'm like, school's done. I'm going back to school in the fall to get more school done. So I totally get,
Yeah, exactly. So I like to give people a little bit of an opportunity, if and as long as Ben's not like, all right, I'm done answering questions on your stream. Like, all right, well then we'll put a kibosh on it. You know what I mean? Like,
because there's sometimes I played in the stream with you, and Kemi's on the bed, watching it and stuff, and she'll see me kind of like put my head down, and she knows like I'm in massive pain. But you never know because I'm always like, this is the way I am, and I'm not trying to bust a stream like halfway crying because I don't feel good. But I'm like, I got to do something. I can't just,
I've been there, done that. Know what happens? I usually turn the stream off.
Yeah.
Like I was trying to say, I understand more than you know about how that stuff affects me. I've had weeks that I couldn't get out of bed, before I was streaming every day, before I was seeing the Cairo like all the time, before I was doing this other stuff. The mushrooms really helped, I think. Like a lot of this stuff all adds up, man, and all I know is I stopped being me at one point, and I still feel like I'm recovering from that, and because of the medication that I was put on. So I understand, and as long as I'm like, you know what, if you guys are still willing to have this conversation, I'd like to talk about, I just leveled, I want to talk about gear, I want to talk about the things we learned that level. So I'm going to need to move you guys out of the chat for a little bit, but you guys can keep talking if you want. Not going to lie, I messaged Ben, see if he needed rescued after I was done.
It's okay.
In his defense, he never messaged me back saying, yeah, man, please. So I don't think he bothered him in any way.
I just miss waking up in the morning and just stretching, yawning, and feeling fine. I miss those days pre-accident. I just, fuck, man, I would give anything to have that back again.
Yep, I understand. Totally get it. Totally get it. Yeah, Sam is mean. Fucking A.
Mean, whatever.
You're like a big old teddy bear. Till it's time to put a finger in you. That's what the umbrella's for. Listen to him.
Can you borrow a few action points?
Sure, how many you need?
Maybe like 5.
That's a lot. How about
I think I can make this work.
1?
I got kind of this mental debate about. So 11 points in Vistani is really good.
Man,
On, like any melee.
I love Vistani.
Like you cruise up to the attack speed boost, the haste boost, and then you get that. For that 5%, people kind of overlook just how much double strike does.
Not me, man. I love it. I max that shit.
It's like it's easy to like, oh, whatever, but it really does say do 5% more damage when it comes down to it.
I honestly feel like it's more than that. I really do feel like it's more than 5%.
I mean, it depends how your dice work, but most of us have, dice that are not just all 20s.
Well, again, the difference is typically in the Vishani stuff. If you're, oh, this is the King Ram. Nice.
Not even fighting with daggers, just taking it.
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. Most of us that are in there take the dagger fighting and get the other perks and everything.
A lot of people just go for because 5 points gets you deflect arrow, which is
arrows
good.
is also
It's a cheap
strong.
deflect arrows that anybody can take.
Well, once you have it, potentially.
I'm presuming you have Vistani, right? Once you have the action points, but having like a 5-point deflect arrows can be
It's
pretty
very
good.
And it's not like you're
So-
throwing them in the trash either, like the other 4 points or whatever. Like, there's other good stuff to grab.
Yeah, I
video
mean,
question
you get like
for
what some PRR and MRR for
Yeah.
for semi-cheap, and like I take the jump and reflex saves.
Reflex saves
like
are huge.
the other one's kind of okay too.
All right, Velo, what was your question, man?
So I couldn't sleep last night, so I got up late, like 3 o'clock my time. I was just gonna screw around and play DDO, and just I got a tell, hey, you want to join this group? We need a thief. They saw my rogue symbol. I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. So we're playing the quest, 7th level quest. I think it was Gwilyn's Stand or something like that. Anyways, the one guy mentioned me, goes, hey, dude, no time to be a flower sniffer. I was like, what the fuck does that mean?
It means you're not moving the quest at the speed that they would like you to move through.
They're going like 8,000 miles per hour, and I was like, dude, I don't even know this quest that well. I'm like, and they're like, why are you casting that spell on these people? I'm just like, I don't know. I don't memorize what every colored devil needs, electric or needs this. I'm like, I'm casting fire, ice, whatever to kill that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what do you want me to do? I'm like, I'll open locks only, but don't that. I didn't know what that meant. I'm like, what the fuck is flower sniffer? Man? I'm not stupid
Fortunately
like
for
that.
them, they're color coded.
So I was kind of like, what the fuck does that mean? And then after the quest, I just left the group. I'm like, dude, that's why about DDO I don't like. That's the part I don't like.
Well, it's difficult unless you're setting your own expectations to know somebody else's unless they communicate with you in advance.
I've never asked them to join a group and they go, hey, dude, you're going like hella fast, or hey, dude, I'm like, hey, this is what it is. I don't know the quest that. I even told them I don't know this quest that well. And one guy was hella cool in the group. That one guy was just a total dick. And his guild was, I've seen this guild name before. A bunch of members. I remember playing with them like a few years back, and they were all like pretentious assholes. Everyone I play with, they were always dickheads. So I was like, I should have known better to even join the group.
Start avoiding that guild tag. Like, it's not.
Yeah, I wrote it down in my paperwork in my other room. Like, don't, avoid that. I just avoid this one person actually.
Your cousin's still going for that land speed record. If you give him the Nova, he'll die. I don't know, man. We already had somebody die going for a land speed record was it this year?
To space.
To space.
Remember the dude trying to shoot this building, the homemade rockets?
Oh yeah, that also
Didn't he croak
happened.
this year?
I don't. Was it this year? God, this year's like had
This
all
year or
sorts of-
last year?
Yeah. Well, like, remember the really hot chick from Mythbusters?
Carrie Bryan?
The other hot one, the one that's actually really hot. Carrie is
Carrie
fine,
Bryan?
but the other one.
Brunette?
No, she's the blonde.
Oh, the
She's
blonde.
a race
Blonde is
car.
hot. Yeah, she is hot as shit.
Yeah.
Jamie?
No. She was only on for like a season or maybe 2. But
Like 3 and 4, I think.
The bald one.
Anyway.
The one with the club foot and diabetes. That one.
Anyway, she was going for the woman's land speed record and fucked her shit up and died. Like that happened this year too. I'm pretty sure. Could have been the end of last year, but I'm pretty sure it was this year.
Wow.
Yeah, it was the woman from Mythbusters. She got wrecked. I can't think of her name right now.
I wish she was a race car driver. I didn't realize she was on Mythbusters.
Yeah, she's on Mythbusters, and I feel like now I gotta go look up her name because I feel like an asshole because I can't think of it. I want to say it starts with an S.
I've seen her there before. It's been a while since I've seen the show, but I know you're talking about. Fucking flower sniffer. Alright. Slow player, that's what it means? I know I'm slow, it's okay.
Jessie Combs.
There you go.
She is. Woo, she was super hot. Tattoos up and down everywhere. Super in shape. Big ass guns. The lady, but still properly proportioned. Yeah, we're gonna miss her.
You guys ever watched The Curse of Oak Island? Ever watch that show?
The Curse of Oak Island.
Oak Island? Yeah.
A little bit here or there, but not a lot.
Love that show, man. I wish we would finally find something. Jesus Christ, man.
Well, it's not called the Money Pit for nothing.
Dude, it seems like you can't just like get a gigantic machine to just rip out the top 20 feet of the freaking whole island and throw it in the ocean.
Well, again, whoever buried whatever they wanted buried there wants that shit to stay gone. That
Think
shit
about
is
this.
filled with
Like, all-
traps and
That's what I'm saying. Like all this technology we have and stuff. You're telling me these guys in the 1200s sat there for 6 years building these underwater tunnels. Sometimes it doesn't seem right. It's like, how? How would that be feasible?
aliens.
I'm just saying this. You know, they find bones down there that are DNA of someone from the Middle East and DNA. They're probably slaves, I would assume, that were just thrown in the pit after they dug it. And,
I don't know. It depends on what they end up finding, man. Like,
pirates did some bad stuff, man. Pirates. There were pirates that captured people as slaves and they were done with them. Yeah, I've read articles like way back when they had documentation of like pirates like burning one of their ships down, like leaving their slaves in the hole because they couldn't take them to sell them. They couldn't get there in time. They're gonna be captured. And I'm like, dude, this is fucked up,
That's-
man.
the value of human life for the majority of human history
It's
has
not
been
worth shit.
jack and shit. And if you think that you would have been any different 200 years ago, 250 years ago, you do not have any idea. You're blowing.
You ever wonder if
smoke
like
out
people
your ass.
back then like had animal rights? Like there's people in like the Black Plague area, the old that were animal rights activists. Was that even around? I mean, I don't know.
There had to probably be some people, but like not to the degree that they exist today.
I just can imagine living in a village and like people coming in and start beheading my wife and my buddies and chasing me out of the thing. I'm like, why? For what? I knew nothing, nobody. I just or seeing that kind of stuff. Like people like I know. Remember I told you about Cammy's dad? What he had told me, like his grandfather, they did the
Right,
bad stuff.
right.
I couldn't imagine
that's-
going there and be having a picnic when that shit's going on. It just doesn't seem normal. Even
Sure,
for
it doesn't seem
people-
normal now, but you see shit, you get desensitized to it. Evil is subtle, man.
Do you imagine right now taking Remy to see what I was told, and like being like desensitized?
Again, evil is subtle, man. I'm just really glad that a lot of that kind of stuff is severely reduced. Unfortunately, it's not gone, but
Yeah.
it's small favors.
Yeah. You know, like, like
Again,
little
man,
Friday
there's-
13th when all the
world
Templars
is-
were captured and killed. You know, because the king was in debt and wanted to have all the money and killed all the Templars. Shit like that. It's like, why, dude? Why?
greed is greed, man. There's a power and greed and pride. There's a reason they're all sins, my guy.
Yeah, man, it's hard just to think. Like, it's like me and Cammy were sitting at a stoplight one time down there, right there, Hollywood Boulevard. And there's a couple stoplights right by the Chinese Theater where all the Hollywood Walk of Fame is, and the stoplights are a lot longer because a lot of people in the crosswalks. So it's about 10 p.m. We're sitting there. I'm driving in her little Mini Cooper. I love driving that car. And so this guy's in the crosswalk, and this girls are walking, and they're like arguing, playing slap handy, and then like he gets like a little yanky on her arm, and they're in the middle of the intersection, and my light's still red. I'm right at the front car. I'm like, dude. So I look over my glove box where my handgun's at, and I start thinking to myself, Jason gets out with a handgun. That's a black male. That's a white female. Obviously, there's domestic violence going on because he's like trying to grab her hair. She's trying to pull away. I'm like, if I get out, I pull my firearm, like just to hold him at gunpoint to help her, maybe put her in the car, maybe we could take her somewhere. But if he pulls the gun out, then there's a gunfight, and I kill the guy. I gotta go to trial. Yada yada yada. All this bullshit, self-defense or not, whatever. Who knows? You know how juries are. They might not believe you. They might think it's a white on black crime or some just bullshit. So I was like, I just want to do nothing. So I told Cammy, I said, when the light goes green, pull up, and if she's on your side of the car, after she wants to get in, we'll just open your back seat. She can hop in. I'll drive away. But I thought about all that, like when this is going on. You know what I'm saying? And it's my right to bear arms. I get that, but it's like I was just smart enough to be like, do I really want to do that? Even though I
Being
probably
a
should
good
have.
Samaritan almost never works out for you unless you're the one directly involved. That being
That's
said,
it.
remember the rules. Right? So statistically, if you have a firearm and you express the fact you have a firearm, most people will back down. That's all you have to do. That doesn't mean that's a perfect solution. But also, you know what? If you just grab a little video, they're on a public street. I don't know exactly how your state is taken care of, but as long as you're interjecting and helping somebody, you know, again, just record some video, call the cops, send it off. Like, let the law do its thing, man.
It was amazing. There's so many people around, and like nobody. People were walking by in their car, like not even like they didn't even exist. I'm like, dude, this is some. I'm thinking to myself, I have a sister, I have a girlfriend, I have a mom. Someone doing it to my parent. So it bothered me for days. It really bothered me for days and days and days. Like it was bugging me. Like maybe I should have done something. I don't punch him in his mouth, or I don't know.
Well, definitely violence is not the solution unless.
Well, I feel like, but he was abusing a female right in front of us in the crosswalk, and I felt like an asshole, dude. Like I didn't do anything. But then I'm like, I don't want to get shot or stabbed trying to defend somebody being a good Samaritan.
Like I said, something as simple as turning out your phone, recording the scenario, calling the police from safety around the corner. Like, those are all big things that people can do to help things out. Have a really good, really accurate, like, even if you're recording yourself at the time, describing the situation, there's things that you can do without putting yourself in additional risk. That being said, it takes a certain kind of person to go out there and put themselves in harm's way and protect others. And God bless.
It seems like no one wants to get involved anymore. It's the thing. It's like if I don't know if it was me, if I was getting like beat up and punched on by some dudes in a crosswalk, I would want someone to come help me. You know what I'm saying?
I would like to think that I would be there to, if I was there, I would get out and help.
I've seen people like punch in the face from the side, get like side cock, like cheap shotted, and they're like unconscious on the ground, and they're all kicking them and shit. I'm like, dude, like, what's wrong with you people? That still bothers me to this day. That was like months ago when that happened. It just still bothers me.
That's good. That means you have a conscience. That means that the next time you see something like that happening, you'll think about this conversation maybe or something else, and maybe while you won't go out there and put yourselves in harm's way, you'll take some other actions. You'll notify the police or have a recording so that you have something for the police to go off of. Snap a picture. Yeah, like, you have the advantage of technology. It's a very powerful weapon.
At one point, I almost wanted to run him over. I was like, I just want to hit the gas and just run him over. Because a couple times she'd pull away, and he'd go grab her and pull her back. I'm like, dude, what is going on here? What is wrong with these fucking
Also,
people?
Not very acceptable.
You know what I mean? It's like, ugh. It's like, what kind of dude are you? It wasn't like she, like, was trying to stab him when he was just defending himself. He was just being a dick. You know, it was like just being abusive, snatched her hand, slapped her, pulled her hair, she pulled away. I'm like, dude, what is going on? Is this gonna happen right in front of us? He's gonna beat her up on the hood of our car.
Well,
people next to me are honking. I'm like, dude, what's going on? Yeah.
Again, it's tough. I don't have an answer. It's rough, man. You gotta let your conscience be your guide, but at the same time, you have to realize that there are very real consequences for doing things. Even if you are morally in the right, legally you could easily be in the wrong.
I remember years ago that one lady, like, somehow she got hurt in an accident, the guy did CPR on her, and then, like, ended up breaking her ribs, and she was suing that Good Samaritan that actually saved her life, did CPR and brought her back, but, like, broke her ribs and hurt her. She sued the fucking dude, man.
Most states have a Good Samaritan law.
This is before I went in. This is years. I was younger when I remember reading that article.
But
for the Good Samaritan law. But yeah, I was like, what? It was like Florida or something, if I remember right.
Again, think it's weird.
Most things were when you were younger. Sorry, that's just always.
That is true.
That's irrelevant to most things. When I was older, things were different.
That's right. Very rarely do you get to say when I was older some XYZ happened. That is a rare power indeed. I don't know, man. I'm hoping that someday people will get their shit figured out. I don't know when that'll ever be.
I agree, man.
I feel like, for the most part, people are shitty. Which means you make friends that are not shitty, and you have each other's backs, and that's all you can do. Take care of yours and your own. If you get the opportunity to protect some others, you do what you can do.
And it's like when I got shot, I was protecting a friend. You know what I'm saying?
I was shot, I got punished for letting a skunk run away.
And that changed my whole life around. That she did, because I was going to go to Nebraska, football, full ride, ready to go. Get shot in December. Lost my scholarship, didn't do nothing. Got shot in my right hip and the bullets in my leg still. But just two stupid kids. One kid wanted to become a gangbanger, and the guy wasn't a gangbanger. Another guy keeps being a gangbanger. I'm like, dude, what's wrong with you guys? We all went to school together since we're kindergarten. F that dude, F that dude. I'm like, dude, chill. And the other dude had to say something back to him, so he pulled the gun out and went to shoot him. And I was right there, and I turned to push my friend away, and the bullet hit me. You know, it's like, it's just that's why the gun control thing sometimes bothers me. It's like, kid's a piece of shit, shouldn't, you know.
Well, they also have another law where you can't shoot people.
Oh, I know that, but I'm just saying, like, his father was this big hunter,
Doesn't
huntsman.
matter.
I know, but the kid was the kid was taught how to use guns correctly. It's like went hunting when we were in high school. We all did those things, so he knew better to do that kind of shit. But decided to become like this gangbanger
So what you're
wannabe
telling me
guy.
is good people do want to do, or sometimes what we perceive to be good people do evil things. And you can't outlaw that. It doesn't do any good. It's the unfortunate truth of life.
Yeah, Camille tell me all the time. We'll be somewhere, I'll see something wrong, and she'll tell me. She'll grab my hand, and go, "Don't get involved." She'll tell me all the time, like, "Don't know, Jason. Don't know. Don't say anything." I'm like, "Okay." And I'll sit there like looking around, twiddling my thumb. She's like, "Is it bothering you?" I said, "Well, yeah. I mean, that parent shouldn't have told her kid to fuck off in the middle of the store right behind us in line. You know, tell a 6-year-old kid fuck off. You're not getting that." I'm like, that's horrible shit. But she's like, "Don't get involved. Just we'll pay for ourselves for leaving." I'm like, "Okay." So then I'm sitting in the car. I'm like, "Oh, okay. Let's hang out and talk for a minute." She goes, "You're stalling. You want to see that lady to yell at her?" I go, "No, I would never." She's like, "Just drive, or I'll drive." I'm like, "Okay, we'll go home. Fine."
Sounds like she has probably learned from some sort of experience.
That's her wanting to be a freaking nurse, trauma nurse.
Just saying, man, like, you gotta pick and choose your battles and use your tools to the best of your ability. And I will almost always tell you that pulling your gun had better be the absolute last line of defense.
Yeah, exactly. I was always taught, you pull it, you use it. If you don't, that's when you pull it. You don't pull it to play. You don't pull it to scare someone. You have to pull it out. It has to be used.
It doesn't have to be. So oftentimes, again, remember the statistics. More than 50% of the time, informing somebody that you are armed will cause them to leave. The other 50% of the time, like 80% of the time, brandishing your weapon will make the person leave. Then after that, shit gets real.
Yeah, I just see some things. I'll read things that are on the news, you know, like happen certain places, and I'm like, this stuff could have been so easily avoided. You know what I'm saying? Like that guy at that older guy. I remember saying it was about a year ago. He came up to park in a parking spot in front of the store. I think someone was like in the amatory and didn't have the amatory sticker, so he had to go park a few spots over. And he was yelling at the lady, and she was a black lady. And then her husband or boyfriend came out and like ran at the dude. So the dude pulled his gun. Remember, I think he fell backwards on the ground, and the guy that didn't have a gun was running away. So the guy shot him in his back. So the guy said it was self-defense because I fell down, and I don't know if he was running to his vehicle to get a car, or get a gun or a weapon or whatever.
That was not legitimate. That guy
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
goes to jail.
Yeah.
Just like
I don't remember what happened at the end of it. I don't remember what happened, but I remember watching the video and seeing it. I'm thinking to myself, that could have been, it's like, really? You have to honk your horn, make a scene for a parking space. You can't park 2 spots over. And now someone's dead, and now you're going to be going to trial for self-defense or not. It's like, why?
Well, it's just like these 2 vigilante guys. Was it in Georgia? That sounds right, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, they should have shot the black guy on the street jogging. They thought he was robbing houses. That one?
So their story is that they.
Exercise will kill you.
You found all the
Sorry, that was
evidence needed.
terrible.
That was pretty funny. I'll give you another
See,
point
look,
for that.
You know what I would do in that situation, honestly? If me and Cammy are driving, we see a guy we think might be on video. We call police and just follow him where he goes, hey, this guy, we
So-
think we have him on video, he's robbing houses. Not when your buddy jumps out of the truck and puts a gun in the guy's face, the guy beats his ass, takes the gun, and now you shoot the guy. You
So-
brought yourself in that position, dumbass, for pulling a firearm in the first place.
So here-
and now you...
Here's
Sorry.
the thing.
Go ahead.
These are the things that we know to be facts. This guy, one guy, the older guy, was a former police officer,
Yep.
and he claims that there was reports of breaking and entering in
Yeah,
their
in the
neighborhood.
Yeah.
However, there's no reports of that being reported anywhere. What was reported was a phone call of a guy that supposedly was wandering around a construction site. And this guy was jogging, and they saw him jogging down the street and decided to grab their guns and go out there to quote unquote ask him some questions. I see two guys jump off a pickup truck and tell me to come over here. They want to talk to me. One of them's got a shotgun standing up in the back of their truck. You know what? That's
So
a
motherfucker.
pretty obvious, standing your ground thing, in my opinion. Those guys had better have a really good fucking lawyer. Because
That's what I'm saying. You get up, put that shotgun so close to that guy, and he's obviously going to try to grab it. He's not going to get shot in his face or whatever. So now your buddy's a dumbass for getting that close to him in the first
His
place.
buddies were a dumbass in the first place.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
grabbing their firearms and going out to question somebody. They did not have any more or any standing to do that. The only thing that you can do is a citizen arrest, and this is a fucking ex-cop who should know better, should understand how the law works in that particular state, is if you physically witness them committing a crime. They did not see that.
Nope.
They just
Nope.
heard on the radio, on the police radio, that there was a crime being committed, and somebody called it in. No, they didn't witness it. They don't know if it's him. Nothing. So, as far as I'm understanding, the evidence that have been brought to light so far, these two guys are going to jail forever.
And what the police chief and the DA, they're all like linked. They're all
So-
linked. They know each other. And it
So-
took so many months for this guys to get arrested. I mean, dude.
So this is the thing about that part. Again, ex-cop. Everybody knew him in this town. This is not like a huge town. Like
Yeah, I think it's
three of the
right
people,
Athens, right?
recused themselves and passed it up the chain. So eventually, it was passed far enough up the chain that there was some people there that could prosecute it successfully, right? Because they didn't have personal connection. I'm gonna give you an attempt at a quote here, and I'll see if I get it right. But never assign malice to something that you can assign ignorance,
That's true.
right? So like, don't go, oh, that guy did that on purpose, when instead it could just be a series of people being fucking stupid. Because you know what's a whole lot more likely than somebody doing something on purpose? People being stupid.
Yeah, I remember seeing that video. I'm like, what the fuck? Even let's say it was the guy that charged the site. Say it was, like, just whatever. Still, it's like, what do you want someone to do when they put a gun that close to your face? You're gonna like try to avoid the fuck. Especially if you're a black guy in Georgia and there's two white dudes driving off a pickup, middle of the day, and you're jogging. You kind of be thinking like, what the fuck's going on, right?
It doesn't matter what the racial situation.
No, I know. I'm just saying that
In my
that's the
opinion,
situation that it can
comes
get
down
twisted around. It's like
to
it was a racial crime, but maybe it wasn't. I don't know.
yeah. Well, it could have been. The evidence of that has not been brought to light yet. It very well could have been. And again, if that does hold to be true, then I honestly don't feel like crimes need an extra fucking exclamation point behind them. But I feel like, again, this is a terrible crime, and everybody out there, just like you, sitting there talking about that guy or that woman getting beat on a little bit. You gotta be really careful, man. Taking the law in your own hands can be real dangerous. Like, do you know the laws specifically about that kind of stuff in California? Do you know if you would have gotten involved there and something would have happened, what the fallout is? Probably not.
Yeah, it's just so many scenarios. Like shit, anything.
Do you even know what the laws are for fucking recording people on the street? I mean, you probably should. It's Los Angeles, so like paparazzi do shit all the time.
Everywhere. Yeah, they do. Yeah.
So like it's probably the same as most states, where if you're one person in a public spot, you can record them. There's no expectations of privacy on a public road. So like again, maybe oftentimes that kind of stuff is best handled by recording it. But again, these guys thought they were doing the right thing. But you can do the wrong thing and think you're doing the right thing all the time. Nobody becomes evil thinking that they're, oh, I'm just gonna go be evil, man. Nobody.
Actually.
Okay, basically nobody. Most people go in and end up doing the wrong thing, even though they think they're doing the right thing.
So I have a buddy who's a retired police. He got in a motorcycle accident when he was off duty, and they ended up retiring him. So he got to keep his gun, got to keep his CCD, he gets his CCW still, and he gets to keep his badge still. Okay, you get to keep your badge. So my buddy said if it was me and I was off, a former cop or whatever, I would be the one who would get out and be like, here's my badge, blah, blah, blah. Wait here, what do you have to do? Or you're already calling the police station as it is, he said, and saying, we've got the suspect, we think we may have him, we're just following him, seeing where he's going. He goes, that's how I handle it. He goes, there's no way I handle it like they would do it, there's no way. Because you're just, it just looks so bad upon everything. So, I said, I agree, 1,000%.
So here's the situation that happened to me, right? I got a phone call. So-and-so's breaking into your house. Okay. Could have grabbed my gun. Really thought about it, but didn't. And I had a conversation with my wife before we jumped in the car. I'd already called the cops, right? I'm like, I'm going to start heading out that direction. Guy's breaking into my apartment. Mama, we're on our way out there right now. I'm like, hey, babe, should I take my gun? I had it in my hand. I'm like, I think I should leave this here, because if I have it, it increases the likelihood to get used. And that doesn't seem very smart to me. She's like, yeah, I don't think so. We pulled a block away, and we were just watching. He ended up noticing my wife's car, walks out to us. My wife starts freaking out. I'm like, look, I'm going to get him away from the car. Call the cops again. Be like, what the hell's going on? So we get out of the car. Walking back to the house. Explain to him, like, look, man, you realize that this is what you're doing right now is breaking and entering, which you can go back to jail for. Like, this could be your third strike, man. What are you thinking? Like, literally all you had to do was call me. We could have worked something out, but you didn't pick up the phone. You broke into my house instead.
You knew this person?
He was a guy that was renting my house.
Oh,
and I had to evict him because he refused to pay me.
Gotcha, okay.
So I had to evict him. I ended up spending like $3,000 to get him evicted from my house.
Yeah, they'll squat and do all kinds of shit. They'll fuck it up for you.
Oh yeah, they fucking went crazy. Yeah. So I get him away from the car, and I'm in there talking to him in the kitchen, just talking to him. Motherfucker pulls a kitchen knife on me. Whoa. I put my hands up. I'm like, dude, cops are on their way, man. Like, what are you thinking? This is stupid. Put that knife down. He's like, oh, he just got all mad and started I don't know if you ever seen somebody wiggle their bottom jaw, they're so mad.
Oh, yeah.
They're just
my brother does that. His eyes start boggling.
Yeah, exactly. So he started pulling that early rage shit on me. I'm like, look, man, you know what? You do whatever you're gonna do. Just know that the cops are on their way, and you need to be ready to put your shit on the ground, because when the cops show up, I'm pressing charges. And I walked out. I'm like, if the dude stabs me, so be it. You know what I mean? It's like, whatever. So, I walked out, but I was totally justified at that particular moment. If I had my firearm, I could have drew it and shot him in my heart of hearts. And I'm very glad that I didn't do it, because I would have shot him. I was really worried. And when I walked out of there, I thought I was dead.
There's a question for you. You think if you guys were home, you would have broke into the house?
Well, we
Or you, just,
we
or
were
you knew you
home.
guys were home, that's why you broke in?
Yeah, we didn't live there.
Oh, so you didn't live, so you hadn't moved back in yet. I see, okay.
No, we still haven't. That was
okay.
that was our we lived out there for 8 or 9 years, and then we
Okay.
tried to sell it when we bought this place, but our deals like never landed.
That's the
So-
country place, right?
Yeah, the country place. So we ended up
Okay.
renting it for a while to a guy who wanted to like rent to own it, and we rented it to another guy before that was doing like he was doing a remodel for rent. That my sister-in-law was keeping an eye on him. Well, then they had a falling out, and he just decided to fuck me because they had a falling out, but nobody told us that they had a falling out. So like, I got like probably $7,000 in damages to my house because nobody told me that they had a falling out.
Oh.
So like,
My buddy David, we used to have this conversation because, like, when he works in the Greece for like 4 months of work, and so like he just got us nice little beach condo, and so like he just furnished it, but really didn't put anything in it. So he left it vacant because he hadn't moved in yet. His work told him he's got to go. So he comes back, and like a bunch of homeless people and beach bums like have gone and squatted into his house. It took him 18 months to get him out.
yeah. Well, in the
He had,
laws in
to, he, had to,
California,
he had to live in a hotel and then rent an apartment because he couldn't even move into his own house because he had to get him evicted properly, this properly, all these things, these steps and stuff. Yeah, 18 months. It is like 11,000 worth of damage. They pissed all over the floors, ripped up his carpet, stole like a chandelier, all kinds of stuff.
yeah.
I'm like, unbelievable. I figured this, if I was a squatter, if I was a homeless dude and I found a vacant house with the power on, water on, I sure this shit ain't telling nobody else, and I sure this shit ain't gonna fuck it up. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why would I trash it? The power's on, water's on, and no one knows I'm here. I'm being low-key as shit. I'm homeless and I got a place, ain't no one living here. Why would I want to destroy it and fuck it up? It doesn't make sense. It's stupid sounding.
So there's a really... Oh, what kind of underwears you got today? Oh, not me undies, stupid. So, there's a thing that you can read about, like the psychology of not having money, and that kind of stuff is just something that gets shared by the community because it just like doesn't have any value to you, so you don't care if you share it or give it away or whatever, because you just like walk away from it or whatever. So, but anyway, so this guy comes out. He has his daughter and his grandson with him that also helped him break into the house. Right?
It gets better.
Right. So I'm like, holy shit, that's his daughter and his grandson. Like, what the hell? And I'm like, dude, this is crazy. Well, they start throwing stuff in their truck like they're getting ready to leave. And my wife's like, holy crap, the cop's still not here. The cop, it's 20 minutes after we called him. The cop is literally 10 minutes away, like where the cop was at. I'm like, what is going on with this response time? So we call the cops again. The chick that's answering the phone's like, he had to stop and get gas. Like, he had to stop and get gas?
He's joyriding in the country. He had nothing else to do that day.
I'm like, what is going on? I have a guy here, broke my house. He pulled a knife on me earlier. And then my wife, like, he's going to leave. So she pulls the car in front of the moving van, like an inch or two or whatever, like real close, right? Thinking she's going to barricade him in.
So he had a moving van there? Was actually trying to take everything out of the house?
Yeah. Yeah, he was
Holy
trying to...
shit.
So when you get removed from your house in Kansas, right, any property at the time of the when papers are served become mine in an attempt to try to be able to like sell and recover the debt that he owes me, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Which I didn't want any of his shit. Like, his shit was all crap. I would have just given it to him. In fact, I ended up eventually paying, like, renting a dumpster to go get rid of it. All he had to do was talk to me. And I would have been like, you know what, man? You're going to save me money by getting it out of there. And I would have went over there and watched him carry shit out. But he didn't do that. He instantly went to, I'm just going to break in. And none of my neighbors called. Not one. My sister-in-law drove by.
I would have called, brother, if I was your neighbor. Trust me, I would have called.
My sister-in-law drove by and called me. Like, hey, I thought what's-his-name was evicted. I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, he's carrying shit out of his house, out of the house left and right. I'm like, oh my god. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have known that he broke the door down. He broke the door down, smashed out a window, stole all the copper pipes out of the basement. So anyway.
Is it meth junkie?
Ex. Not currently. Hadn't been for years. Like, that was one of the things he told me. He's like, look, man, I'm going to be honest with you. I did 3 years of jail time. And it was because I was on meth. And I got clean while I was in jail. And I'm not going back to jail. I'm never taking meth again. He, like, was high and fell off a ladder or something.
Was he on meth that day you saw him? Was he all fucked up?
No, I don't think so. I think he was just crazy. But I don't know. Maybe he was.
Because copper's worth a lot of money. Copper's worth a lot of meth users see on
well,
the
this
copper
is the other thing, though, right? He stole the copper out of the basement, but he left like 4 5-gallon bags of smashed aluminum cans. Like easily more than twice the amount of copper.
Yeah.
That he ended up, because my basement was real small, so he ended up like ripping out, doing all this work to steal a bunch of copper, as opposed to just like taking his aluminum cans. Which again, had he just called me, I would have been happy to make a deal with him. It's like,
yeah, try to salvage something, try to help him get better or something.
I would have wanted him to get his shit out of my house. But, so anyway, my wife decides to block him in. I'm like sitting there with him on the phone. I'm like, oh my god, my wife just decided to pull in front of him and barricade him in. Like, I'm talking to the dispatcher. And the dispatcher's like, okay, well, I'm talking to the cop. He's on his way. He'll be there in 5 minutes. I'm like, you better get ready to call an ambulance. Because he's like screaming at us. His daughter's screaming at us. His kid's crying, or the kid's crying. Like, she's freaking out. He's freaking out. I hear one more thing and you're going back to jail. We got to get out of here. So, like, he backs up, wrecks my front porch with the... Because he backed up to the porch, right? To carry things out. And then he decided to back out, crams into it, hits it like 5 times because he can't really turn around without, like, slamming into us. The whole time, I'm just like, oh my god, he's going to hit us, he's going to hit us. My wife's like, good, fucking let it, like, she's ready to send him to jail forever.
He should have gone to jail, fuck him.
Then he finally gets past us, right? Like, he gets past us and starts tearing off down these dirt highways. He's going so fast. Like, my wife and I drive him, used to drive him a lot. But, like, at 50 miles an hour or whatever, definitely not safe in the car. But certainly not safe in the giant moving van. And he's just, like, flying. He's easily doing 70 or 80 miles an hour. And the cop finally like shows up. I'm like talking to the dispatcher, like reporting this guy's position the whole way. The dispatcher's like, all right, he's on the way to intercept. He's 1 mile away. And I'm like, all right, well then I'm going to turn around and I'm going to, like, I am uncomfortable trying to keep a visual on him at these speeds. I'm going to go back to the house and wait for the cop. Wait for the cop for another 20 minutes. Right?
Wow.
The cop goes and never found him. Like, how did you never find him? Like, literally, I could see you and I could see him at the same time.
Big old dirt cloud from a fucking U-Haul going 70 on a dirt road.
Yeah. He's like, well, he probably just got in the next county over, and I don't have any jurisdiction to follow him in there. I'm like, dude, did you call? Did you call for help? Like, they could easily have, like, looked for a U-Haul in that count, like, whatever.
Or goes up in the air and finds him.
Yeah. And I, like, find out, after doing some checking around during the get ready to evict him, he has, like, warrants out in 3 neighboring counties. So, like, I called my sheriff before I let him rent the place, right? Like, I checked for that kind of stuff, because I'm not stupid. But I didn't check everywhere. I just checked my county. So he's like, they're like, oh yeah, he's got like 3 warrants for, like a warrant out for arrest in Dickinson County, which is the next county over and stuff like that. The cop's like telling me all these things instead of arresting him. So I'm like, why didn't you, he was going into Dickinson County, why didn't you call them for assistance? You knew it was him, you just told me that you knew in advance that he had a warrant out on him. And then the cop has the balls to tell me that he served him the papers and told him that he couldn't be there. So, like, he specifically was told by the cops. Like, that cop in particular. So that cop knew what kind of bullshit was going on. Then this cop has the fucking balls to, like, walk around the house, decide that my water pressure tank, right? Because in the country you have a well, and then that well gets pumped into a pressure tank. The cop goes, "Oh shit! It looks like he's turned your water thing into a meth lab. Like your house is a meth lab." Like, my house is not a meth lab, dude. He's like, "Yep, it smells like a meth lab to me." So I'm like, dude, it's not a meth lab. At this point, I'm late for work, so I'm like, man, I gotta go to work. He's like, yeah, that's fine. It's no problem. I'll talk to my chief and see what he says, and I'll give you a call. So I get to work. I've been to work for 15 minutes maybe, and the cop calls my work. I'm like, hello? And he's like, yeah, man, I'm so-and-so from the thing. I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah, so we talked to my chief, and the chief says, no, we had to call the drug team in from Salina. They're here, and they're gonna investigate now for the meth in your basement. I'm like, what? So I had to drop everything, drive back out there. I had to get off of work, drive out there. All of my neighbors are standing around. Some of them I don't know. Some of them I do. They're like telling each other about, oh yeah, it's definitely full of meth, that whole place. Like, the people that would go in and out of there, and the times that they'd go in and out of there, he's definitely a drug dealer, blah blah blah. I'm like, well, we don't know that yet. Stop spreading those rumors, please. I'd really appreciate it. Like, oh yeah, you don't have any idea what this guy was like. Whoever rented this house to him is a fucking moron. He was definitely a drug dealer. I'm like, hi, I'm the fucking moron. But, like, none of you guys, no one called me. Those people, like, I pointed to all these people. All you guys know who I am. Not
They're
one
probably his
have my
customers,
number.
that's why.
Not one of you guys ever picked up the phone to call me about it. About whether or not he was being a problem or not. I even spoke to that one. I pointed to another woman that I was on good terms with. And, like, I spoke to Joan about it. Made sure she had my number to make sure that, hey, this was on the up, make sure everything was on the up and up. Not one of you called the police. Not one of you called me. Nothing. Like, oh, well, we didn't want to get involved and stuff. I'm like, if you thought someone on your street was selling meth and making meth, you don't call the police? Like, you're full of shit.
People don't want to get involved, like I said.
So then, the people come out. They look around. They look around for they ask me all sorts of questions. I'm like, give them the rundown. Tell them what it is. Like, all right, well, we'll go check on it. They walk down there. They're down there for 15 minutes with all their equipment on, walking around. They walk back out. And they go, yeah, you're right. I'm like, this motherfucker just cut all the pipes out of my basement, and it just fell over. Like, oh yeah, that's exactly what it was, man. Like, you're totally clean, you're good. But that's not the reputation now in my town. Now my house is a drug house, an ex-meth house. Like, you know how hard it is to sell that shit now?
Wow. Did they catch the guy ever? Did they ever catch him?
No!
Wow.
And then, he had the balls to walk into the arena one day, and I just, like, started staring. And my wife was there. She just happened to be there also. And I looked at my wife and I go, that's him, right? Like, that's the guy? And he looks at me when I go, hey, he's the guy, right? And he, like, makes that obvious look of realization. And he just, like, power walks out, gets in his car and drives away. He's not allowed to drive either. So I'm, like, trying to, like, I call the police. I'm, like, telling him what his name is, what color his car is at, where he's at, trying to get a license plate, etc., etc. And he has a, like, at this point, I made sure he does have an arrest warrant in Saline County, which is where I'm calling him from. I'm like, yeah, he's got an arrest warrant now in Ottawa County, Dickinson County, Saline County. Like, this is his location, yada yada yada. And they're just like, okay, sir, we'll get a police car there as soon as possible. I'm like, he's driving away right now. He's going over here. I can see a cop across the street at the fucking Kmart. Like, oh, well, we can't dispatch that officer to take a look at this time. I'm like, what the shit? I was just so mad. And people are just like, you can't win for losing, man.
That's it, dude.
So like my little $50,000 property out there in the Niles, it's probably worth, I don't know, maybe 12 or something, like, because the house is on it. I could go tear that house down and probably sell that house for more, or that property for more money.
How many acres is it on?
Just under 1. It's like a little more than 3/4 of an acre. But it's like in a real little, like, it's 15 minutes away for Kansas, like 3 larger towns, and all of them are like the county the county houses or whatever. So like here's 12 minutes away. The town in Ottawa County, the big town over there, is like 15 minutes away, and then Abilene is like maybe 16 minutes away or whatever. So it's like really centrally located. So the houses out there turn over really fast. Except for mine, man. Like, just everyone wanted to rent it for a long time. No one wanted to fucking give me money though. I need it sold. This is what it's worth. Like, you can give them evaluations, like, and this is how much I need. You'll have like X number of dollars in your bank account, like, right away, basically. Blah 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 blah.
What if you asked the sheriff's department, whoever did the inspection for the supposed meth lab bullshit, if they can give you a written document, notarized document saying that there was not a meth house, blah blah.
Well,
you mean that way?
Again, it's not that it was ever considered a meth house or anything, like. And it was never reported or anything like that, but the rumors are out there. And even though I like walked around and talked to people, and I'm like, yeah, I just talked to the people from the fire, you know, blah blah blah, and that's all shenanigans. Like, it's not true. It was never the case. Blah blah blah. Like, oh yeah, whatever, man. It's like the rumor is too strong.
Yeah, Kemi was talking about some thing that happened. I don't know. I can't remember what city or state she said, but I guess some cops.
Tobrel.
Mm-hmm.
Happy not your birthday.
Hey, birthday.
Oh!
Not your birthday. It is
Back when
tomorrow.
I was older.
Back when you're. All right, go ahead.
So anyways, I guess cops broke into someone's house, the wrong address. The homeowner pulled out his firearms, thought someone was breaking into his house, so the cops didn't make like a voiceful entry. All the neighbors were saying like, no, the cops never said where the police were breaking. So they end up shooting the girlfriend like 20 times. She's a nurse and kills her. They had the wrong house.
Yeah.
So it's like, as a cop, if I'm a police officer and my sergeants, my captains saying, we're doing a drug raid at this house, the address, you go to your job, you still point a gun at you, you shoot and kill somebody. It's like, how are you kind of be blamed default because like you're just following orders from like if your boss tells you this house 505, and I would just be shit. I would just die if it was if I was an officer and had to do that. Oh.
There is, in my mind, 0% chance that those cops did not like call out police.
Supposedly they had a silent warrant or no knock warrant. Is what it's called. My buddy actually asked my cop buddy.
No knock warning.
Yeah, no knock warning. But then some of the cops said they were announcing themselves, and the neighbors saw them approaching, and the neighbors, I guess, said no. They never said, we're the police, blah, blah. They just went into the door, and the guy heard someone breaking into his house, gets up with his wife, draws his firearm, because he doesn't know they're police or not. They're plain clothes or not, like, in uniform.
They're plain clothes and it's in... Yeah, that doesn't sound right. Something is...
Yeah.
Something is wrong. You can't...
The
you can't do
girlfriend
both.
got shot, like, 20 times or something like that and killed, and she was, like, a nurse. Happened a few days, like a
Somebody's
week
head
ago, a
should
few
roll
days
for
ago.
that for sure. Probably. I mean, again, as it gets investigated and prosecuted.
But it's like, if it all comes out, it's like, really what happens, like, what's the blame? Where does it go? There's a cop that's just following directions from someone who tells them this is where we're going, this is what we're doing, this is... You know what I mean? It's like...
Well, again, it's really hard to, like...
It just sucks. If that's truly what happened, the homeowner does his job, the cops are doing their job, but whoever told them the address gave them the wrong fucking address.
Again,
So it's like, it's just...
I have never
shit.
heard of a no-knock plainclothes raid. There's always somebody there in a uniform. But
I asked my buddy, he said some places do it, especially if they're doing like an ICE raid or a DEA raid or mixed.
every one of those
they're all
I've
mixed
ever
together.
seen, they always have, like, if they have vests on, they always have fucking their call letters put on there.
Yeah, like sheriff across the front or police or whatever, whatnot. Yeah, I agree.
I have never
but
seen a
there's no-
plainclothes not wearing a vest on the outside of their clothes. But still, that's not enough for my
I've seen a
brain.
few. I've seen a few back in the day when I was younger. I saw like the parole people coming there, getting out, and just like you can see the gun on their hip and all that, but they were like wearing a collared shirt, jeans, and pants. Vest was on underneath, obviously, but it wasn't like over their thing. I remember seeing.
Yeah,
that
but
younger.
it's not like you're meeting your parole officer for the first time when he comes
They
to
were
raid your house.
they were doing a raid on a house down the street where I live. It was just a known doper house, and people weren't doing their parole shit correctly, so they went there and there's a shit ton of them. There's like 5 or 6 cars. They all pulled up, like marked units. Got out. I was like, oh shit, something's happened over at Denise's house. Yep, that's truly what happened. They were bringing them out all in handcuffs, zip ties, canine came, all kinds of shit. It was crazy.
I don't know that. I don't know. Definitely, it would go pretty high up in my opinion. The person who organized that raid clearly should be in some sort of reprimand. But probably not the. I don't know. It's hard to say if how the cop who actually.
You have a lawsuit. Does the city pay for it? Does the state? Who pays for what? It's like, oh my god.
Again, it depends on who organized that raid. As far as I'm concerned. I mean,
bad stuff happens in the world, like you said. It's just.
well, that's the reality. And that's just like, again, to bring it back to DDO, about the thing that's been pissing me off all day. Not really pissing me off, but sitting in the back of my brain all day long. Like that guy who can't... It's a criminal offense and turns everybody off if you have an ad, like, talking about your goddamn Twitch channel and the LFM panel.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, can you imagine being like, I realize that this makes you uncomfortable and you're really upset about it, but, you know, yesterday a guy got shot in Kansas City for X. You know, maybe a little bit of temperament on the level you think of importance. You know what I mean? Like, maybe take a second step back and go, is this important enough to really go crazy about? Like, is this the hill you're dying on?
So it happened on March 13th, Louisville, Kentucky. The family of an EMT who was asleep in her Kentucky apartment when police executed a search warrant. The family claims it was at the wrong address and filed a lawsuit. She was shot more than 20 times into Breonna Taylor's home.
Okay, so that is the big story. So that big
Yes.
story, I don't think there was a big raid. I think it was 1 person, 2 persons. I was gonna say, like, elements of your story was sounding like that one semi-mainstream one. But yeah, I think somebody in that case went to jail.
Yeah, it says right here, searching for a male suspect who did not live near the apartment complex and had already been detained by authorities when police officers stormed in. Taylor's boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, was also inside the apartment and shot at officers when they attempted to enter without announcing who they were and why they were there. None of the police officers involved have been charged in connection with the shooting. Walker, a licensed gun owner who was not injured in the shooting, was arrested and faces charges of first-degree assault and attempted murder of a police officer. Damn, it's just fucking insane, dude.
Wait, actually, no. The story I'm thinking of was a guy, because they eventually started saying that they found marijuana in his apartment, like as their justification. I remember. Oh God, I can't remember very many of the details on it. I do remember they started talking about how they found marijuana in his apartment, like as if that was a justification for breaking into the wrong house and end up killing a guy. Because I think it was a guy, not a girl. I don't remember. God, I wish I could remember the more details.
Yeah, there's numerous witnesses, and so they couldn't comment on how many, but one of them, I guess, said it was at least a dozen witnesses said that the cops did not make an announcement.
Yeah,
like, you're the police, blah, blah.
Cops not yelling out police is pretty terrible.
But they arrested the guy for shooting at him because they didn't identify themselves. They kick in the front door, they get out of bed, and they're arresting him for first-degree assault and attempted murder of a police officer. But that's what I'm saying, man. Just, dude. Sometimes it makes you not want to have a gun because shit like that happen. Like if I'm in my house, cops think that my address is like a drug house, and I hear my front door get kicked in. I'm like, what's going on? And I go on my weapon, and then they shoot and kill Cammy. I'd be like, what the fuck? I would fucking die. I would fucking oh my god. And then when they arrest me because I'm firing at somebody who's shooting at my, no.
Someone breaks into this house. I'm gonna do my and they have guns drawn. I'm gonna do my absolute best to kill every guy with a gun in their hands that comes into my house.
Right. It's not like it's broad daylight. This happened at nighttime. It's dark. They're asleep in their house. You know what I mean? It's not like the lights are on. You're having like a kegger. You can see, oh, door case kicked in. Oh shit, there's police. Hands up. It's like, what do you want someone to do? He's a licensed gun owner. It wasn't like he was a criminal. She's an EMT getting ready to go to work in a couple hours. She wakes up and the people break in the house, blast her 20 times. I'm like, edges, dude.
Oh my god. I saw the name of that alt that you were just on to, bro. I'm like, holy shit, I haven't seen that motherfucker in ages. Before I realized it was you.
He's theoretically ready to do stuff. Like, I'm probably gonna take my range stuff off my favorite soul, turn the favorite soul into a tank, and then put the range stuff on him, and then have a trapping grading alt.
Favorite souls can be archers now? Dang. I'm way out of the loop of the game.
Favorite soul Inquisitor,
oh, the
has
Inquisitor,
been kind of
that's
a popular
right.
thing for a while.
I keep forgetting it's a double crossbow thing. I'm thinking like range, like daggers or bows or something like that.
bad.
It's not fantastic. The DPS is not super great. It's okay. Okay meaning like, It has a lot of utility though, because it can do all the traps and things, and find all the doors, unlock things, and do a little bit of supplementary healing. So it's been a nice multi-tool for raiding.
I think from now on, and every time we're in the stream, Sam should always acknowledge you as Dr. Tobro. It's just me. You've earned it. I'm just saying.
I have not earned it because I did not go to school for 4,000 years.
That's a lot of schooling, dude. Yeah.
Oh my god. What?
Because that was when I was older, though. I was a doctor when I was older. No, I'm not.
That's right, he lost it in all.
I was,
You gotta keep time travel straight, okay?
When I was just out of high school going into college, this girl I was dating, her dad was a internal medicine specialist. Dr. Nori, great guy. But then, I didn't know this, but later on, if you guys on practice, he went back and became a pharmacist. So the pharmacy that was like next door to his practice was his pharmacy. That is crazy. I'm like, dude, how long? I don't want to know how much schooling that has to be. I know pharmacist is like 4 to 6 years right after regular schooling. And then doctor's another 6, 7, right?
No. It's not quite that long. It's longer because of the residency.
Okay.
So, my friend
It's just like a lot.
Quiet John. So we have LJ, Loud John, and Quiet John. My friend Quiet John,
Okay.
he went to school to be a pharmacist. Decided it wasn't enough. Went back to med school around this, like, he and Ben are literally in the same class. Not at the same school, but we'll graduate at the same time. I actually need to send him a letter. And like, so he's gonna have a double PhD or double MD or whatever it is, like one for being a pharmacist and one for being a physician.
The abbot falls to his knees.
I really hope that's enough for him, but I doubt it.
It's kind of special because I got my master's in Pro Tools, you know, just one thing, and then I got my bachelor's. I was like, hey, I'm kind of cool, but heck no, man. I see the pharmacists at the pharmacy doing stuff. I'm like, I don't even want any part of that. When I worked at CVS when I was younger, I'm like, heck no. I don't want to stand in front of a little computer just writing labels and counting pills with a fork or whatever spoon, whatever the fuck you use.
Usually like a little knife type thing.
But I just couldn't walk in a 4-foot circle all day long. I think my back would be shot and it would fall apart.
I'm pretty sure that you have plenty of opportunities to do other stuff. And they're so much in demand. That's what I can never understand about my friend. Like, he... Oh my god. Can it randomly be in a non-special looking barrel? Oh, I already found the goddamn sun sword. Oh my god. I didn't... Sometimes I am dumb. I didn't even
Gotta read
remember
all
that.
your clues.
I didn't even realize that I had picked it up. Must have just like automatically picked it. I'm like, I got the wiki open now, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna have to figure out where else this thing can spawn. I wasn't paying any attention when she like called out the clues or anything.
I run into stuff like that if I've been doing rapid TRs, and I kind of forget that, like, if I've done the quest, what part of the quest I've done, in case of doing like the same ones over and over again.
Oh yeah.
So like this life, I kind of mixed it up, and I ran running with the devils.
Yeah,
Just to totally mix it up.
I used to run running with the devils every life. It's been a while.
I even accidentally I logged on to the open reading deal, and they also do TRs and stuff. And
Right.
I just want to say hi and stuff, you know, say hi guys. And they were also doing running with the devils. Like I was literally on the way there, and they were doing it. I'm like, well, so that was kind of fun.
Yeah.
So I even ran a different quest and played with people. It was crazy.
Wow.
Can you believe it?
I can actually. You
My
are...
TRs are mostly solo, especially the 18 to 20-ish.
Right. Well, all I can tell you is that, like I said, I'm pretty sure I tiered on Friday morning, and I'm almost 15, which I didn't play on. I did play some on Saturday or on Sunday, but not like I don't even think I got like a whole level, huh?
I said, and you need so much experience because you have so many past, like, you have so much more experience to get. It's just crazy you're that fast.
I mean, I'm enjoying it, and if I enjoy it, it's easy to play if you enjoy something.
I mean, I'm on my 15th level character trying to do Necro, like the 5th level Necros, and I'm getting my ass smashed, dying constantly. I'm like, dude, I hate this fucking game sometimes.
I'm sitting here. Well, what am I actually doing right now? I think I'm just R3, right? Yeah, I'm Reaper 3. It's me and my hireling getting some quests done.
Yeah, I'm a horrible Robin to the Batman. I'm not very good at it. Like I said, I'm a flower sniffer, I guess, so I just like take my time.
You think about things, though, right? Like, first of all, you took at least a year break, right?
Yeah, 14 months, yeah.
Like, a year break. You were not the most active player before. No offense. Your skill level is, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, you're probably like a 5. Again, no offense. Just trying to give you some honest feedback.
I love honest feedback.
He tells me I'm a 2, so you know it's fine.
I just don't like when I play in big groups with people because I don't like to hinder people or do shit, fuck up shit. That's why
I feel the exact same way. Like, I would put my skill level at maybe a 6.
Whatever.
I would probably say Tobrel's a little more skilled than me. when it comes to certain areas of the game.
Yeah, but you know some of the little things better too.
Oh, I
Remember,
know all
like
the
doing
lower
quests
things
more
better
often.
than you. But that's because that's the area of the game that I play, man. It's fine. Thokkar's at 10. That's right, baby. I don't solo over level 3 skulls. Well, I used to do 5 skulls until they changed everything on my wizards, but not anymore.
I can see changing after they introduce the new Reapers. I don't go above 4 on my own, especially on the melee. Like I could do it on a caster, but I could not do it on the melee. It's just it gets too slow.
Yeah.
I just
And
want to
there's
get like a really
too much
good
fishing.
epic character that I can take to like just low level requests and just farm gear. You know what I mean? Just try to. You know, I mean, you can't farm too much because it'll like nothing in the chest. I understand that. You know what I mean? But
The problem
I'm
is
so far behind in gear. I'm like you're 14 months behind in gear. You know what I'm saying? So it's like.
well, that gear's easy. Gear's never the problem, right? But this is the real hiccup on gear, though. Okay, it's not that it's hard to farm it up because it's really not. Getting gear is pretty easy to do. But the fact that can I intimidate Strahd? Oh yeah.
Yes, you can.
Come get your ass in the
Get
water.
them, they
big
haven't
boy.
take them over into the water.
The challenge is that the gear that you really want, you want the Reaper versions of the gear.
Yeah, the mythic boost. Yeah.
You can live by with the basics though. Just just
Often you can.
stats and stuff makes you a huge difference.
Often you can. However, at the same time, like picking up that 10 extra points of PRR and MMR because you just have like +2 everything.
Absolutely.
That is massive.
Absolutely. But you'll get in the game and you'll be doing much better with your sets completed.
Right. So like right
Yeah,
now,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say like right now, you missed the window that you probably needed. I was gonna send you a text message, but I was playing. Was it Saturday? And we were like back and forth on whether or not I was gonna be. Like I did some raids, I did some other stuff, we did some high level stuff. Like we were back and forth. So like I was doing the hat quest. Like I power level to get to be able to do what I call the hat quest. Because last weekend, and Tobrell can tell you more about it, but like Reaper hats have like a special chance to give you like special Reaper bonus on your just on your hats though. I don't know all the exact details. But
I have 8 Reaper points now on my character that I
yeah,
played. I have
see,
8
like
Reaper points.
look
So
how
I have
close
some
you
Reaper
are.
points.
Like you're at round 10, it starts to like turn the corner for your Reaper points for 1 to 20. But like, so you kind of missed the window where I was farming the shit out of that particular quest. But you're not that far away from just being able to pick up 1 or 2 pieces of gear. Like, you just need a little bit of Ravenloft stuff. You know, like a little bit of.
And there's some Ravenloft gear I have, but it's not for the class I'm playing now. It's like I don't need to wear the hat that gives me illusion plus 11 illusion plus this plus that because I'm like I don't even use that type of stuff.
Right.
So that's where I'm at. I got good gear, miscellaneous gear, but it's for like if I was like a paladin monk something, I have great gear for all that, but I don't play that class. I'm not good at playing like a monk type guy. So I have gear stashed away for that. When I have to play it one day eventually, obviously to get my past lives, but that's where I'm at. I'll have like gear. I'll have old gear. I like an old silver blessed sword with like double slot, some weird crazy shit from like way back in the day still. I'm like, I don't think I should throw that away. On my other server, I have an old crossbow, like an old regular light crossbow that I liked, and I kept it. And I showed my buddy when he goes, oh, that's a fucking, that would get a lot of money in auction house, dude. That's got 2 slots on it, dude. That's like, that's pretty, you don't ever get rid of that. I'm like, okay. So I'm like, I don't know. So he just tells me, like, you should just do the old school way. Do, like, elite a couple times, do, like, hard a couple times, and work your way back up. But then he's like, you got this bravery bonus stuff that people, like, won't play with you if you're not doing certain level only, so you're kind of stuck in that rut. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Why is it going to be so complicated?
Your buddy, I disagree. What you do is you find somebody that you like hanging out with, you like getting shit done, and you fucking run shit with that guy. You like, with me, for example, you fucking, when you're around and when you're level appropriate, so I'll catch you again probably. Again, I figure if I don't get TR'd again by the end of this week, it'll be early next week at the latest. Right? So, like, sometime next week, things will start getting closer, and I'll be like, or you'll log on, and I'll be like, okay, I'll probably be level 3 on this day. So you need to have time to be fucking ready to go on this day. Then you just go cruising with me.
I was trying to make time, but then, like I said, then that old doctor thing retired, and I was trying to scramble, and I was going through the withdrawal, and I was like, I can't play, but I want to play. It's just shit.
That's
Now
fine.
get this. Now Terrell's giving me information to use. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. See what's going on. So hopefully, after 10 days or whatever, I find whatever I can find. Hopefully, I can. If I want a game again, I'm in quarantine, and my work's pretty freaking easy. I have like 60 songs written and done that are just ready to just disperse for people to purchase. So I don't have to like cram and do all that. I'm just like watching documentaries, watching live soccer now, and watching. So it's like, but sometimes it just sucks, and I'm like, it's almost sometimes it feels like I'm like I don't want to get out of my chair, my bed, to turn my computer on, to log into Discord. It sometimes seems like it's a chore because like, you just don't feel good. It just sucks.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I completely get it. But this is the deal. Your mind over the matter. You either motivate and get something done because you want to do it, or you let yourself sit there and be slave to the pain. Either thing is fine. You know, like, you're not going to get shamed here. I have been there.
I know.
I spent lots of time not doing anything but standing there in like the darkness and just like thinking about terrible options. Been there,
Dude,
done that.
I sat there one night. I logged on to play, and I didn't know what to do. I was like, should I farm this? Should I do these quests? Should I do Slayer?
Anything. The answer is to do anything. You just
I
start.
just sat there and ran around the marketplace and different places for like an hour. And I go, what am I? I'm not even doing it. What am I doing? I was like, I didn't know what to do. I was like, what do I do? What do I work on?
Days. I've exactly had those days where I just like screw around. But you know what you do? You just do something. It doesn't matter what.
I did the whole Slayer zone of the Orchard. I did it. Okay, I found every single thing I could find, and then I went to that In the Flesh quest or whatever, and got waxed. I got hit with lightning everywhere. I'm like, what the heck just happened?
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, okay.
Remember, just because you don't have to do everything without a guide. I have all those YouTube videos out there. I
watch them all the time.
All you have to do is pick, like, figure out what level you are, find whatever, like, add 2. Like, if you want to do them on Reaper, if you don't want to do them on Reaper, you can do the same thing on Elite, and you can go, alright, I'm level 6, I'm going to subtract 2, that means level 4s. I'm going to go find a level 4 and go do it. And then you're going to be like, okay, well, before I run off and do this quest, because I don't really know what's going on, I'm either going to double speed through Sam's running through it, or I'm going to bring up the wiki page and glance at it. You know, do one or both of those things, and then go run the quest. Like, who cares? Who cares how many times you die or how long it takes to do it or whatever? You're making progress. You're doing, like, becoming more experienced at things. It's all you need.
I just feel like I'm like in a rush because like there's so many new classes, so many new things out. I'm like, geez, I gotta get this done.
If you did, are boxes still on sale, bro?
Yes, they are until the 24th.
There you go. Boxes are still on sale. You want to knock out a whole shit ton of life, and you got more money than time? There you go. Tobrel can talk you through how to use a box.
Don't they come with like experience tokens or something you're supposed to use?
They do.
Okay. I never use them, but I know people that use them, the epic ones and the regular ones. But how much are they? $100, $10? What are they?
They're
About 50-ish.
Okay.
Depends on how big a pile of points you buy at a time.
Yeah, if you buy the points when they're on the point sale, I think it's better than that.
Yeah, and you can buy like the biggest pile of points and get the biggest deal.
Yeah, the double DDO points, they have that out sometimes, that's right.
Yeah, the double bonus points. But like, you could take and invest in points right now and knock out. Hang on, let me just look and see. I'm curious.
Yeah, my girlfriend Rebels plans on
Also, Hearts
doing
of
the
Wood are on
doing
sale
the darker
too.
route.
All right, so for $200, you get 23,000 points. So
For how much? $20?
23,000 points.
For how much does it cost?
$200.
Oh wow, that's a lot of points too. Jesus hell.
And then the auto boxes are not here.
Auto boxes are 5,000 points for the heroic ones.
Yeah, 5,000 points. So you divide that by 4,995.
Is that by the character or bound to account? The boxes.
The boxes
You
are
use,
bound
half
to
the
account.
points. So you can use some for one character, or later on you have to use them all at once, kind of thing. They don't expire.
No, the
Did
box
not
is in your
expire.
inventory, and they're
Okay.
also like tradable.
Oh, right on.
So like, yeah. So you could buy 4 and a 6, 4.6 of them for that $200. And then the Hearts of Wood are on sale for 30% off. So you could buy.
Do you buy your hearts, or do you farm tokens to get your heart or heart
some
seeds
of
or,
this, some of this, some of that. It depends on how many points I have. Like, so because I go through things so fast, I usually end up saving up several points. Like I had, like almost 5,000 points last Saturday, but I wanted to re-roll in chess, so I ended up spending like 1,000 points to buy things to re-roll. But I earn those every, like, you know, you get so many of them every time you get 1,000 or 100 favor. So like I literally just made a whole bunch, like, because I just ran through and, you know, I just power level through stuff, and I do such a big variety. I don't really repeat quests, so I get a lot of points every time I TR. So if I buy like 4 of them or 5 of them when they're on sale, generally, not always, but generally by the time I'm ready to go through, like, I've done those lives, I'm ready to, you know, they're usually back on sale again because they like rotate through probably, I don't know, like every 2 months or something, it seems like. This is the sale. So for 1,000 points, I could buy a Heart of Blood.
Okay.
So like, and then you play on the hardcore server, and it counts as a brand new server. So you're getting the first time server bonuses also. So like, and I don't spend a lot of points for anything else. Like they just get saved up. Plus I'm a VIP, so I get 500 every month. So like,
I'm a VIP. Yeah, I get that too.
yeah, so like every other month, if I bought if they go on sale every other month, I could buy one with my VIP, then I don't have to farm up tokens. But I'd like to do some of that stuff occasionally. So like sometimes I have tokens and sometimes I don't. But like, you could sit there and you could be like, all right, man, I want to be completionist in 2 weeks. You're like, I'm willing to spend $500 to do it, or whatever it is, you know, and you can just do it. And you know what? If anyone gives you shit about them, fuck them.
That's what Voodoo did, right? That's what he does. He doesn't play like Monk or those classes. He just auto boxes them, doesn't he?
I have no idea how Voodoo goes through classes that he doesn't like. I honestly don't know.
Okay.
As far as I know, he doesn't box. But I don't know. If anyone else knows, you're welcome to answer. But I suspect if Voodoo is doing a class or race or build or whatever that he's not that familiar with, I imagine he just... That group, that he's got a very cohesive group of people that level together. And I have the feeling that those people just are not afraid to help drag somebody along. So if he boxes, or he plans on doing another 20 Heart of Wood later, or... Because I know that he works the auction house all the time. He's always working the shard exchange. He's always, like, he's a hard-working mother trucker when it comes to getting as much value out of this game as he can. So, like, you can, like, hearts and stuff, they end up in gold rules, and if you have the resources, because you earned them in-game, you could, yeah, now you can just get that heart that changes your class for TRing.
Oh, really? There's a new heart that does that? Alright.
Yeah, so, like, again, when did you say that sale ended? Tomorrow?
24th.
24th.
For
So
the boxes.
you have a few more days for the boxes.
5 more days? Yeah. 4 days?
So like I said, you could think about it, kick around, do some back of the napkin math. You know, again, it's a tool in your toolbox. You still have to play that character a little bit, right? So you do things like you drink a 50% XP potion, which do you get those in the boxes, Tobrel? I think you do, right?
You get 30s.
You get 30, so you still probably want to
You
buy
get 30s.
50s.
I have an active 31 I just took on Gozer. I just took one like a couple days ago, and I think I've played like 2 quests on it.
Yeah,
so
but
it's still, like,
I don't think that's enough to, like, scoot you really far, right? You want the 50s. So, like, certain bonuses will stack when you TR on your experience. So you can go from,
Yeah,
like, level 1. Oh, yeah, you could also... Fuzzy Boots is correct. You can also buy the boxes or wait and get the boxes the next time they come on sale. Stock up later. But you could also buy boxes, sit on it, wait until the 50 potions are on sale or whatever if you'd like to, again, you have to decide if this is something that's going to be more fun for you than the money, then you can buy it. No one can make that decision but you.
Yeah.
But, like, if you box, you want to have a 50 XP potion running. I think you want to make sure that you have your XP item on. That doesn't matter. I don't think that matters. I don't think your XP stone counts.
Then you can also do they have the
being a
weekends, right?
VIP
The
counts.
weekends of bonus VIP XP or group XP, right? Do they do those still?
I think those count, don't they, Tobrel?
The VIP weekend does count, yes.
Yeah, VIP. That's what I thought.
So that ends you up, if you box for 50 pot, you end up at rank 93 on those weekends.
So then
Make sure you get guild buffs, and make sure you have a Master's Gift slotted when you box as well.
Yeah, I
Does
have the
Master's
Hero's
Gift help? Because I
Inspiration.
didn't think that one helped.
Master's Gift is quite a bit.
Okay, so that one does work.
Yep, totally works. So I even made there's some actual named items now, so it's not quite such a pain in the ass, but I actually auction house to find you either find one of the named items, which is probably easier, or Kenneth craft something with a colorless slot. It has to be colorless, otherwise it kicks up the level.
Correct. And you don't have. It doesn't have to be magic or anything. You just have to clear it.
Just make a blank, don't enchant anything, and that's it.
The problem is for Master's Gift, you probably are going to have to do some epic raiding.
Well, I have a Heroic
Right.
Inspiration, I think, and my cloak. Is that the...
Yes, but if you're going to eat them at level 1, then the XP will all be applied to you at level 1. So, like, putting the cloak on at level 5 does you no good. So, if you're going to eat
I mean,
an
you
XP
can level to 5 also. I mean,
You could level to 5 first. But, I mean, if you're going to eat the stone at level 1, then you're going to miss that 5% bonus experience. But that just means that you have to do a couple of epic raids, get 3 epic tokens, I think, or maybe it's 5 epic tokens. Not a big deal. And I'm trying to think, an epic Vaughn's probably the easiest thing to do. We literally 3-manned it.
yeah, I don't remember what it takes to make the augment.
I'm pretty sure it's just
Aside from the cloak and the other thing.
I'm sure it's the 2 of those and somewhere between 3 and 5 epic tokens. It's like we could literally help you do that.
How big is the crafting? Are people still getting their crafting up higher, or is that kind of like a forgotten?
I did it a couple of weekends ago, just because I happen to have randomly gathered several thousand things, and they had a crafting bonus, and I was just like, all right, let's do this thing. Boop, 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 boop. But
It's like I think my crafting skill is like 45, so I mean it's not very good, obviously.
well, you don't need any real crafting skills to like clear a blank or anything. Real fast, I'm gonna bio again. I'm gonna leave I'm not gonna run an ad, just so Tobrel can continue to go over the boxing stuff if people are interested. But I'm gonna be right back.
Is there potions you can buy in one of the places with something? What was it? I'm just trying to remember from I played all the time back in the day. Was there a vendor you get them from? You turn in something to a vendor, get 10% potions or something?
Yeah, it's like a 10%. But if you're gonna box, you might if you're gonna spend money, you might as well go big. Because getting that 50 on top of and we actually, hopefully, if you're watching the freebies, we got a freebie 50 pot a while back.
Oh wow.
The weekly
Oh
code
yeah,
or
like
whatever.
yeah. They'll do different things. They could be hunters potions or different things. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a 50 as kind of an apology for being so laggy those couple weeks.
Right on. Yeah, I love the game, but I always seem to just like come into stuff like late. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this is the proper thing to do. And I come in and like, oh no, that's like 2 months ago. No one's doing that anymore. I'm like, well, shit. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So, the main character I played on Cannon for years, but that guild's kind of like disbanded. Like a lot of people don't play that much anymore. He's got 6 past lives. I'm thinking to myself, I should just transfer him over to.
You could do that too.
You know what I mean?
You know, I was just thinking while I was peeing there, Velo. Basically, I had my junk in my hand, thinking about music. Need to write a song. Buy this song so I can buy some auto boxes.
That's a good one.
I don't
Excellent
know
song.
how many dollars you could sell it for, but you gotta. Have you ever heard any of those like nerd songs? Like No More Kings is the name of the one band. Like I Was Always Cobra. What was it called? Sweep the Leg. I Was Always Cobra Kai. Like those songs. I bet you could write a fucking D&D nerd one that I need to get some. I need to get some XP. Oh man, I probably wouldn't sell for very much because the number of people that are interested are probably very narrow. But it would be amazing.
I contacted DDO and said, hey, I can write a bunch of songs and put music to some stuff and give you new background sounds. I've done that in years, but it was that they can redo it.
Well, I just mean to like sell to again like these. There's a bunch of these nerd bands, right? Like that's a thing.
Well, if DDO pays me a good amount of money, I can use that money and we can buy all of us can have out of boxes all we want. We'll turn that profit over.
I don't imagine DDO's buying. I mean, they got to be buying some stuff, but
I'll even give them a break.
Become one of
I'll
their
give them
composers,
150 an
man.
hour. That's what I'll
That
give
would
them.
be
I'll give them a break.
amazing if you could get if you can get one of their composer jobs. That'd be lit. That'd be really good. 'Cause like the guy who does the Sharn music, the Sharn music's really good, but not fucking. It just makes your ears bleed when you first like pour it over there. It's just so loud.
Yeah, that's just a lot of editing and cutting and editing and cutting and pasting and cutting and editing. It's just it's a lot. It's tedious. Then you have to find a composer to put it to like brass instruments, woodwinds and stuff. It could be a process. So people like do that kind of stuff. That's like their focus.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's what they do. Like guys that do movie soundtracks and stuff. Man, that's like Burt Bacharach. Like when he started when he was younger, that's what he did. He was basically doing that stuff, and then he kind of met up with the Carpenters, Karen Carpenter, and all that. And they wrote a lot of good music for it. And then he kind of became one of the best writers ever because it's just the way you just do it.
I'm just telling you, man. Like, it'd be really good to have a man on the inside from the other direction.
And they probably fire me because I tell them, "Hey, motherfuckers, why don't you make every wilderness area the monsters are random? They're not in the same damn place. Make it a challenge, because like it's not just kind of a challenge if you know if you go in the top right corner of this zone, that's where the rare is all the time. How about you have it change all the time? That way, people can't be just like.
So I'm
going
gonna
up- they
burst your
have- they have
bubble.
to- They have to work for it more.
I'm gonna
Like,
burst
oh,
your
we don't
bubble
know.
here. They
Okay.
tried to do that with King's Forest and
reeks of feline occupation.
what's the other zone?
This must be where the panthers
They
make
they
their
try to
den.
do it with a couple of zones, and it's absolutely terrible. It doesn't work.
Really?
Random is hard, dude. Random is hard.
Let's
semi-random
have
is hard.
not just random. How about this? How about just like five different ones?
A lot of the rares have multiple things, but like locations. But man,
Let's say we do Porthless Island,
still
right?
hard.
We know where the thing happens. The dragon's on the ice, and he burns the illithid or whatever it is. How about we have it like where the illithid is like the first monster you find, or instead of them always being in the same spot? You know what I mean? Does that make kind of sense?
I do. This is an argument that you and I have had a long time. Their
I just figured
engine
by
is
now
not.
they would.
Their engine is not set up for this kind of
To
work.
a shrub-filled clearing.
Gotcha.
It's
From the
just
southwest comes the tang of salty sea
you're
air.
asking someone who works in charcoal to make you a color portrait. It's very difficult, and what they end up doing is they're like,
Salty tang in
well,
the
I'm
air
gonna make
is
you a
stronger.
color portrait, but it's gonna be colors are black and white and gray.
Perhaps it leads back to
Like I said, the same monsters could be in there, but instead of the king always sitting on the throne at the same place every time, why can't you find him in the bathroom or in this kitchen eating? That's all I'm saying, just like that. They can be the same monsters, I don't care, but
the danger
Yeah, I do, I understand, but
can make it back to camp.
the way the engine works,
Ground forces.
that is just, it is very, very difficult to make that happen. And it's super laggy.
gotcha.
So
Maybe one
like-
day they'll have something like that in some game in the world. When we're older, they'll have that.
Oh, there's
Who
there's
knows?
definitely random dungeons out there in other
Matches on the
games.
beach.
Like, aren't those
Oh.
the rifts in fucking Diablo 3 or whatever? Aren't those randomly generated every time?
Um,
Invasion theory.
all of D3.
Yeah.
A lot of D3.
So like, there are games that is their hook, man. Like, but this is a scripted game. Just like your DM has a plan, right? When you sit down to play with him, it's not the problem that the DM is constantly giving you the same module. Could they do random traps? Again, random is really hard. They could do traps in many different locations and have like a numeric value that is rolled when the dungeon starts to load, and then the traps are there. So like,
That'd be fine.
look at Slavers of the Shrieking Mine, right? They have semi-random traps, but it's not a particularly well done quest in my opinion, just because it's so long. And how many times have you run that quest, right? Tobrel ran the hell out of it for a long time, but that was the in-game loot at the time. That's all you did. And I remember listening to people talk about how fucking boring it was.
Do you think the game was better back then when you actually had to wait for a cleric to pop into the LFM because you couldn't do the quest while the
No.
cleric or rogue?
No.
You don't think so?
It's
I
a
seemed
fun,
like it was more fun to me back then. For some reason, like when I played 5,
It's a-
6 years old. Like,
it's a fun thing to experience, like on a hardcore server and stuff, like needing people and working on coordination and stuff like that.
yeah.
But it sucks if there's something you want to do and you can't do it because you need X. Right? Like it having to wait on somebody else's timetable is the worst.
See, for me, when I was playing my Sork the other day, 20th level, and I took a new like level on a quest. I know there's traps kind of somewhere, but he doesn't have a high spot, and he's on a trapper, and I ran into traps, and I got fried. I'm like, great. So I reset the quest, went back, and okay, I jumped over, hopped over, ran down 2 more hallways, more traps, waxed. I'm like, dude, I gotta have trapping in my characters now. I just have to do it. I don't care. 2 levels, 10 levels.
I've been there.
Oh my god.
I've been
Oh my
there.
god.
I still like to have somebody with trapping. It's one of the things I dislike about what I'm doing right now in the Paladin.
It's like experience. You get more experience with that, right?
But
More
you
trapping.
do. But at the same time, like, with this Paladin build right now, especially on Elite, you know how hard it would be to kill this character on Elite? You almost have to try. You get 5 lay on hands that I'm currently getting 500 plus hit points off of. I have on not in Reaper mode around 500 some hit points. Like, the various MMR, PRR stuff like that, it's hard to deal with. You could easily use a Macabre Greatsword instead, so you could constantly be healing a few hit points every time you hit somebody. Your healing amp is naturally good. Like, it'd be so hard. You would have to, like, stand in a trap and wait on Elite to die on this build. But not everyone likes a melee. I don't usually like a melee. I find it a fun change every once in a while.
See, I like playing all the things. I'm not very good at playing casters. I basically burn my mana up just buffing myself. I got like 19 buffs. And I'm like, hey, look, I got 18 spell points left. I can't cast a spell anymore, but I'm totally buffed. Right on. I just don't know how to do it correctly for some reason. I'm like, I don't know how people do it. I'll have to learn. I try to watch as much as I can, but I'm like, oh my god, I just buffed like 4 people in the party, and I'm sitting there going
well, that's
like,
part of it. You need to be able to figure out who needs what buffs, like, actually.
you know, just
Because
being a good
you
cleric,
know what a
like, give
barbarian will tell
protection
you.
and-
The barbarian wants a wizard to cast haste on them, and 3
Stone skin,
clerics or
alright.
4 clerics or whatever to cast heals on them, and then he'll go do the quest.
Crumbling ruins rest on the plateau above.
You know, with the aid of the people that heal him and give him haste, the barbarian will solo the quest.
Yeah,
So,
that
like,
blood strength's pretty dope. Over blood strength, you do the healing.
Yep,
killing
blood tree,
That's
really
pretty
strong.
cool. See, I remember a few years ago when we played, like, that tree wasn't as popular. It was like, was that Frenzy Berserker was like the popular tree or the other tree?
I'm gonna die to this stupid dot. Oh my god, and I hit the button too. That is so aggravating. I hit this Unyielding Sovereignty, but it's not fast enough.
It's slow. It's not lay on hands.
I know, but when I hit it, I go, oh god, I need to hit this thing. And I hit it, and I always fall in cap. It's so aggravating. Alright, what were you saying, V-Love?
You were off the hand, honestly.
Oh my gosh, did you cast that spell even though I was nowhere near you? Durham?
And, well, then like, I look at the spell list for stuff sometimes. I'm like, that's a kind of cool spell. The other people are like, that's a horrible spell. I'm like, okay, I guess it's a horrible spell. Like Burning Blood. That sounds pretty cool to me, right?
The
But some
idea
people-
behind it sounds cool.
Yeah.
The problem is, damage over time spells, in particular, are not generally particularly good. The reason why is because by the time it deals a couple of ticks, right? Because you're talking about doing let's say it does 100 points of damage every 2 seconds, right?
Okay.
That sounds pretty good, right? So 2 seconds, you're doing, you get your 100 points of damage. Monster's got 500 hit points, right? Then the barbarian or the paladin or whoever else shows up, hits it, and hits it, maybe hits it twice. So they hit it twice, the monster's dead. You did half the damage, they do the other half of the damage, right? The difference is it costs them nothing, and it costs you, say, 75 spell points. So they can attack all day, right? But you just spent 75 hit points to do 200 damage. That's not a very good rate of return.
From ahead,
Where instead you lightning bolt something
soldiers
for
of Drowan,
8 spell
stand
points,
down. The war
right?
captain wishes to
Do
parley with the
4
intruders.
to 800 points of damage, you kill the monster for 8 hit points. 8 spell points off a lightning bolt. That is a very good rate of return.
So if that Burning Blood had a lower spell point cost, would be okay because you can cast on multiple people. If I'm soloing by myself and there's like 9 orcs, I'm not a barbarian, and say I pick that spell, I can cast it on each of them, and then like if it was lower spell point cost and they're taking damage over time, I can just cast other stuff on them at the same time.
Well, the other thing to keep in mind, right, is that let's pretend they each have 500 hit points, right?
And they have Wall of Fire and then cast Burning Blood on them.
Well, just let me finish this scenario real quick,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So there's 5 dudes. They each have 500 hit points.
Okay.
Okay. Your spell has a 6, or let's call it a 6-second cooldown. So you can cast one every 6 seconds. So you kill the first guy, right? Kill the first guy. The second guy. So you kill the first guy after you cast the next one, right? So now you, for 10 seconds, you've got 5 dudes chasing you around trying to kill you, right? Taking damage, getting chipped in. Meanwhile, you get one guy killed in 10 seconds. Okay? So that damage is gone. So now you have 4 guys hitting you,
Avoiding war with
right?
Rohan.
Then you cast it again
Their
on the
invasion
next guy.
assembly will be slow.
That guy dies 4 seconds after the next guy. But you're still taking 4 people attacking you for 4 more seconds. Then you get the next guy killed. Every 4 seconds after that, you get to drop it down. How many hit points do you get if those guys are attacking you? 10 seconds of 5 guys hitting you. Like 4 more seconds of 4 dudes hitting you. And so on down the line. That can be a lot of damage. That can add up very quickly. And you could just die before the dots get you. As opposed to casting one very expensive fireball, killing all 5 dudes at the same time, and you move on. Then they're not hitting you. You're pacing your damage out over, say, 30 seconds. Right? But those aren't the numbers that you actually have. Which is why they're very good spells against us. Because,
Yeah, so I get hit with that sucker. It sucks. I'm like, holy shit.
right. But it's very good against us because, one, we typically have less hit points than the monsters do. Right? By a pretty significant factor.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right? So, all of a sudden, their spells that hit for 100 points of damage, that's 6% of my life total. But I hit them for 100 points of damage, that might be,
Have to kill him.
a 12th of their hit points. So like it is a big factor, those percentages, and time to take the monster to 0 and blah blah blah. So like when people are doing the math based off of, alright, spell points for making monsters go away, unfortunately things like that are real factors. And if that is what you're making the decision off of, doesn't matter how cool it is. If it's inefficient to use of your spell points, it's inefficient. Because you have to cast so many spells to get through the quest. So it's a combination of mana for the quest, time for the quest, because time equals monsters attacking you. It also involves, things that interrupt you and disrupt you, and because you put a dot on something and you die, the dot goes away.
Gotcha.
So like it's a lot of, oh my god, I can't believe I teleported the Hall of Heroes. Why?
I think I just need to, when I go to a quest, I need to pull up the wiki and find out what monsters are in there, what they do, what they don't do, what I need to do.
Well, skim a wiki, put the video on double speed or whatever, quad speed, shoot through it, whatever you like to do to get like a quick refresher. You don't even have to watch the whole thing. To be like, just skip to the middle somewhere and be like, oh, okay, well, this quest has got a bunch of ogres in it. Or whatever. But yeah, looking at the map on the wiki, you can glance at it and get a rough idea where the traps are. Like, if there's a big green box, that means there's a trap there. So I mean, it's the game is as easy or as complicated as you choose for it to be. That's the dirty secret. And if you like playing the slow and steady and high risk, high reward, emotional game, there are groups out there for that.
Some quests I breeze through, I'm pretty fast too. I kind of know what I'm doing.
Right.
Like one day, I led a group, and I was like, "Why am I leading the group?" And they're like, "Why don't you do some more quests?" I'm like, "What?" And I just move at my own pace. I'm like, "Okay."
You might have caught a group, and maybe you put an LFM up for your own group, and you're like, "Hey, put your group up, and you put flower sniffing in it." And other people of like mind might see your LFM and decide, like, oh, you know what? I'm tired of rushing through all the quests. I'm gonna take my time and chillax. There's a lot of quests. I cannot tell you how many quests I learned from Distributed. And until I went through and learned how to do, solo the quests, I only knew one way to do the quest, and it was damn near the most efficient and brute force method of doing the quest possible. Because Distributed taught me the quest, and that's how I learned it.
The sound of a warning bell echoes down the streets.
There's many quests like that that I didn't learn properly until I taught it myself, or a more fun way until I taught it myself. So Brell still can't learn a goddamn quest if someone shows it to it.
Yeah, camping was Saturday to me. Same thing.
Doesn't work for me.
Right. So everybody's different, man. You do not be ashamed on learning how you like to learn or playing how you like to play. However, if you're gonna be like, oh man, I want these things, you gotta decide, okay, well, what's the priority level? Do you want to screw around, or do you want to have your completionist? Do you want to have, you don't like playing these three things, this class, this race, whatever, skip through them. Yeah, Ragroot says the same thing. I need a solo quest to finally learn them. It's not uncommon. But it's real easy to get it. I mean, I've seen them. I can't say it's real easy. But it's real easy to put the group up and be like, hey, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just flower sniffing away through the quest. It may not fill.
Oh yeah, I've had that time. I've put up LFMs.
But
I
it
got nothing.
could.
Because I'm not doing Vaughn 2 7 times in a row. I'm not doing Wizard King 18 times today. It's like, dude.
I think a lot of people are over that mentality now. I think that is an older mindset that's no longer really a factor.
That's what I played like a year ago when we were playing. I go on LFMs, like you go off and I'd say I'll just play around. I'm like, does everybody just do these quests only in the whole game? There's all these quests to do, and all I see LFMs is Vaughn 1 2 3 4. I'm like, oh my god, all these quests in this game, all these little chalices all over this whole game, all these areas, and that's all I see is these LFMs. I'm like, what's going on? There's something wrong here.
There's a lot of leveling paths that people take, and if you watch me, you go through my first series, right, and you just do the road most taken, unless I say something like, well, I really didn't need to do this one, but I wanted to do it now instead of later, I wouldn't have done that quest, like, normally on a TR. Like, I can literally pull up my guide right now, my quest list, and I bet you probably, I don't know, 70-ish% of the time, my quest log will be almost identical. It'll be almost the exact same, like maybe not exactly the quests, but it'll be really close.
See, I like your road leash travel videos the best. Cammy always laughs at those. She thinks it's funny.
But I just mean, like, if you look at my quest log, you're going to be like, oh yeah, I understand now. These are the things that he does as he's moving through the levels, and they get done. And if you look at it, there's going to be areas of the game where it's like, oh, he went and did Three Barrel Cove. Oh, he went and did Vaughn's. Oh, he did whatever. And it's because those are the quests that I like doing at those levels, because they're good experience. There's sagas, whatever's going on in them. And other people are going to latch onto the same thing. So if you're watching me solo or short man something through an LFM, and then Tobrel comes back by, 2 hours later, we don't hook up because he was one level lower or offline or whatever. And then all of a sudden he's like, alright, well I gotta go do my Vaughn run, to catch up with Sam. And then there's two people that have nothing but Vaughns up. It's real easy for that kind of scenario to pop around. Then once you're past level 20, it's real easy for quote-unquote dailies to happen.
Are they still doing sagas? Is it still popular to do or not?
Yeah, running through sagas are real good. Tobrel cost our guild a whole lot of saga experience.
Yeah, I messed up.
Doesn't matter. I almost always take the XP unless I'm on like a character that doesn't matter.
Here's a question for you. What's the heighten? How's the heighten work?
Okay, so heighten is specifically.
I kind of don't understand it. I'm like trying to figure it out one day.
Heighten is to change the spell because difficulty of a spell in 3.5 is determined by basically the level of the spell. Okay? So if a spell is level 1 and you level 1, the DC will be 10 plus the level of the spell plus some other stuff. Okay? Ugh! You think I was gonna kill me too, and I was moving away trying to do shit. So because the level of the spell changes based off of the level, by heightening it to another level of the spell, unfortunately heighten only goes to your maximum. You can't set it for ranges in between in DDO. That means that you have, basically, it increases the DC of the spell. So say you have your maximum level spell is level 6. So, and web is level 2, right? So let's pretend your web is normally 12 and your level 6 spell is 16. Okay? So if you heighten your web, then its DC becomes 16. And then all of a sudden, it's like, okay, well now my web spell is really good again. That's all the heighten is.
So heighten's good for lower level characters to use? Or like less?
It's for taking lower level spells and making them functional again after they would normally be like outclassed.
Shit. So you don't do it to all spells; it's just certain ones.
Correct. So like
you wouldn't heighten in like an ninth level spells, obviously, right? You would heighten.
It depends.
Okay.
Like there are some 8th level spells that I will heighten. There's not a bunch of them. I have to like think about it again. But there are some. But like for me, things that I heighten web almost always. Always heighten web. Dancing ball. I'll heighten dancing ball because again, you want those monsters to dance. So you want them to fail that saving throw. If they don't fail that saving throw, that spell did nothing. Maybe think of it like that. Like if they pass their save, the spell was useless. So you're making them not fail the save, or decreasing the likelihood that they will pass it.
Is it mostly wizards take it, or clerics take it too, or favorite souls, or is it just?
It really depends. I have seen a high variety of classes take it. I do not recommend it for most classes that do not have the full 9th level spell list. Personally.
So a bard wouldn't use it.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't use it on a bard.
They have dancing ball though, right? Web, don't they?
They do, but that's they don't have web, but dancing ball. But dancing ball is like already their highest level spell that they can cast.
Okay, gotcha.
So it doesn't raise it any. Maybe I could see an argument for taking it for Irresistible Dance, but by the time you get to level 15, where it really would start doing some work, you just have the better version, like the better version of that spell in the Irresistible Dance. It doesn't have a saving throw. Insta-kill clerics would probably take it. You used to take it for Blade Barrier, like it was a must-have if you were going to be a Blade Barrier cleric. Because again,
Okay.
it's a spell that otherwise the monsters basically take no damage if they pass, right? I think if I can think of another like cleric spell that's not an insta-kill effect.
Implosion?
What?
Implosion?
Oh yeah, that's another insta-kill effect, but isn't Implosion
Oh, is it?
level 8?
9.
Is it 9?
Oh, is it 9?
Okay, so it's already as high as it can go.
Implosion.
Okay.
You gotta take heighten on any anything where your DCs matter.
Right.
DC casters, okay.
Casters, most casters.
You're trying to make sure that your spell does its job.
Gotcha.
Because if the spell doesn't land, then you wasted everything.
What about like a magic missile SLA? Would that help it then?
Magic Missile cannot be. It's a
Height?
spell that doesn't.
Didn't have a DC.
It doesn't get heightened.
Oh,
but it doesn't have a DC.
it does have
Yeah,
DC, okay.
most damaging spells do have DCs though, so.
Yeah, so like Lightning Bolt. You could heighten Lightning Bolt. If you had an SLA and you had it, turn it on. Because it's going to... It doesn't cost any more to have an SLA heightened. Right? But the advantage that you get out of it, instead of being the equivalent of a level 3 spell, it's a level 9 spell or whatever. I know the damage caps out, but I don't think the DC caps out on Lightning Bolt. Oh man, I got killed again. Ah, that's back-to-back quests. I must be getting tired. I know I'm distracted. My head is
So you
boggling.
should do a small after you're done playing a thing on something like that and record it and stream it. Like today we're gonna talk about meta magics. Bam. Today we're gonna talk about
Yeah, I was doing like
blah blah
a...
blah about something versus something.
I had done
Okay.
like a Wizard 101. Oh, I know what I need. I need to actually turn something to stone too before I leave this area. Like I was working on a like a Wizard 101 thing, but but I dropped that wand when I croaked like a stupid.
I think my favorite class you've ever played was the Barbarian Bard Knife Fighter one. That was a dope one. It was like a couple years ago, I think, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah, I've done one recent, like not that long ago. It seems like. All right, where did that wand go? There it is. Come here. I'm a Medusa. I'm the prettiest girl. Alright, now I should be doing it, of course. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's... DDO is filled with things that you can play. And if, depending on what you want to do, they can be really good or really bad. You know, I was talking to Beef the other day, and I was like, man, you know what, I'm enjoying this Paladin. But I really think that you could probably put in, like, somewhere around 5 or 6 levels. I'd have to, like, do some math. Probably no more than 5. Put in, like, 5 levels of Artificer, and have, like, a really fun experience doing, like, a Bastard Sword wielding Renegade Mastermaker guy. Like I think there's some interesting synergies here. And the first thing he said, "Oh, that sounds terrible." And then I started explaining what I was thinking. It's like, "Oh, well, that would be terrible after level 20, but it'd probably be okay from level 1 to 20." I'm like, well, that's what I'm building it for. I'm not building it for level 20 plus. I'm building it so I can have fun from level 1 to 20.
See, someone like me who's like experienced kind of in a way, but not really too experienced. If I was to ask that question, I would probably not make that build because I think he's an experienced player. He plays all the time. He knows what he's talking about. So why would I want to make that build?
Well, you definitely shouldn't.
But the thing is, what if they make that build and it turns out like fucking phenomenal? You know what I mean? Like to me, the game doesn't have to be. You have to be.
So
I don't need to make the most powerful character who does the most damage in history of DDO. I don't need that to be fun.
Right. Which was my
Because
point also.
I was in Madden tournaments a lot when I was younger, and some guys would want to beat people like 60-0. I go, but that doesn't do anything. It's a win. I beat the guy at 17-14. I still win. So we're both winning. You know what I'm saying? Like you won at 60-0, and you had to do all extra work to 60. I had to play half the strength and win 17-14, and we still got the W. You know what I'm saying?
I do. I understand. This is the logic though. If you're starting to like talk about a thing, right? Like talk about a weird build or something a little bit out of whack, and somebody more experienced challenges you on it because they don't see your vision, and you don't have the ability to defend it, you shouldn't play it. Right? You should play something else, get a little bit more experience, and then if you want to play it and you challenge that person again, you should have the ability to go, oh no, it's because of this stuff that I want to do it. No, just like Beef did. Beef's like, oh, that'd be terrible over level 20. And I'm like, well, I want this, this, and this, and it'd be really fun. He's like, oh, well, that'd probably be fine from level 1 to 20. And it's like, well, that's what I want to do. I don't give a shit about your level 22 on 9 out of 10 times I play a character. Right? Like, this is where I want to have fun at. And that's why you watch my stream, is because you watch me have fun and play weird builds half the time. And half the time I play something that's good and competitive.
That's what I'm saying. I would be bored if I just played a Paladin only my whole played for 10 years on DDO. I just play Paladins. That's all I can play. It's like, but Jesus Christ, there's like so many things you can do.
Well, you can do so many things with Paladins. Like, every class, again, has a big variety. But I understand. But again, what I'm trying to say is that a lot of people are going to hear your rough idea and tell you no. And you need to take that and say, okay, well, I'm going to tell you, or I'm going to do this stuff. And if you can defend it, and that's what I'm saying. It's a matter of, you have to be able to defend your terrible idea. And if you can do that, then go do it. Because I tell you what, if you can defend it, that means that you have a vision for it, and you're gonna be able to be like, all right, I get it, I see it. And whether somebody else thinks it's good or not, it doesn't matter, because you have a vision that you can defend, and you're gonna be like, no, this is gonna be sweet.
Yeah, like for example, like if you wanted to, what was it? Quarterstaff rogue builds and stuff. You know what I mean?
There was a long time that those were numerically not very good. Now, totally different story. The math is probably back in their favor again.
Especially like it was good again.
Like you want to be a melee wizard before they changed the Eldritch Knights tree. You still played it in. I saw you still playing it anyways.
Yeah, but I'm.
And you were successful at it, so like it
but
wasn't.
I'm
it was a shitty
person
build.
That can sit there and go, no, this is why you guys are wrong. This is why melee wizards are great. Because I have that capability and the experience to back up. No, this is why you're wrong. But if I did not have that experience or that ability, then I probably shouldn't run around and try to do a melee wizard. But because I have the capabilities to defend it, it infers that I have the experience I need to make it good. Does that make sense yet?
That's what I'm saying though, is I don't want that guy to tell me that build sucks, and I see him playing it 6 months later because they made the tree easier for him. How about you be a better player and just make the character better?
Well, a lot of people do that. So,
like, you know what I mean? It's like if bell bottoms are not popular, but I wear bell bottoms. Everybody makes fun of me. But then 4 months later, Tupac and everybody's wearing them and all they're cool now. I'd be like, fuck you guys. I wore them 6 months ago. You think they were shit. Now why are you wearing them?
Well,
don't wear them. Just don't wear them. Don't even wear them. Don't.
Especially in the world where data changes and builds change. Like, look at it again. Java's not even level 30 yet. Right? I think the build, again, I feel like the build is, no, I don't want to say very strong, but I feel like it's good for what I was looking for. It has, 15 levels of Rogue, 2 levels of Arty, and 3 levels of Wizard. But the 3 levels of Wizard are very important for that build because it gives a 20% DPS boost to the damage numbers. You take that out, the build loses a lot. Loses a lot of value. Guess what they're changing in this next update? They're taking out that DPS boost for range characters, basically, for being in zombie form. So now 2 levels of wizard are suddenly pointless on my build. So now my build takes
Nerf City.
a massive hit.
Yeah, I got hit pretty bad.
Could you make tweaks to your character with gear or other things to like compensate a
No,
little,
not those two
not as bad as a
Not
loss?
that bad.
Those 2 levels are just gone. I would have to get, at the very least, I'd have to use a +2 heart to, or
Well, here's
just
a question
ignore
for
the
you.
fact that those 2 levels are shit.
Could Shamus do instead of Reaper 3 with that character, do Reaper 1 character, and it might be suffice?
On this bit, what? Okay, hang on.
The build you're talking about, you have levels that are going to be useless. Let's say you run Reaper 3 all the time. If you ran only Reaper 1 with that same build, in that 20% loss, your damage is going to go up higher because you're on lesser Reaper. So is it going to be that much of a noticing difference? Does that make sense?
It's hard to say if playing that at a different Reaper setting would make a significant difference. But Java that's not his intention, right? So Java's intention was to be a character that would be easy for the no life having guy. Oh my god!
What? You die again?
Just getting fucking wrecked right now by these casters. I killed this motherfucker.
You
Has
guys are
6
playing
hit points
together?
left. No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm level 14 and Tobrel's level... Are
You want to see
20?
something drunk?
What's that?
On the topic of bad builds, I've made a very silly, made some heal buttons so I don't die while I'm doing this.
So fucking...
See, I wanted to have a
pissed.
whole group of people play undead builds, so we all just heal each other with like a
That would be...
thing of magic.
That would be very strong for a nice static group, or like a team of people who were planning on working together on like the hardcore server.
Gotcha.
So like Tobrel and I and some others, the first hardcore season had this really lengthy talk about us all being robots and using the Renegade Master Maker aura to like heal everybody. Right? And then everything kind of got shifted around and changed and blah blah blah. But I still think that would be a strong option.
Yeah, this one guy was telling me, he's like, yeah, man, that'd be a cool group to have. Have a couple zombie fighters, have a couple guys that swing tower shields. He was calling them coffin lids. They can swing coffin lids and just all heal each other and wizards this. He goes, that'd be probably a pretty cool ass group. I go, yeah, I thought it'd be kind of cool because everybody does like all Warforged or all human or whatever they want to do. I mean, that'd be kind of cool if you just, you gotta take what, at least 5 levels of wizard to get the healing, right? Spell death aura. 5 levels.
You
4
really
levels?
have to have. If you want that thing to be effective at healing people later, you have to take more levels than that.
All of a sudden you have 5 people. One guy's gonna be 16 fighter, 4 wizard. So he has some type of healing, but he's gonna be the frontline fighter. Then you have like a full-on Pale Master, and you have a couple range or a undead warlock that does his kind of whatever. You know what I'm saying?
I do. I follow along, but what I'm saying is that so if you're level 5, and first of all, there's two aura spells. One is level 2, and the other one's level 4.
The first
So
one
you-
doesn't scale, right? It does the same damage to healing no matter what, right?
It goes up based off of your level
Okay.
and your spell power. I don't remember how much off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure it's not a static number. Okay, I got the wiki right here.
Yeah, every time we play, I try to find some whatever the undead type of
Alright, so
magic
Death
here is.
Aura is 2d4 plus 1 per 2 caster levels, capped at plus 10. So 2d4 plus 10 at level 20. Which that
That's
plus
right.
1 doesn't sound like a whole lot, but that is the level 4 version of the spell. Right?
Question: is that a DC spell or no? Because it does damage, right?
It
So could
can
you
be
It
hide?
can do
heightened.
damage. I remember there's a DC on it.
It can
Could
be
you?
heightened, so it does have a DC where
But that
monsters.
one you do not want to heighten because you're not counting on it to do damage. You're counting on it for the healing.
I'm
Right.
saying, could you hide it would actually be healing you more?
No.
No. You don't
Damn it.
pass or fail your own save.
Well, that's true. Okay, didn't think about that. Yeah. Okay.
But, like, maximize, empower, high meta magic, or not meta magic, high spell power.
Now the cleric SLA that has the negative energy burst. That doesn't. Now what's wrong with that one? That one, you have to target yourself to heal yourself, or what? Is that how that works?
No, it was broken for a little while. That it was, if you were like targeting somebody else, it didn't go off.
I heard there's something about it. I remember hearing back a long time ago. Like people were trying to make like undead casters, and like kind of that didn't work out as the way they thought it was.
Yeah,
Undead clerics, I mean, whatever, negative energy casting character, like they were trying to heal themselves, or whatever. I remember hearing about it before.
there has been various issues over the years about zombie people and their healing.
Negative energy burst is great.
Oh my god, I didn't fix somebody. Negative energy burst is a great spell. It heals you just fine. And it typically just kills all the monsters.
Yeah, I watched you use it one day. I was like, wow, that's pretty dope.
It's like I usually take like a big maximized and power, heightened, all the meta magics that I can possibly get into it. And I'll put that down on my bar for Reaper modes. To kill a Reaper if it comes close.
You have freed all of
You
the
just
Reaper
hit that,
from
you
the
just
Medusa's
spam that
curse.
button. If like a Carnage Reaper or something comes at you and attacks you, because it'll help chew through that Reaper very, very fast.
I think honestly, my favorite character I ever played, and I got to play one life with it, was the ranged cleric with the paralyzed arrows.
So Beef has one of those
Yeah.
that is set up for like really high DC on the paralyzing arrows, and like a super
Yeah,
high
interesting support.
mass frog, and it supposedly does good work,
Mass Frog
but
knows
it
that.
doesn't kill anything
Nope.
outside of mass frog.
I never did okay. I'd freeze a bunch of shit in front of me. I ended up working them down. That's the thing I liked about it. They weren't monsters were stuck. They weren't keep it coming at me. I could just like keep freezing.
They'll
them
eventually
over.
die, but I mean, not fast.
And
You
then
guys
I
wanna
never
see something really
realized.
super drunk?
Yes.
All right, what do you got?
Check the Discord before I run out of spell points here.
All right, let me.
I was kind of dicking around.
I'm gonna shrine while I'm
What?
doing things here. Is
Since I was
it,
dicking around.
in which DDO?
The live stream, it's connected to my face.
Oh, my bad. Hang on a second. I
Yeah.
didn't realize
Oh,
you had
that.
turned on your live.
I just streamed it there, is all.
All right, let's see what we got.
Fine stream. Okay. Check it out.
What are we doing?
This is Lamania. This is me dorking around.
Uh huh.
Seriously?
You want me to turn this on for the masses?
Doesn't matter.
Let me do that then. All right, buddy. I'm
Drink some of these
shining, so
because
I'm
it's
gonna
taking one
show
minute.
Tabrel's thing here. So it'll probably get real weird for a second.
Full screen.
Here we go. All right, so you are getting shot in the bum.
Dorking around on Lamania, yep. Okay, there's a few spell points so I can work. This is the test server. This is a very, very, very light tank. But I think it will be sufficient to do a lot of raids and stuff. I'm missing like maybe like 300 hit points because I got an item slot that's not filled up right now.
Oh, bracers.
Yeah.
All right, so your
Which
armor
will
class
count
is
from
300, and your MMR is 160.
Yeah, it's not real great stats, but I think it's sufficient to. And there's also there's a small armor class that can be squeaked out because that piece of gear that's like not even on.
Oh, I meant
you'll see there's a lot
to
of-
look up your armor class, but yeah, your armor class is 275.
Yeah, so that's on the low side too. So is the PR and MRR.
So you,
But it should be sufficient to do a lot of like normal and even some hard raids. And you can see a bunch of miss.
yeah.
That's
So
what
there's
happens
like
when you don't have a
5
class.
misses, two displaced, and then like an average of about 5 or 4 hits after that. So about 10, you're getting hit around 40% of the time, give or take. You know, not exactly.
Yeah, and this is not great armor class either. You get it higher, and the misses. Once you start cruising over 300, you start to see a lot more misses.
Right. I said I'm just roughly eyeballing it. I would say you're probably somewhere around 40%, maybe 45, somewhere in that ballpark.
I want you to notice how drunk this looks here.
I mean, that doesn't look drunk to me because I played
Super
Butters.
drunk. Yeah, but this would be tanking a raid, not just like doing
I
support.
realize, but at level 30, with I imagine you could probably pull it off. You know what I mean? I don't think that's out of the ordinary. I assume
And this
that's
would be
charisma
with
damage
this is a
and
gear
everything.
swap and a destiny swap only.
So your primariness is what? Just DPS.
Utility.
So you'd normally be like the flexible
Oops.
guy.
So it's a melee DPS.
What
with
what Reaper
strong
setting are
CP.
you on?
That was just 4. Just kind of dorking around. But their 2-hit doesn't get that much worse.
That's a cool weapon. What is that weapon?
That is the bastard sword from the Shrine Raid.
Right on.
It's actually there's a great sword, short sword, and bastard sword. One of them is Constellation, that's the great sword, and then there's 2 versions where like the sword got broken, and that's the bastard sword and short sword. So it's like the shattered hilt, which is what this is. And there's like the blade part, not the short sword, and then there's just the straight up great sword.
Here's a question for you guys. Like those old weapons, like the Star of Day and those ones that we all got back in the day, are those still viable or are those garbage now?
Which one?
Star of Day.
Oh my gosh, like a bazillion years ago, like low level.
No, it's like a 20th level
The
weapon.
Aryan got changed quite a bit. Like it used to be like 2nd level, then it was some other level, and then it got changed again.
Yeah, it's like a crystal, like short sword or something, right? Like something like that.
Oh, you're
Crystal
talking
lock
web weapons. Okay.
I mean, web weapons are good for a couple of levels. Like, I wouldn't throw them away if you had them, but
I have that one, and I have Morph too, the big hammer, Morph.
again, the
Nice to have.
challenge.
Wouldn't chased it now.
Yeah, the challenge / issue is that the things that were really good at like level 23 to level 24, 25, 26, whatever, that area used to be the end of the game. So those weapons were very good when that was the end of the game. Now the problem is like your character doesn't even like totally turn on now until level 28, 29, whenever you can start putting on your Sharn and or Ravenloft gear. So like I'm playing with Java, who's running not terrible gear and stuff like that, not great stuff, and my character's off half the time. Like it just, I mean, I can contribute and I can do things, but it's just a character that, like, compared to these other guys who are level 29 plus, I just don't hold a candle.
Well, I was looking at gear one day, a couple days ago, and I was like, okay, this gear is all 29th level. I said, well, that's kind of stupid, because once you hit 30, you TR, so you for one level? What the fuck is
Well,
why would I slave around all day long for one level? Let me use it for 5 or 10 or something.
Well, couple of things to keep in mind. One, when you cross over into the highest levels of the game, it's usually because you're going to sit there for a while. Generally. Not always, but generally. It may not be a long while, it might be a couple of days, it might be a week. It depends, okay? Unless you are doing epic or iconic TR lines. Then it might be a different story. Maybe you don't need to stay there for very long. But you are also talking about an awful lot of experience going from 29 to 30. I will tell you right now, I don't think I have a character that has done it. That's actually taken level 30. McPlunder, I think, has the experience to take level 30, but his build is trash now, so it's just one of those weird things. And if you're going to be playing the higher level stuff, right, where you're going to end up spending most of your time is going to be over level 29 if you're doing like the in-game raids and stuff like that. So you're going to be spending more of your time at higher levels depending on what you're doing.
Alright, I understand. But if you're someone that's just like kind of like trying to get your past lives, your iconics are done, it's kind of, if you get that, you farm that gear while you're playing, fine, but you're not really, like
Correct.
you said, not staying there very long, so it's kind of like,
Well, again, it depends on what you're doing. Like if you're just doing iconic lives, are you gonna like, and you're doing Ravenloft, are you gonna go knock out the too hot to handle raid? Like it was some of those raids were a fuck ton of experience. You know, and we were doing old raids. Like I was getting more than 100,000 experience points for some old stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and when you're getting experience points at 100,000 at a time, doing certain things suddenly becomes a use of time that you should be considering. No, wrong button.
so most people are like basically like XP per minute players, pretty much. A lot of people.
No, not at all.
Okay.
There are people who are XP per minute players, but there's also a lot of people who are just like they're raiders, or you know, there's guilds that spend their time doing different things. You know, and like I said, I got the opportunity to hang out with some people this weekend that were raiders. Did a couple of quests with them. That was fun. You know.
I'm getting negative XP per minute dorking around Lamania.
Yeah.
However, I tested out my build concept and I kind of like it.
Good.
Now, how come some people like to just do raids only, not quests, and so like do just more questing than raiding?
I
Well,
just
who
think
likes it? You know, it's like having a big party. You invite everybody over.
it's kind of like. Do you like girls with big booties or little booties? You like girls with big
I'm a
knockers
big
or
guy,
little
so
knockers? Do you like blondes or brunettes? Why? Why do you like blondes or brunettes?
I like them all. I prefer
Why?
blonde.
Why do you like? Do we not all agree that green girls are the hottest, or?
Yeah, I'm a bigger
Hmm.
guy, so like I can't have like a bigger girl because two big people humping is like teeter tottering. It doesn't really work.
But you see what I mean, though. Like people have preferences. That's what it is. Some people want X, and some people want Y, and you know, some people want to hang out at in-game and do in-game raids. Like that's a lot what Voodoo's guild is. Voodoo is a in-game raiding guild.
Cammy rolls over right now and says, "Jason calls me a spinner. I still don't know what that means. He won't tell me."
Oh, darling, you probably don't want to know.
I just waved at her and she's rolled back over for a thumb up.
Oh, man. But you see what I mean, though. People have preferences, and you know, I like. We could flip it the other way around. I prefer playing levels 1 to 20. A lot of that has to do with the fact that I got burnt out really, really fucking hard doing my levels 21 to 25 shit by myself. Because when I was doing those things, my guild was doing TR stuff because I had already done a lot of my TR stuff. So I was done with that at that time. So
And racial past lives weren't out yet, were they?
no. So I spent most of my time going from level 21 to level 25, primarily by myself or with pugs or whatever. I burnt myself out of those levels really hard. So now I spend a lot of time playing here at level 1 to 20, where I can do whatever the fuck I want on whatever character I feel like. I don't have to worry about anybody else. I don't have to worry about anybody else's feelings or their concerns or anything. I can just be the king of my own little castle. And if people want to come hang out with me, awesome. If people don't, that's fine too. But that's my reason for liking what I do. Am I going to have nearly as much fun when I finish up my racials and I finished up my because I'm only 15 or so TRs away, plus then they have 3 more coming out with Shifter. So I'm roughly 18 away. You know, say if I do, if I maintain a pace of 3 TRs a month, that's not very long. Right? That's, what, 5 months, give or take? Factoring in week or breaks. It's not that impossible or unlikely to do. So by Christmas I could be like, all right, well now it's time to either move to in-game or work on iconic lives. Ugh, sounds terrible.
Did you guys have Reaper wings yet, or do you guys have those ready?
I do
Pretty close.
not.
Couple weeks.
I'm at 2.2-ish million experience. And what is Reaper Wings at?
75, 5.65 or something.
Yeah, so I'm like almost half. But I have spent basically 0 time in epics. And there's a big XP boost from epics.
Yeah, it seems like level 1 to 13ish, I'm okay. I can do ish, but once you get over that hump, it's just I struggle. I really do.
It's just
Because I always say, I always take level 19 and 20. Everybody else holds the levels.
I
So
don't
it's,
typically.
so it's kind of like when people say oh, I have an 18-2 build. I'm like, really? It's not. It's kind of like a 16-2 because you really don't use your last 2 levels, right?
Some people do. I tend to take level 19 because I usually end up running to the point where I have to do a little bit of cleanup experience. Usually like a couple of ranks. So I don't mind doing a couple of ranks at level 19. Or, being at level 19 and doing some slightly more difficult stuff or whatever. A lot of people, however, don't because it doesn't add... So the reason you typically stay level 18 is the range of people you get to play with is larger, right? You can go all the way down to level 16 or you can go all the way up to level 20. But you can't, at level 19, for example, you can't go all the way down to 16 or people get an experience point hit. So then that means that it limits your options of people you can play with. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, because one day I had put LFM up for level 19, 18 quests, and I got nobody to nothing.
Right, because most
0.
people are, again, keep in mind that people are typically going to go over the path of least resistance, and doing some of the slightly higher level quests are going to be a little bit more difficult for people, so they're not as inclined to play them.
Gotcha.
Alright, well, we're actually way over time. Tonight's stream was almost 7.5 hours because I started early and we've gone 45 minutes over time. So I'm going to wrap up tonight's stream now.
It's 3:45 in the morning there, isn't it? Or 2:45?
Yeah, it's almost 3.
Wow.
It's not a big deal. So I'm gonna get out of here. You guys have a wonderful night. I'll be back tomorrow morning after Jerry, after Shu. We'll easily be able to take level 15. We're probably 1 quest away. I don't know what we're gonna do in the morning.
I might pop on and see it, but I might be calling a bunch of doctors tomorrow and stuff, so I'll be occupied for a while.
Okay. But yeah, we'll pick something to do. Worst case scenario, I guess we go do Invaders or something. I don't know. But we'll knock out a quest or so. Get a little that last get to level 15. Then we'll be able to hit Giant Hold strong, and that'll give us a level and a half easy. So. And
Yeah,
then,
I got level 15 level characters, 14 level characters.
Yeah.
I have my first ever character I made play with you. You made me my greatsword, Windy Lou, the bard.
Well, there you go. She's probably in a strong position right now.
Yeah, I think she's 15 or 14. Yeah.
So, yeah, like I said, I'll be around in the morning. We'll probably go. It depends because for those of you who don't know, I've gone not just keto, not just paleo, but I've also included intermediate fasting. So
Your
I
butthole
eat
must be
between.
tight as shit, huh? All puckered up.
Yeah, just put it all together. Put it all together. Punish me a whole lot. I had too many years of eating food, and now I need to stop. So I get to eat between the hours of 2 p.m. and 6 p.m.
Assalamu alaikum.
So we'll see how my blood sugar is. We might, if it's okay at 2 o'clock, we'll probably shift to 3 o'clock and just go like 3 o'clock to 7 o'clock tomorrow. But some days it's like, boop, nope, F you, buddy. F you. You go eat something. So we'll see how tomorrow kind of like plays out. Yeah, we'll definitely be on by noon Central Standard Time tomorrow. Again, after Jerry, after Shu. I hope to see you guys then. A couple of quick buttons I'm going to go ahead and push here for anybody who happens to be paying attention. There is a link to my YouTube channel. If you're not already subscribed on YouTube, I'd really appreciate it if you wouldn't mind clicking that link and hitting the subscribe button on YouTube for me. I'm trying to grow it this year. If you'd like to be part of the Discord community, that should be a link to our Discord here. And if you enjoyed the stream and you have the means to help support the stream financially, there's a link to my Patreon. $1 a month is a great way to support the stream. That gets me 95 cents for every dollar you support at. And it's a pretty great way to help us out for not very many dollars. So, a couple of things that you guys can do if you really enjoyed the stream and you'd like to help us out. With that, there's a small handful of people. So I think what we'll probably just do is I probably won't actually raid anybody tonight. But looks like Noob is still playing. Warbawind is playing. So yeah, check out some of those guys. And I hope you guys have a wonderful night. See you guys in the morning.